What's going on, people? Yeah, I got some sad news. Let me share the screen. Let me see here if I can find it. Actually, you guys saw the picture of him anyhow. Yeah, this man right here. Don Campbell, the founder of the locking dance, has passed away today. He's the one that put locking and street dance on the map starting in 1970. Anyhow, so I'm gonna pay a little tribute to him today. Let me bam up some people. And plus we got Smooth in the back chat. I see you, fam. So we got Smooth, bam. Miss Gigi, bam. James Kills, bam. Behave, bro. Albert Bird, bam. And the 3 art beats, Artisan MC, bam. All right. Anyhow, I'm gonna give you guys an idea on how iconic this dude is. I'm going to show a quick clip, and I don't think I'm going to be dinged for it because I think it's free fall. I had it queued up. What song was that I used? Just 1 second. When I'm doing a lineup of music, I get away with this. I see your artist and get you in. See, so this is the guy right here.
What's good, Art?
What's going on, fam? It's about the
Man,
video.
You right on time with this.
Oh, Don Campbell?
Yeah, because I was just watching Breaking 2 yesterday, and I was trying to remember the name of the dude that you were talking about that started that shit. Right?
Yeah, he was the one
so I'm sitting there watching Shabba-Doo and them doing that shit, and I said, damn, who was that dude Art was talking about?
Yeah, Shabba-Doo is trash, man.
Yeah.
Trash.
I was watching. Back in the 80s, nobody knew that shit.
Yeah, he
knew he was the one that was on the movies, you know.
He tried to say that he started to dance and everything, you know.
I know he didn't start that shit.
Why was Shabba-Doo trash? What's up, BGS?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Dr. BGS.
What's up? What's up, BGS? What's up, Smooth? You got to take that damn
Artisan,
Corona,
man.
You got to take
Artisan.
that damn Corona thing down, man. You wrong for that shit.
Artisan.
They know what he's about when he comes into the panel. Oh shit!
The virus showed up.
The virus showed up. Huh?
The smooth criminal.
Smooth criminal. That's my favorite track off the album too.
That's a good one. You got a question?
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, where did you find your fountain of youth, bro?
My fountain of youth?
I swear to God, cause I heard you talk with these folks and you talk about like old stuff and you be talking with these guys. And I'm like, how does he know all this stuff? Cause I seen you last year. I'm like, this nigga probably like 35.
Nah.
Oldest.
Nah, I'm almost.
It's called good genes.
Yeah. But BGS, you're ruining my joke, man. You're ruining my joke.
All right.
I was going to tell him that if you go back in the history of my family, there was a certain demon that we talked to and we had conversations with, and we made a pact. So I'm fucking with you. Good genes. BGS fucked it up.
How you know demon? He was writing it down.
Yeah, I could have told him that black don't crack, but Smooth acting like he don't understand that shit.
And he from the motherland. How could you, Smooth?
Yeah, come on, man.
Nah, but still, I was just shocked for that second. You know what I'm saying? After a while, I got over it. Of course, I know. You know.
Yeah, that's been my life. A lot of.
You get carded all the time, huh?
I get carded all the time, and I get people coming at me the wrong way because they think I'm a lot younger than I am, and then I have to tell them. I say, if you want to know how old a man is, look him in his damn eyes, and you'll see.
Yeah.
There ain't no yielding at certain times with that shit, so then they get it. But before then, it's like, oh, this is a young motherfucker. He don't know shit. Well, that's your mistake.
Are you an eye contact person?
I am.
I lock eyes like a mug, man. I can't help it.
Well, I'm a Scorpio. It goes back and forth. Like some people I don't want to look at, and then there's certain times you don't want me to look at you. You really don't want me to look at you.
If you're from the hood, you got to make eye contact and know whether it's friend or foe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got to.
You ain't lying. Because some people got them wondering eyes, you know, like they can't lock with you. I'm like, something wrong with this dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where you tell whether he's either up to something or he's afraid.
Yeah. Well, see, I like to play with that BGS because, you know, I like, you know, mentally messing with people sometimes. I do that shit just to see how they react.
Oh, you be wandering eye?
Yeah.
If somebody's locking eyes with you, a good thing to do is also watch their mouth movement. How it's moving. Is it tense or not?
No,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know. Maybe it's an American thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say if it's a dude and you get that feeling that the things are uneasy, and he doesn't look at you straight, but as you come near, he's looking at you out of the corner of his eye. That usually means trouble.
Yeah, you probably got some shit
He's
out
on
of that.
guard for some reason. Yeah.
Looking around and stuff like.
No. Not looking around. They don't look around. If he's in trouble, he's not going to take his eye off you, but he's going to look out of the corner of his eye.
Right.
He's looking at you as peripheral vision because he's either he's getting ready to spot a weakness or he's getting ready to think that you're getting ready to jump him. So
looking for an opening and looking for an escape.
Yeah. So you did the initial time when you don't lock eyes or something like that, you get that nod, and then he started looking out the corner of his eye, put his head down, and okay, all right, he's up to something.
Yeah.
So that's when you tense up and get ready.
Yeah. That's the fun parts of being black.
Yeah.
Those
The
hood
nigga
senses.
moments.
The hood senses.
Yeah, if you ever been jumped, man, that's what usually happens. They don't lock eyes, but they look out of the corner of their eyes.
Yeah, that's the hyena.
That's hyena. Yeah, it is. It's the
been there. Been there.
Yeah.
I've been there on the receiving end. I've been there on the delivering end, and I've been there on the breaking up that shit end. Like, no, look, these motherfuckers right here. Let's get them right now.
It's funny you mentioned that, BTS. I was walking out this McDonald's one day, and there was a group of kids hanging around.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed when I left, all of them walked out the door with me.
Mm-hmm.
And right before I got to my car, I just stopped and just looked behind me like, really, niggas?
Mm-hmm.
And they all dispersed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here. We got a problem.
Yeah.
I'm like, really,
you didn't shrink. You didn't shrink back and said, okay. And they're afraid to get hurt.
They're blessed. I didn't open my car because that's where my weapon was.
Oh.
So, I'm gonna show
I
you.
didn't have my car door open, but I was like, I just stopped. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
I'm gonna show this video.
And all this stuff, they're like, I was like, okay. I came from rolling.
I'm gonna show the video for 1 minute, and you guys get it, so people can get an idea who Don Campbell is.
Okay.
Shabba-Doo probably in this video. Oh no, this is something else.
Yeah, I remember him. Remember the hat? Yep. Yeah, he's famous for twirling the hat. You don't know nothing about this, man. You ain't old enough, right?
Yeah, there go Fred.
Yeah.
That's Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, when Fred was skinny.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Rerun.
Before he had a rerun.
They said he came west and started eating all that food and gained that weight.
Good living make you fat.
Yeah. And nigga can't eat back east.
Yeah, that was it, y'all. I just want people to get a preview.
Oh, yeah.
Propers. Yeah, that's he's like my mentor.
Oh yeah. I remember that was I was a little teenager when they came out, man. Like 12 or 13.
That's why I feel about Shabba-Doo. I can't stand the dude.
Yeah, well, they're like the second wave.
Yeah, exactly.
He was barely 19 when they actually he was 18 when they formed, and he barely made it to Soul Train. I got the whole story, man. That's why when I hear him talk, it's like, what?
Was Shabba-Doo that old when they formed?
Yeah, Shabba-Doo was like, he was in his teens.
I don't think he couldn't have been 17, man. I thought he was a little younger than that.
Yeah, he was in his teens because it was something about him being on Soul Train. They had to find a way to get him on because he was that good. Okay,
yeah, he's probably too young. Yeah, a lot of the kids that went to Westchester and Crenshaw, that's in Soul Train. So a lot of the little chicks, man, that because those are people that usually hang out at Mavericks Flats. Oh yeah, that was that. Have you heard of the I think it's called the Pass the Hat Dance or the
where they were challenging each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was breaking down. I talked to Jamita, what's her name? Jamita Joe Freeman.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to her too, and they were breaking down how they were like going to different places and winning all the couples contests.
Mm-hmm.
And it's deep, man. As far as when you know the story about it. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
the Coast thing, y'all. Sorry, but but that's something that's part of hip hop history.
Yeah, that's where the drugs
It
got
is.
bad. When you could still do it before the drugs and gangs got bad.
Yeah, so I think they're having a hard time because they shut down all the funerals.
Okay.
So I
Really?
think his body is out there in Vegas, so they're gonna cremate him and bring him over here, and then decide how they're gonna do some kind of service.
Why don't you just do?
wow.
Why don't you just do go to Zoom and do a remote service?
I suggest that to him because I talked to the son.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the wife. You know, she's not in a good place right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, me and the son
Gotta pull it together.
Yeah,
So,
get a couple of all it takes is a couple of maybe one computer and a couple of smartphones, and then I'll dial into Zoom, and you can get it with 3 or 4 angles. So it doesn't take that much.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, it doesn't take that much, man. You can set up a little mini studio with barely nothing.
definitely.
They can still hold church services.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
then they don't have to be a whole bunch of people. You know, just a few people, and everybody else can attend the service and comment or whatever they're going to do from the from wherever they are.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead.
so. Yeah, they're going to have to probably do that Zoom or have an extension of it, something. So they just named the street after him in January. Right.
Oh, really?
Where at?
Yeah, what street?
Right, I think next to soccer. It's definitely near Maverick Flat.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's near. It's probably not too far from the McDonald's and 7-Eleven.
Okay.
So I missed that ceremony, but that's the last appearance he made.
Oh, so it's gonna be. Is it gonna be? It's gonna be east of Crenshaw or west of Crenshaw?
It's west.
Okay.
It's called Don Camelot Drive.
Okay.
So
and before you get to the jungle, right?
Yeah. I hate the jungle. I don't care what you say. I can't stand the jungle. It's one way in and one way out.
Yes, sort of. There's more than one way in and one way out, but yeah, sort of.
I have relatives.
Not talking about an ambulance, BGS.
Oh yeah. Well, it depends on which street you go up, though.
Yeah, because that was the thing. Because I had every time I park my car, somebody was always messing with it.
You know what? When I'm gonna do that, I park my car on the other side of La Brea.
Do you walk?
And then I walk. Yep. Park it. Yeah. Park it right on the side of La Brea and take that 3-4 block walk and walk up the hill, man. You don't have to worry about the car.
And the company that my aunt stayed in, I remember it was called Coco Capri.
Oh, Coco Capri. Oh shit.
It had like leopard skin all over the
Yep.
Yep. I was like, man, why is she staying here?
That had 2 or 3 chicks up in the jungle, man. This is just strange. That's hilarious.
I hate when we have, and I think we all have this story when we have relatives that guilt you and not visit them, but very, very dangerous to go there.
Yeah.
Shit. Never come by. Like, I'm gonna die seeing you. Shit. I love you, but goddamn, I want to live.
Well, you do. Had a chick like that. Stay in the shitty neighborhood, wonder why I wouldn't come and visit her all the time. Because I roll solo, motherfucker. Y'all be tripping over there.
The good thing is I only live like maybe 5-10 minutes away, so it wasn't that big a deal. So they could, say I don't have to come see you. You can come see me. I'm only 10 minutes away.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I always had like a lot of relatives in the hood pocket.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, there's always a pocket, There was always a pocket. And before before the drugs got hit the jungle, which is it was a PCP was first because because there was Sherm Alley before PCP. Really, the jungle is one of the better places to live.
Yeah,
that's what's fun about history. You see that with Compton and whatnot too. That it was supposedly a good place to live.
Compton. We used to think Compton was like the farms, man, because they had cows, horses, stuff like that. So Compton to us back in the day was like the country.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. You live way out in Compton. Damn, that's the country.
I was watching this history thing. And it was talking about white flight and stuff like that. And they were showing that Compton was like the city of the future back in the day, where all the white folks ran to whatever. That was the suburbs.
It was a suburb. It really was a suburb. Compton and Linwood. Yeah, it was suburbs. Right. Yeah.
Then black folks got to move there, and the motherfuckers was like, "Oh hell no, we out."
And even when they moved out of Compton, basically until the crack era, Compton was where all the families were. Compton was like it was like Carson before Carson.
Upper middle class.
Yeah, it was upper middle class people. Yeah.
Because that's my neck of the woods, Carson. But I was told that Compton was like everything was called Compton down there. Then they just start making cities and making Compton a little bit smaller.
Yeah. So, they had white people have to cut off their area and make their own little city.
Paramount, remember that because Compton Boulevard is like it was a long street, and they cut that street off and called it Somerset.
Okay. Yep.
After all that, we talking about like BJ was talking about when that crack started coming.
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah,
changed everything.
Well, because my best friend, he moved his family out of Watts to Compton to be a better neighborhood. Then the crack area actually followed him. So basically, he moved out of the frying pan into the fire.
Into the fire, right?
Yeah,
that got to suck.
Right on the burner, huh?
Damn. I remember Robin Harris was saying,
Compton the Hill.
Yeah, Compton the Hill is a local call. He said, I think she was right.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I go to places. I'm more comfortable in Compton, but when I go to South Central, you hear people South Central, man, I ain't messing with Compton, it's dangerous. And then when I go to Compton, man, I ain't messing with South Central.
Two different sets of dudes, man. That's how Compton.
So I never knew the difference. Every time I visited LA when I was younger, I had family stayed in Watts and Compton and stuff like that. When you go and visit them, I was a young kid. I didn't know the fucking difference. Didn't make me any, really. But then you get older and then find out, like, where you was? That's South Central. That's Watts. It's like, okay, they didn't live there forever.
Street and all that,
I don't know what to tell you. We was playing Super Mario Brothers. I grew up in Richmond, California.
Yeah.
Compton has some rich history, like George the Bushes, George family, they used to stay in Compton. Matter of fact, he owns the canal, the Bush family. Now down there.
Really?
Yeah, they own it. And then Marilyn Monroe used to stay in Compton in the 40s. She was an orphan.
Wow.
Yeah, that was like
Marilyn Monroe from Compton, huh?
That was like the poor neighborhood for white folks.
Yeah, James Coburn. He went to Enterprise Middle School. James Coburn. Kevin Costner went to Enterprise Middle School.
Yeah, he did say that he went to Enterprise.
So he's, we had some people in Compton, but
Marilyn Monroe from Compton. That's one of the last places I would have ever thought.
Because it's not what you associate with Compton.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, basically, black folks had just started moving to LA, so there wasn't that many of us.
Oh, that makes sense, given the time period.
Yeah, if you read
BGS, were your parents the first wave to move to LA from the south?
No. We actually my uncles and stuff came before us. So we moved in the 60s, and the first wave came in, I think it's like the 30s. First wave.
So what made y'all choose California over like?
Well, I think because my uncle was here, and he had
moved back during the Depression era.
Huh?
You said your family started moving here during the Depression era?
No. My uncle's not that old. He moved in here. He moved here
in the 30s.
No, my uncle actually, my uncle and my aunt, they moved here in the early '60s. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
and we came closer to the mid '60s. And
Okay.
the only reason we came here is because the Dallas police told my father he had to find another city to live in.
Yeah.
Damn.
Fuck. That's
Yeah.
messed up.
That happened back in the day, man.
So
Mhm.
what did LAPD tell him when he encountered them?
They didn't. Well, back then there wasn't no internet. They didn't know who he was.
Yeah, they didn't talk.
Oh,
My pops was born and raised in Dallas, so they knew him.
okay.
You remember
Gotcha.
Dallas was a small city then. You know, and
Mhm,
LA wasn't that
mhm.
big then. So
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't that big?
no, LA wasn't that big. LA didn't start growing until the 70s. Then it really started growing.
Okay.
Yeah. People.
Oh.
The big boom could be because that's when the
So when you moved there,
Mhm.
was in what, 66, 67?
64.
Oh, 64.
64.
That's
Okay.
when MLK was on the come up, right?
MLK was already. Gotta remember, MLK led the Montgomery bus strike in 1956.
Mm.
So he's already established. So yeah.
Yeah, and that was right after Kennedy got shot, isn't it? About a year
Mm-hmm.
after Kennedy got
Had
shot.
he already won the Nobel by then?
I don't remember. I think that we won it the same year. If I'm not mistaken. I was a little kid, man. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to like link it together with historical things.
Now the only linkage is that my father used to like to get drunk and fight police, and the Dallas police got tired of it and said, "You need to go find another city to live in."
Oh wow,
that's history.
You say got drunk and would fight police?
So back then you could fight police. It was all right.
Yeah.
Damn.
Especially if you were raised there and they knew you. So they might hit you across the elbow with a stick a couple times to let you know that this is not a good idea, but they didn't shoot you like they do now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was up into the 90s. You could still get your ass whooped out here by some cops.
Oh yeah, Rodney King is a perfect example. They don't do it.
Can we all just get along?
It's like chaos. Chaos. We don't do that here. That whap. We don't do that here. They just pull out the guns, man. They shot at so many homeless people in the last 10 years in LA.
Damn.
Just because.
Yeah. Yeah. The part about Compton that I was working there. I went into the college archive. There were so many Olympic athletes that came out of there. There was a lot of scientists and doctors that were writing some publications for Compton in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, that's the funny part about any depressed area. People think it's all poor. Like you can get a lot of potential that comes out of there because people who have to actually really work hard will actually achieve. They will achieve something if you leave them the fuck alone to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of your giants, the conscious community giants came through there, like Minoko Rashidi. Ivan Van Sertima was doing some stuff there for a while with Vernell Silva. Who else? They were telling me because I didn't know. I was talking to people like, damn, they came through.
Back from I would say from the mid '60s to like the mid '80s. Maybe even about the mid '80s. Compton was a better place to live for Black people. It was actually clean. It was actually a little bit more modern. The schools are a little bit better. So houses, naturally houses are bigger. And the land value was actually bigger. So Compton was actually a very nice place to live for Black people from the mid '60s to like the mid '80s. And then it became the Wild Wild West after that.
Crack.
Remember, we used to go to Lil Zion Baptist Church. That was the time when the group War was going.
Okay.
And I never forget that one of the band members got the pastor's daughter hooked on drugs.
Ooh, okay.
Whoa. Damn.
Tell me where have you heard that before?
Yeah. Everywhere.
Yeah.
That tripped me out. That's my first drug story. I was like, really?
Trying to get down or what?
let me tell you, man. When I was like 12 or 13, the little church, neighborhood church, I was good friends with the pastor's kid. Guess who's leader of smoking weed behind the church, man? After
Pastor's kid, yeah,
That's good.
Yep.
pastor's kid. I've been in those churches. That's what I'm saying. The dude got her hooked on drugs. Come on, really?
Yeah,
That's
really.
like saying Bobby got Whitney hooked on drugs. Come on now.
Yeah.
You know how this shit
Man,
works.
He
Let's
got
not act
blamed.
stupid.
He
got blamed for it. He was the closest black man.
I swear to God,
blamed for it.
I think we all got stories. I think we all got stories of the pastor's daughter and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Everybody.
that's one thing I didn't want to do was bang the pastor's
You
daughter.
would wonder where they would learn that stuff from. You'd be like, bitch, I know Jesus
I
don't teach you this.
already knew.
They kind of like.
I already knew. I just didn't. I didn't want that smoke.
I've had a first lady try to hook me up with her daughter, but her daughter was too much of a hoe.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't want to touch her. She was pretty, but I just didn't want to touch her.
Exactly.
I was like,
I
don't want to deal with her.
You don't want that smoke in case shit go south. Because
Come on, man. That vagina is blessed.
that whole church is gonna
That's my black ass.
wrong.
Shit.
And so you gonna be unless you gonna get married to her.
Yeah,
Right.
you can't mess around like that.
Can't mess around like that because if you have a tiff, everybody gonna be talking to your parents.
Oh no, it gets better. She already had a kid.
It
gets better. She already had a kid.
Hey,
Pastor's daughter.
I was like,
Yep.
yeah, I ain't touching that.
Who you think daddy number 2 would have been? And you a good
What's
Christian
gonna be me?
man. You're a good Christian boy too.
No, I don't play that shit. No.
You saw the godliness in her, even though
Yeah, exactly. Saw the light.
Oh, I did some other shit I can't go into, but
she just
there's
fell down.
golly about that situation.
Yeah.
She ended up having like 4 or 5 different kids.
Damn.
And that's a church. That's another church chick.
Yeah,
That's the pastor's daughter.
Preacher's
So
daughter.
how many people in the congregation actually left after that?
Now, but he wasn't the pastor at the time.
What scripture they be reading?
I don't know, but whatever he talking about, it ain't working at home.
I don't know. They tried to. I'm not saying anybody's name. They tried to give her a condom. She threw it back in their face.
What the hell?
Yeah. I don't know how I heard this. I don't know how I heard this conversation, but I heard that shit. They tried. They tried to give her condoms. She didn't care. I'm like, damn.
Of course not.
Look, I'm glad I never touched her, man.
And one thing I've seen about religious people's daughters is they always buck the hardest against
They
that
do.
stuff.
They do actually.
If the daddy ain't like ruling with an iron hand and the stone tablets, they buck the hardest against that shit.
I'm trying to
The hardest.
I'm trying to think. Have I ever seen a black woman carry condoms?
Nope.
Nope.
I can't say that.
I can tell you.
Yes, giving them the homeless.
I can tell you this. I can't say that they carry them, but when it's time, at sometimes when it's time to do the nasty, sometimes it's just around for some reason.
The condoms are around.
Nah.
The kind,
but not
I'm in the 90s and the 80s.
I very seldom had a black woman tell me that I need to put on a condom.
Exactly.
And I'm not.
Or they try to convince you to take it off.
And I just believe I am in the high double digits and maybe the low triple digits. Okay.
Yeah, I got a different experience, but there was always somebody saying, "I don't want no babies."
They would all say
that's
that.
why you use protection. Yeah.
They would all say that.
And I'd be gullible. Me too.
Every last woman I ever been with said that.
Yeah, okay. But ask them what's in their purse. No condoms. No condoms.
What's in your wallet?
Exactly.
You got
Not that.
Man, any space, that little space saucer that look that they put what is it, birth controls in. This is what I say. I'm like, why are you showing me that? I take your word for it.
Did you? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Let me see the date on him. See when the last time you actually took one.
He must have some really good women, man. Because hey, you know what? I told this story about. I always tell a story about before you get ready to get down. Right? I said I always got to go to the bathroom. First thing to do is check the medicine cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ain't no pills. It's oh shit.
Double wrap. Let me get 2 bags.
Little schizo.
Yep.
Oh
Like, what
man.
the hell is this?
So what? Because a young guy asked me, why do you go to pee just before you get ready to do it? So you want to go to have an excuse to go to the bathroom. I said, where you go to the bathroom for? You checking for pills, boss?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You better hope that little thing don't squeak. Like, squeak. You okay in there? No, I'm good.
No, you know what?
It don't matter at that point.
The first time I was having sex with my fiance, right, and you know, we had already, you know, foreplay and all the shit. We're getting ready to get down, and just before you get ready to stick it in, guess what she says? I'm not on anything, but I can't get pregnant. He's
Yep.
and it's just wondering what happened, right?
Game over.
You wonder what happened. You wonder what happened to him, right?
What
was it, like Pac-Man?
Yep, Pac-Man.
Yeah, like black hole.
Oh Lord.
And then you wonder what's wrong. What happened?
What's wrong? You know, I need to leave.
What's wrong? How come it won't get? How come it won't come up? What's wrong?
I got a mental block against having children.
Yeah. Think about baseball. I want to be the bat.
Shit. Yeah, you're gonna be the bat. You're gonna be the ball. Get hit.
What's the main pill that make you say no? The black pill actually will. Now the black pill is just a circumstance. You know, red pill will make you say no. What really is basically what makes you really say no, or have the ability to say no, is age. Once you get past 35, you have the ability to say no.
Yeah. That's the main thing, because you don't have as much testosterone pumping to your brain telling you go for it anyway. This might be your last chance, you know.
Yeah.
Once you get over a certain age, you're like, yeah, I can pass anyway.
Yeah, when you're 20s, you see a hot piece of tail, your whole body starts to throb. Bloom, bloom.
Yep.
Bloom.
Yep.
God damn.
There's little to no rational thought.
No.
There. I tried to tell my son that shit. I said, this is gonna be the hardest thing in the world for you to do. I swear.
Like Bugs Bunny said, if I do this, I get a whipping. Yeah, I do this.
I did it.
Cannot resist.
Well, this stopped me from doing it in the party, but I was in my late 20s at the time. And you know, it came in before I started dancing with this girl. Like, wait a minute, do I want to be on this girl's baby daddy list? Nope.
Oh, yeah. See that
how old were you?
That is the best birth control. If a woman wants to get 28, first thing he has to say is, you know, I can't get, you know, make that lie. I can't get pregnant easy. I'm not on any birth control.
Oh shit.
And
that was fun.
And automatically he's gonna go, oh shit.
Yeah. Yep. Automatically.
That's what
I was like, do I want to be on this girl's baby daddy list? Nope.
Go ahead.
That's what's always fun. Go ahead, Smooth.
I was going to say, if she say, I'm not on anything, but I can't get pregnant, you'd be like, it's okay. I had herpes, but I'm fine now.
No,
you don't say that.
Not
funny, but you do not say that.
You know what she might say? Oh, it must be Kismet because I have him too.
Exactly. You are messed up, BG.
You are my soul.
That's good. Oh shit.
That'll only work 50% of the time.
Oh my god.
Gigi's cracking up. Even Miss Gigi's laughing.
She'll be like, I've dealt with worse.
She's laughing. She knows what I'm telling her the truth.
You're right.
And this is like over 30 years ago, man.
Yeah.
My ex, my fiance, she's 63 now, so she'll be 64. She'll be damn near. Well, she's a senior citizen.
She's older. Okay.
Well, she's older than me. Yeah. Bad. Oh,
wow.
Bad.
So BGS,
bad girl. Woo, she was bad.
What made you not like make that last step? Because you always say fiance.
I put a ring on her finger, and and then the demon came out.
The whole I was gonna tell Smooth that's an easy question.
The demon came out. Wow.
You're mine.
Ring of
Wow.
constriction.
He tried to use the wifely tricks before we walked down the aisle.
Oh, damn.
But it was
My precious.
in hindsight, I'd been better off financially if I kept her though, because she's a IT specialist. So
That's the fucked up part.
making over 6 figures, so I'd been better off if I kept her.
In fact, here's the thing, BGS. If you kept her, would she still have gotten there?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she would definitely gotten there. Probably gotten there faster.
Really?
Yeah, but I was a chemistry major in school, so and I was going back to school becoming an EE.
Oh shit. Okay, maybe she would have. I'm always of the mind that some people they will not grow to that level until you leave them, or some senses, because then they want to try to prove that you didn't know what the hell you were talking about. Then they go harder against, especially when.
Yeah.
Now it's the next one, baby mama, that put kibosh on all that shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah. But no, fiance, no, she was a 89 climber.
Okay, so she was motivated.
Okay. Yeah, she was motivated.
Okay.
Which is you need to go back and get your degree because I think the previous boyfriends was an engineer and Air Force colonel.
Oh, so that
she wanted you to step up. Huh?
Yeah. I'm used to guys driving Benzes and
keep me in the lifestyle I'm accustomed to.
Bad girl, but she had a body like a Playboy bunny. So
Westchester product.
No, actually, she was not. Where did she go? She went to. She was actually raised in Jordan Downs. She actually went to Jeff.
Oh wow. Okay.
And she was one of those stars in the ghetto. So she wanted to get out and stay out. So she's a bad girl, man.
She's never going back.
Yeah, she had a body like Pam Grier, but she had. You ever remember the Debbie Morgan, the actress?
Yes.
She had dimples like Debbie Morgan.
Oh wow.
She was a bad girl. In fact, when we went out, man, you ever see? It's the first time I ever noticed black women's head goes down when they see a pretty woman in your presence.
They do.
They put their head down. It's like, okay, I can't compete with her.
Like bowing to the king.
I can't compete with that one, boy. I remember one time we had a work event, right, and we had tickets to a Magic's Midsummer Night event, right? We have this charity basketball game, and all the chicks that thought they were hot, man, I brought her in, and they all all them heads went down. They kind of shrunk back.
The queen,
and she dolled up too. She made sure the hair was pressed. She had the makeup on. She had the stilettos on. She came in. She was already like 5'9". She brought the stilettos on. I came walking with her, like everybody that shrank back, had them big ass chicks sitting out and shit. Oh yeah, with the cleavage and stuff like that. Oh, they shrunk back. They woo.
She was a goddess. It's like damn. She's like damn goddess.
Yeah, because I thought she was when I first met. I thought she was fat. You know, because she had them big boobs and she had to do what the clothes she was wearing that made her look chubby, right? Until I took them clothes off. So wow, she got a little bitty like 24-inch waist and these huge ass boobs. She just didn't work out though.
Damn.
She was bad.
Yeah.
She was bad.
That's the tough part.
Yeah, she was bad. Yeah, she was bad.
Seems like you only dated a type of woman, BGS.
Who didn't?
You know what?
Smart.
You would
Like
think
the body was always like on the 9-10 level.
Well, you know, well, that's what I was actually around in when I was
a different era. And he in LA.
Going to school because Art knows with the Westchester area, man. Those kind of chicks, those are actually 9200 octane chicks. Like they're basically
fine as hell, man.
Fine as hell. Like Lynn Swan's wife actually went to my high school, and she was actually one of the Turner kids.
Yeah, that's a Nicole Murphy.
I would agree with that.
Those,
a lot of Nicole Murphy types that went to my school. Just bad.
You got and that chick that's with Boris Kojo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she.
Oh, you had a lot of those. Yeah, green eyes. And she'd have been like average, you know. In our high
Yeah. I think about it because it's LA, it's Hollywood, and most of the people who think they beautiful or whatever will all congregate there. Mm-hmm. So that means the water level for what's attractive there is like way fucking high. because the standards is like unreachable
Yeah.
any other place in the damn world because everybody's congregating there. It changes the whole level of the game.
We had some ugly ducklings too.
Yeah, even what I call my ugly duckling, man. Girlfriend.
Probably a 6 or a 7.
No, she wasn't 6. She was actually a 4 in the face. Okay, she was a 4 in the face. Yeah, she was really dark. She was a 4 in the face, but she was 5'8". She had like a 24, 25-inch waist, right? And she had 44 double D's.
Jesus.
Huge.
My fofo make sure all your kids don't grow.
I thought she was fat too.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, blue, 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 blue. She was 16. Blue, 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 blue.
Yeah. Those are Latinos I like. With that, is she fat? No, she ain't fat. That's all top heavy. That's all top heavy.
Yeah, she was top heavy. I mean,
I'll handle that.
Anyway, even I was just telling somebody the other night that I've been looking at Doja Cat, right? I said, why am I looking at Doja Cat? Didn't she was wearing a dress? Oh, now I remember. The last chick I had turned me into a MGTOW, had a body just like Doja Cat.
What the fucking Doja Cat?
I noticed when she was wearing those tennis shoes, she's got she's thick. I mean, she's got those thick calves and thick legs and a little waist, for her big boobs. Yeah. Okay. I said, oh, okay. Now I know. It's if you from the head down, it's my ex.
Damn.
Now let me ask you this, BGS, because your time. Was there a lot of makeup worn like today?
No, very light. In fact, most black men during that time didn't like women. If a woman came in with heavy makeup, now Latinos would they cake it off. For black women, no. Basically, if women got downgraded if she had a lot of makeup on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
black women that I've seen, at least from BGS's age group, never actually needed it.
No,
it was fucking beautiful. Had good skin and all that. They didn't need all that damn makeup. The makeup was for white folks because they're trying to enhance or cover up their blotches or uneven skin tones and shit like that. That's what the makeup is for. But black women didn't need that shit.
No,
even when I was high school, most chicks didn't need makeup. Not really.
Hell no.
Black men hated makeup because if a woman wore makeup and shit and you went out with her, you come home, you got her makeup all over your clothes and shit.
Yeah.
And we'll put up with the hair. Okay, we'll put up with the hair. But that makeup got to go.
Yeah, that's a
lot of their skin is bad because of that damn makeup.
Yeah, because it blocks your fucking pores and shit.
Well, if you think about it, heavy makeup looks good on camera. When you see them
in person, not really.
If you see them live with heavy makeup, or unless they really know what they're doing, they look like I wouldn't say clowns. No, they look like dolls. They don't look.
They look like
Moneras,
trannies.
Yeah, they look like Edward Scissorhands.
No, don't hate on Edward Scissorhands like that.
the little shop of horrors.
Yeah, so even today, I don't. They
look like the mask from Saw 3. I'm not the mask, the little puppet.
So as growing up,
Rocky Horror.
One thing, growing up, the things I hated wigs and I hated makeup.
Exactly.
I don't like makeup.
I put up rollers, and stuff like that. I'd rather put up rollers and curlers and stuff like that than a wig and makeup.
I had to tell a 25-year-old black chick at my favorite theater I go to a couple weeks back. We were in there talking, and she was talking about having wigs and shit. And I said, I'll tell you what, the generation I'm from, a wig was something some old lady wore, and it sat on a little foam mannequin head in her bedroom.
Yeah, the only two
not 25-year-old people who still grow their hair.
Yeah, like Artisan said back when I was young, the three people that wore wigs and heavy makeup were trannies, prostitutes, and old women.
Yeah, especially in church.
bottom basement prostitutes because they don't know how to put on fucking makeup or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They got that precious Lord take my hand wig at the
Yeah.
churches.
Yeah,
Oh
and,
my
and,
God.
and,
Yeah.
and
They got that
the funeral home makeup to make them look ghost-like. Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, God.
Like, you waiting to jump in the casket.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
yeah,
Casper edition.
I couldn't
Mac
stand it. I never could stand a lot of damn makeup, and that was going way back to
Yeah.
elementary school when the girls
Hey,
started
BGF.
packing that shit
Yes,
on.
sir.
That's what I be want to tell the bald eagle. You look like you just stepped out of a damn casket with all that damn makeup on your
I mean,
face.
you know what? I had no if dudes are going
Nosferatu.
if dudes are
The
going,
bald eagle looks like
If
a
that-
crash dummy with a wig on.
he probably does. The thing is, it makes the money, so I can't
It
argue with it.
does.
She's
So
a black crash dummy with a
I
wig.
guess.
some people like crash dummies.
They do.
Oh yeah. Only thing is that they don't stay with them.
goddamn candygram this early in the day, man.
Who's
Nah,
getting
that's
Must
my
be
brother.
hard.
That's my brother.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I gotta take this call.
I was gonna say, goddamn, Artisan.
Not
Lord,
me.
I'll be back. I gotta
I'm
take this call.
drawing.
All right.
I am
All right.
drawing, sir. I am drawing, good sir.
Then
I
and
reject your premise.
and that means what, sir?
that means I'm drawing on my creativity at this moment.
Yeah, I got my grandson working out of his art book, so I have him take a page
nice.
and I have him trace it first. I have him trace the page first. You know, I have a little light
Light
tablet,
Okay.
right? And
I
have
can send you some PDFs, BGF. I'm gonna send you
Okay.
some PDF
Okay,
for your grandson.
yeah. So I have him trace the forms first, right? So
Mhm.
you have him trace the form first, and I'll draw it. And so I have him do that. Trace it first and then draw it.
Yeah, that's how I started. Started
Mhm.
with tracing,
Mhm.
and then started with actually just composing the picture that I actually want.
Mhm.
And that's why I say I started drawing it in reverse, because I learned how to do things from the outside in. I
Mhm.
didn't learn the skeletal structure and stuff like that underneath first. I learned the outside first. I could see the image and put the image down, and then work the anatomy and everything else together like that. But then when I actually, learned a little bit, I started going from the inside out. Start with the skeleton and then build on top of that shit.
Yeah,
So then it worked a little better.
I'm just trying to get him to draw things, so because get him used to drawing the basic shapes like circles and lines and curves.
So, circles, squares,
Whatever you
triangles,
do,
spheres.
whatever you do, make sure that he doesn't start off by doing a lot of anime drawings and
Yes.
Disney drawings
Yes,
and all that.
yes.
That'll mess him up.
I would agree with that, Art, just for the fact that because a lot of it is really simply done,
Mhm.
it doesn't improve your skills on doing anything else.
Yeah.
It's easy
Yeah.
to go back to that if you already know how to draw other things.
Mhm.
But if you
Right.
start with that, you have a harder time learning how to draw
Yeah, I
anything
can
else.
see that.
It's
Like
like how
say mechanical or some shit like that.
it's like how BGS talk about the imprint.
Mhm.
Mhm.
It has the same effect.
Oh, the muscle memory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has the same effect.
Yeah.
'Cause I remember that story when Louis Armstrong learned how to play the trumpet wrong and it messed his lips up.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, basically, it's not your lips. It's your
muscle.
cheeks, your jowls. No, because they teach you to actually tighten your embouchure, tighten your cheeks, so that you don't get that. So basically, before you even start playing the trumpet, basically you have to practice blowing and actually tightening your cheeks, so you don't get the big cheeks. And even what is it? Dizzy Gillespie has the same thing, because he didn't learn the right way. And basically stretch that skin. Yeah.
He has that gash in his upper lip, I think.
Yeah, but the thing is if you don't learn it the right way, right? Where white players learn it the right way because they don't have that problem, right? They learn how to tighten. You see, like white people seem kind of stiff when they play the trumpet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're taught to actually tense your cheek muscles and then blow through that canal, right? Whereas if you don't learn that, basically you will let your cheeks inflate, but then over time that'll stretch out your skin.
Yep.
You get that balloon effect, like in your cheeks and then in your jowls.
Yeah, not to switch gears too much, but smooth. I told Griff about you guys, Professor Griff.
Okay.
Who guys?
Oh my God.
What did he do this time?
Because we were talking about, because we always had this millennial talk about music.
Okay.
You know, as far as because our buddy BMT, I know he's listening. He says, "Why go through all the instruments when you could just program a computer and do the same thing?"
Oh Lord.
Oh Jesus
So
Christ!
that's his argument.
Oh Lord.
Foundation.
Not the
Oh
same.
my God.
That's
Foundation.
BMT. That's not me.
And so I'm sitting there like, huh, bro,
That's
I told him that.
BMT. That's not me.
He
I
said,
heard what he said. I didn't think it was you,
I can
Smooth.
tell you it's not the same.
he said that the
No.
conversation should have been over at that point.
Yeah.
That's what he
Yeah, it
said.
should have been.
Because then you're a technician. You're not a musician.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you just want to be just like a DJ or something like that, then you really don't need to learn it. But if you're trying to write music, you need to learn it because every person I know that's can actually write tracks. I mean, really write them.
Can
They're
actually
all
play an instrument.
yeah, like my
Yeah.
buddy, the buddy that I used to work with, right? He plays bass. Just he's been doing it so long, and he plays like maybe 5 or 6 instruments, right? He's been doing it so long. He can actually take any song and basically reprogram it actually from the ground up, actually recreate this song and it sounds exactly like the original. You'll never be able to.
Wow.
Some of the stuff some of the stuff like Rhyme or Reason that you guys be listening to, that's him. That's him. Actually putting the licks together.
Okay.
See,
You can't tell it from the original.
Yeah, that was the point for me when I was having a debate with somebody about who was better, Prince or Michael Jackson. I said Prince, simply because he played all the instruments. He could actually listen to something and design some music and write the music if he needed to, so somebody else can play that shit. Michael Jackson could hear it.
No,
I don't know what he could play.
Michael could play keyboards and guitar. They grew up. His dad made sure. Yeah, his dad made sure they all played. Yeah, they all played.
Okay.
I mean, he played a lot of percussion.
He wasn't as good as Prince. Not by any means, but no, he could play. He could play piano. He could play guitar. Joe Jackson made sure they could all play.
Okay, because I only remember Michael dancing, and maybe you saying that I'm thinking, have I seen one video with him holding a guitar? I think it might have been some old, like not even American Bandstand or Ed Sullivan, some bullshit.
No,
maybe he had a guitar.
Michael was also more of a dancer and performer, though.
Oh, but like what BJ is trying to tell you guys, he was playing instruments on some of his demos. He was playing percussion a lot. That's why if you hear him talk, he's always about the beat.
Yeah, he's always about the beat.
Yeah,
that's what I always gave him credit for. That he could engineer a song. He knew how to put a song together.
And he's part of royalty.
Right. What does that mean? Come on now.
He's part of that. He was definitely from that lineage where you had to really come with it back then. So he was young at the time. So I
stand corrected.
He stood the test of time, man, and he's a living testimony. That's why he got so much respect as he got older.
Yeah. You would think somebody like Brandy, right? That you never seen her play. But the thing is, Brandy grew up playing piano in the church. Right. She can play. She doesn't. You don't see her do it on stage, but she can play. Yeah, there's a lot of them that can play that you don't think can play, but they play. They grew up playing.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's also because of the time they came up. It's like if you really wanted to get in music, you had to at least be able to play one instrument or read a note. You know?
People don't talk about Marvin Gaye enough.
Marvin Gaye played with. He started off as a drummer.
Yeah, he did everything. He was a composer.
Yeah. Well, if you're around it, you had got nothing but time, so you learn to play.
Yeah. Because that Trouble Man, I still can't get enough of Trouble Man.
Oh, Trouble Man is dope.
God, Deezy. He put his foot in that one.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it was good. The Mad Genius.
Because you look at them credits, it's like, damn, he did all them instruments.
That's usually what I like.
Stevie.
So, do y'all think that he let his dad kill him?
You want to know the real story?
Oh, let's hear it.
Yes.
No, BGS, no.
Yes.
Okay, you got to remember during that time, right? Crack era, right?
Crack era.
And basically, Marvin was doing what? He was banging county women, project women, and smoking dope, right?
Right.
And he had, Marvin's got a temper, right? and Marvin Sr.'s got a mouth. And the story is they got into an argument. Marvin was whooping on his old dad's ass, right?
Yep.
Dad protected himself, and that's what happened.
Had to get him off him.
Had to get him off of him. I mean, I think Dad at the time was like 70.
Yeah,
I think so.
If I remember, he did have some remorse for that shit too. It wasn't like he was like, "Fuck that dude." The dad actually had some remorse.
True. That's true. His son, also the golden goose.
Yep. Yeah, tempered flared. But you know, you ain't gonna put your hand on my mama. That's what his whole thing was.
Yeah, that's what it was about too. Like I think the dad was arguing with the mom, and he was like,
"No, Dad was putting his hands on the mom. I believe he was handling her. Supposedly, that's the story I heard."
Yeah, I know that they got into a fight, man, and
Marvin put hands on his dad.
Yeah, Dad pull out. Yeah, you know, I had to get you off of me.
He said, "Hold on, I'll be right
so
back."
is the real story that he had to get him off of him and shot him off? Because the other story is that he went to his room and then came back.
No. Marvin was putting in work, man.
He said was putting in work.
Putting in work.
Yeah, him and his dad had a contentious relationship anyway. That's
giving on that gospel hand.
What's that? I mean,
didn't they say his dad was some kind of cross dresser too or something?
That's what I was going to ask you. What do you think of that?
I believe it. I believe it because I've seen his dad.
What's the story?
You know what? There's a lot of dudes. There's a lot of dudes that are straight, which is weird. That are married, got kids, and they got a little bit of it.
Full families.
Yeah, full families, and they dudes, you know, but they like to be pretty.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Back in the day, that was just
I know more than you, man. I work with a dude, man, and he'd be doing blue collar work, man, and he'd have on thongs.
Oh, can't do it. Can we say for it?
And the biggest hole that I worked with. Yeah. He would if he couldn't get it, if he couldn't talk up on it or retract it, he'd actually buy it. So it didn't matter. So he wasn't gay.
Dude with big ass hands wearing lace.
He had some lace underneath, man.
Oh damn.
hey, with those you know, no, one thing, he didn't have rough hands. I can't say he had rough hands. He kept his hands smooth. He kept his gloves on and kept low. You know, if you work with the gloves, you want to keep your hands soft. You make sure you put your what he used to do is put the
Vaseline in the glove.
You put the lotion, the good lotion on his hands. He put what is it, the Playtex gloves, not the Playtex, but what do they call them? The
finger out
and nitrile gloves, and then he put his regular gloves over it, right? And we pull them off, man. His hands would be buttery smooth. You know, so that's why he taught me that. So if you're going to keep your hands smooth, this is what you do, and it actually works.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Buttery.
It's weird when you shake your
hands be buttery smooth, man. Your hands be buttery.
The hell up smooth. I learned that in the trade that you actually, if you want to keep your hands soft because you like your women and you don't want to be tearing up her legs when you're rubbing, you always put on some gloves. You always have on some latex gloves or whatever underneath your work gloves.
Oh, and then work gloves.
I don't know if it's the sweat or if you lotion your hands or whatever, but it locks in and keeps your hands soft.
Yeah, basically as you work in the sweat and the moisturization actually keeps your hands, your skin really, really soft. In fact, your hands is actually softer than most women,
right?
Because it's constantly moisturized. But if you don't do that, you don't put that latex in that lotion, man, you're gonna have some calluses out of this world.
Man, it just kind of bugs me sometimes when a dude has like very soft hands, doing that handshake. It's like I pull fast, like damn, what's going on?
Yeah, me too.
It's like some damn butter.
Yeah,
that's stupid.
You holding cords or something?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, you don't do no work.
On the coy side of the game.
Tell them that's a shyster right there. Like,
what did they say? What did they say? 10 down and holds up, my hands stay smooth because all I touch is bitches and money.
Yeah. I'm like, you got muscles too? Like,
yeah, you have muscles. Yeah. That's
Why is your hand so soft, Negro?
yeah.
You need to be slapping trees outside or something. Rubbing on some concrete. Get some man's hands, you know.
Rub some of that dirt off the ground in your hands.
You know what I'm saying?
A lot of women judge you like that too, boy. They judge you by your hands. Your hands too soft.
Well, I'm laughing because that was the shit we heard on the job site when I started wearing, more gloves, because we had a couple of women on our job site, and they would always wear the rubber gloves. I was like, that don't make no goddamn sense. You're working with concrete and shit. This thing's gonna be ruined. I don't want my hands all messed up.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So when I started doing that, was they saying, it's like, man, what you doing? You trying to keep it good when you beating off? I said, nah, man, I don't be scratching my lady vagina all up. I like close contact. What the fuck?
But if you're doing physical labor, that's the secret. You put the latex gloves, or the nitrile gloves now, but the nitrile gloves are actually better.
Nitrile.
Yeah, and then you put a nice moisturizer. Well, the good lotion, no Vaseline, right? Vaseline actually burns. But the good moisturizer that actually moisturizes your skin, put nitrile over it. Put put your good leather gloves, man, good palm leather gloves, and basically good to go. By the time you off work, you're all moisturized.
That calf leather.
Yep. Don't get them cheap gloves, man. You gotta have good gloves. Don't get no cheap gloves.
Nope.
But I do like mustard seed oil. I'm not a lotion dude.
Super healthy art.
Mustard seed.
I am not a lotion. I can't. Ooh wee, man.
No light on it.
Oh, like it, and then you got that feel.
Get you some shea butter.
Oh, okay. Well, I got some of that. Yeah, I got some of that.
Shea butter.
Call him Art Rough Touch.
And mix it up with a little, natural lanolin, and basically mix it together and just rub it together, rub it in. By the time you finish, you have your hands be buttery soft.
I got them Paul Robeson hands,
What's that? Paul Robeson hands?
Yeah, them, a little rough. I gotta have some kind of, some traction.
I guarantee you, but basically, if you, basically, if you wear the nitrile gloves to lock you, because you're gonna sweat inside those gloves because it doesn't let it
natural, bring the natural moisture. You saying
they don't breathe very well because it's supposed to keep moisture and stuff out because they're actually medical gloves, right? It doesn't want to let anything in, so basically it doesn't breathe. So all that sweat will get locked into the glove, right? So basically, your natural sweat and natural moisturization. By the time you finish, you'll basically be like you've been in a bath for like 8 hours.
Yep.
Your hands will be, sometimes if you really work hard, they'll even come out a little bit wrinkled.
Yeah. When I use them, I use the nitrile gloves when I paint, right? Paint or whatever. I use those.
Gigi, you like rough hands. Yes, you like a man with rough hands. You like a man. Come on, G.
You like to feel it when he grabs you. Like, ooh.
Feel it. I'm lying. You're like a man.
I think he's squeezed some juice out of me.
You don't want no soft hands on you.
Yeah. But using those gloves and just painting, you paint for like an hour.
Yeah.
You pull your hand off, your hand will be sweating in those gloves.
Yeah.
It'll be moist. And I've seen that pruning. Like, these motherfuckers pruning just from these gloves. The first time I used them, I was like, some bullshit. I got my hands all wet. I need to dry them off now. Shit. Nothing but working the paintbrush. I was like, damn. Yeah. Secret speech, yes, secrets.
Oh, you're coconut oil, man. But add some shea butter to that coconut oil. Add some shea butter to that coconut oil. Yeah, we got you.
Shea butter. Yeah. I got some. I got the one where it's they sell it in like a rock type. It's not in a jar, in a plastic.
Oh, so you got to soften. That's why you use something like coconut oil that you soften it up.
Yeah.
Coconut oil and a little water.
Yeah, I can. I do that. Believe it or not, I do the teeth pulling with coconut oil.
The who?
When you gargle it for like 20 minutes, take all the stuff out of your teeth.
Oh, okay, yeah. The oil pull.
Yeah, I do that. You know, and dentists love that.
They do? Okay.
Yeah, they're like, wow, this really works for you. I'm like, yeah, okay. As long as I got no cavities.
As long as I got no cavities.
I ain't trying to get the drill action. I can't stand that sound, man. We sit in that dental chair.
Mm-hmm. Oh
You're like, oh fuck, I hope they ain't going deep.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Like some sparks coming out of your teeth.
Yeah. Okay, goddamn, drilling for oil? What's up?
Yeah, this is not natural. This is not natural.
Yeah, I ain't paying you to hurt me.
Yeah, you are.
I remember the Little Shop of Horrors when they do come in.
Well, Steve Martin ass.
Yeah.
Like little masochist.
Get out of my chair.
Yeah. Like he wasn't scared, motherfucker.
Now, Gigi,
I think of that old.
She like rough hands. Don't let her fool you.
I always think of that old. What was it? Dustin Hoffman movie or whatever, where they brought the guy in. He went
Marathon Man.
Yeah, and they sat there and tortured him in the dentist chair, and it was the wrong fucking dude the whole time. Like, oh, that'll do it. You admit to all kind of shit then. Right?
Well, his brother knew.
Oh
right?
my goodness.
His brother was the spy.
Right. He didn't know shit. But they sat his ass in that chair and went to work.
Yep.
Like, that's rough. That's what I think of when I hear Mr. Drill warming up. Like, oh motherfucker, here we go. Can't help it. I like sweets.
Damn.
So BGS, you saw that movie. I saw that review, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, I watched it for you. It had to get
Appreciate
past the opening scene, man.
Is it Netflix?
It's on Netflix. The opening scene, man. We see the food come down, man. Oh my god!
Right.
It takes a minute to get used to.
Based on what you said, BJS, that's like a perfect depiction of our society.
It was meant to be. It was meant to be. It was actually, but you got to remember. You got to remember take the people that write it, because Spanish is a highly Catholic country, and so you can see the as you descend down into hell, because that's the metaphor, right? Lower and closer to hell, all the way down. So that's Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, I didn't make that connection with that, so I thank you. That's why I actually wanted you to watch it, because I watched it and I had a lot of damn thoughts, and I'm like, I'm missing something. Though. There's something I don't know that's happening in this shit.
Yeah,
like, who can I get to watch this shit? Because motherfuckers don't be on the same page. BGS, he'll probably watch it. If I can convince him to watch it.
Yeah. That's the first two things that popped into my head: capitalism and the trickle down theory. And also Dante's Inferno, because it's a highly religious theme. In fact, his book Don Quixote, okay,
he took that in.
Yeah, he took that in.
That was actually the tell for that.
Yeah. Basically, which is more powerful, the sword of the book.
Right.
Everybody else had weapons.
Yeah. Did he had knowledge, or he had a weapon? Which one was he going to use? Yeah. I thought it was interesting, because I always get into movies that show you what happens when society can break down, or when people can break down, where their breaking point is and what will happen. And the shit that was going on, and that's like, motherfuckers went crazy. Like, everything seems, not rational until you're in a situation where, okay, you're gonna be here for 30 days and you don't have no food. Nothing is coming. Now what are you gonna do?
Yeah, well, you do is just you and your it basically is who's gonna come out on top, because it's either you or him.
Yep. That was messed up.
And that dude said it ain't personal, but I gotta eat you.
I gotta eat you. Yeah, he did.
Serious.
I like you. He said, I like you.
You're a good guy, but what that arm do though?
You ain't shit.
Because
you know what I'm saying?
Because I think his name Tribbiasi was actually he was actually a hardcore rugged individualist capitalist.
Mhm.
And in fact, he said he asked him, what are you, a communist? But he
Right.
talked about sharing the wealth.
Right.
And then he went over to the side and peed on the food. He said,
Oh wow.
yeah. In other words,
Yeah, it was fucked
I'm
up.
enforcing the rules so they can't share. So next time, don't listen to him.
Right.
In other words, don't talk to the people below, right? Because that's the enforced rules. So how come we can't talk to people up there because they won't listen? And we're not supposed to talk to the people below. Why? Because they're below.
Because they were below. And I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, I get it, but that's fucked up. But let's see where the story goes. And that last, the brother.
Oh yeah.
At the end, that was interesting because he ended up running into his old cellmate or whatever the hell he was, and actually talking to him about the whole message that they're sending up. And I'm like, yeah, but how long had you been there? I was like, it's like, would you, in that situation, could you actually hold on to something like that and believe that it is a benefit for all of us to get out of here?
You got to
Because
remember,
you convince enough people of that shit.
The thing is, you got to remember, at some point, you got to suspend belief.
Yep.
And to make it's not a factual story. It's actually a fable. And so you have to forget about all the normally in science fiction said, well, how does the mechanism move? Will this happen in real life? What are they inject for? All that kind of stuff. And basically, if you focus on that, it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Why does somebody have to go to prison because they want something, because they desire something?
Right, and that's why I had a hard time describing it to most of the people. It's like, I would say it's kind of sci-fi because it's pulled into the future, into a possible future, but it's not really functioning like a sci-fi.
No,
it's not.
I mean,
it's more of a drama. It's like a drama, but then you got allegories in it the whole time.
Basically, if you could actually put the same setting in the 12th century,
yeah.
You could have been to work that well. Basically, this really they modernized it, but basically, this is like a Gothic tale.
Yeah.
Even down to the end, and basically, even down to the ending, it's a very heavy religious theme.
Yep.
Speaking of religion, they working hard to get them tithes in, even though you ain't going to church.
Yeah, you got to keep the funds going. It's called Cash App, brother.
Yeah, man. I was like, wow. Even TD Jakes in on the action.
Because everybody get it now.
Yeah, virtual church. Yeah.
Yeah. I told you.
Like, let me lay hands
smart
on
man to figure out.
Yeah, he figured it out well before, man. They discovered Cash App, PayPal before we did.
Yeah. I got that call from my buddy, and I didn't respond to the damn text, but talking about with the shop and how to get people to pay online or whatever and still pick up books and stuff like that. Said, oh, it only took y'all 2 motherfucking weeks, but okay. Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
When they figured out ain't no money coming in, they thought in 2 weeks, Trump will have us back to work.
Yeah, I believe it. And did you hear too that they're not even going to send you checks? You got to give them your bank account number.
Yeah, direct deposit. I don't blame them.
Direct deposit works.
If you want the money,
because you get it faster.
If you want the money, you'll figure it out. You give them basically so many ways to do it. A bank account, get a Cash App account, you can get your money. There's no reason for you not to get your money.
If people are afraid, they could just start
unless you owe child support.
Unless you owe child support. Well, hey,
God forbid.
Well, I mean, there's there's a bunch of catches. If you haven't worked in the past couple of years, you're not on a job, you're not gonna get it because you don't have you haven't. You can't prove that you actually in a hardship because you ain't worked. So yeah. So for people that have basically are laid off their jobs or something like that. So that's what it's for.
Yep.
Yeah, my wife was asking about that. I'm like, no, just relax. You ain't there yet.
No, damn, they just passed it. Good Lord.
I know. Do I get anything? I'm like, shoot, no.
Yeah. Money. Oh, she's well, no, that's a woman, period, all over the world.
Yeah. Like, you know, just wait your turn.
Yeah. In fact, I got it. I'm thinking about doing this video about concubine men. Concubine brothers, it'd be, you know, be laying, you know, using the sword, but using it for free. So I got something for them. I'm gonna ask you. Basically, the old Mac is back, and basically, I'll put AMG in the background.
304.
Better have my money.
Bitch, better have my money.
Because the old Mac, I don't lay pipe for free. Okay.
I made that joke yesterday talking to a friend of mine and was telling her that shit about I think we were talking about relationships and how it doesn't make any sense for a man to be paying a woman because anything abundant on this planet is a food source. It's not the predator, right? That actually men should be more of a value. You should have to pay for dick more than you should pay for pussy because dick is not as readily available as vagina. But the whole situation is you know, flip flop. But in this situation, that could actually turn around. Like all these people wanting folks to come through and stuff like that. It's like you don't have to pay for that shit.
Yeah,
like,
pay for that. Yeah, get something. Yeah, gotta compensate me. Time and money.
Time and
money. And all the brothers says, "Oh well, you know, I get breakfast in the morning." Yeah, man.
Fuck that.
Yeah, old Max would say, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, you got the game backwards.
Yeah, you got the game backwards, man. You got to leave your house and risk messing up your relationship to do what? To have sex. I can understand if you got a woman and a side chick and maybe a random, but you could you have a circle like 4 or 5, 6 chicks. Come on, man.
Yeah, who was that saying that? I think that was ArtofIbmor was talking about that. How his homeboy was hitting a bunch of chicks. Like 4 or 5 chicks. And it's like sound expensive.
That's what
it should sound expensive.
That's why I have respect for the homosexuals. They get something out of the deal. People think I hate homosexuals. No, they actually, if you really want to say, they're actually doing the game right. You might think they're lousy and shiftless and lazy, but they're not laying up for free.
They're giving a service.
If you enter in a service,
they sure is.
Yes, I have no problem with homosexuals, man. As long as they, long as they're doing something, man. As long as they're not screwing up the environment. But
remember Lady Eloise with Eartha Kitt?
You
trying to create a homosexual out of Eddie.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
He said, Marcus.
Marcus, that's right. That's right.
He said, "Could you dim the lights just a little bit?
A little bit more?
Could you imagine every night though? Oh wow.
Oh yeah. So when my fiance, we had the power struggle. Okay, well, if you want to be right, you pay. You better dig in there. I was a little meaner back then. You better dig in that purse.
I had one chick.
Kids kind of softened me up.
Yeah. Well, kids will do that. I had one chick one time in my life that she had to pay me to hang out with her. And it was basically you had to pay me what I was going to make on my damn job that day to hang out with your ass. I was really not feeling it. I wasn't feeling it. And that was the only way I would hang out with her ass. And she paid that shit. And that was the only time I did that shit, but it was like younger and colder. It's like, like whatever. But at that point, that's when I had my son, so I'm understanding this shit. Like, all this is costing me something. You get to hang out with me for the day and be all nice and smiling and shit like that, and I'm still thinking about my damn money because I got bills to pay and a child to take care of. So I can't be doing this shit for free.
For free, yeah.
And give you this speech about money and everything, and I'm like, wait a minute, won't you earn some money? Yeah, let's let you lose some money and see if you say the same thing.
Yeah, pay the lion's share and we can talk about that shit.
Because if you think about it, as a man, you're providing, as a man, you're providing orgasms because, in the black community, with a black chick, if you ain't providing an orgasm, you're not going to be around it very long. So you're providing orgasm, companionship, emotional support, time and all that kind of shit, man. Entertainment, because if you're not entertaining, you're not going to be around it. You have to supply all that stuff, and you want to do it for free. Unless she's your woman, Your woman, okay, I can see. All right. You know what it is? It is what it is. I chose you. I want you around me. So guess what? All right. I feel you on that. But if you're gonna have 5, 6 chicks, you gotta do that stuff.
Nah, your woman, you charge it to the game.
Yeah.
Everybody else is like, that's a premium.
You forgot answering the door with a wave cap in the middle of the night saying, "Who is it?" That's security.
Well, it's protection. I used to make the joke with my ex-wife about knowing dudes would actually hit on her ass and not giving a fuck if they want to fuck or whatever. Because I told her, I said, "Well, I don't give a shit. I'm the only motherfucker get the fuck for free because I'm paying for the bills in the house and the kids and shit like that. That motherfucker ain't gonna fuck you for free. That's for damn sure. So whatever you're gonna do, you better be paying for that shit. You gotta pay to the fund because I'm holding the whole note on this shit.
I have to pay. You better make sure he pays.
Put a lien on it.
Exactly. Nobody do that shit for free but me because I got the kids and the wife. And I got to pay for the divorce and I got to support the kids. Nah, fuck that flirting ass dude. You got to kick in.
Basically, he's paying you to run the household.
No shit.
Yeah, send him some better signals too.
Yeah, my baby mom, she got mad at me because remember Indecent Proposal?
Yes.
She asked me what I do. I said, I said, I don't care what you do, but you better bring home that check.
Exactly. When that movie came out, that was like the litmus test for a chick if she was down for you or not. When they actually had ride or die chicks, like
everybody
let's watch Indecent Proposal, and then you just sit there and watch her and see what she say. Ooh, that's crazy. Would you do that shit?
That was a big topic, boy.
$1 million? Hell yeah.
Because a lot of guys are like, yeah, I think I'll be okay with that.
Shit, I got two cheeseburger.
We know a certain athlete that came up with a check, and the husband took it.
Exactly.
and didn't open his mouth. Okay,
that's worse than David in the Bible.
Yeah.
Damn. What athlete you talking about?
I ain't gonna say. Not on our panel. Art knows what I'm talking about, but I ain't gonna say on this panel.
Yeah,
those who know don't say.
We gotta keep it safe.
Keep it safe, yeah. But back in the day, everybody knew. Because
so the athlete was paying the husband to fuck his wife.
Not as crude as that. But hey, the reason I found out is because the guy I work with, he was a church member. He grew up in the church with the dude. That's how I found out. I said, really? And I said, no shit. I said, how much? I said, damn. I said, you know what? I'd have done the same thing. Fuck it. She's gonna leave anyway. Might as well get something out of the deal.
Just collect it and buy you another chick.
Well, you have
money.
Basically, that's my break fee.
Yep.
So hey, give me those digits.
And
I look at her, you look at me, basically, and already for you to actually offer me that kind of money, she's already done something anyway. So guess what? Go ahead. Yeah, salute. He ain't never said nothing either.
You got a better chance for alimony because she's making more than you, right?
No. Well, what alimony? You don't need it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what was paid, right?
Oh yeah, man. That's okay. I shouldn't even ask that question.
So basically, why does he need alimony? All he needs is he got a break fee to keep his mouth shut. And hey,
God, everybody's for sale, boy.
Everybody's for sale.
What is that, P.T. Barnum? Like everybody has a price.
I'd have been mad. I've been pissed off and stuff like that. And he said, but he want to offer you this much. Oh, this much?
CBGS. That's why.
Does he want me to drop you off? Can I? You want me to pack your bags, baby?
I ordered some roses for him.
Yeah. Hey, and with a thank you note. You know the little note in a hotel when you first walk in, right? And in the little towel and said with our compliments.
Yes.
I put the mint on the pillow for you.
I'd have sent her in a nice silk robe, man, and with a little negligee under there and pinned it right to with my compliments.
Compliments of the house.
You're like that old man in the club restaurant.
Yep.
Yeah, you just go ahead and go for it, young man. Go for it.
Yep. Yeah.
Get
Let me
yourself
stop
some.
you.
It'd have been me. That was an indecent proposal. He took it.
Oh, good Lord.
Hey, I think people would do this shit for a lot less. That's why I didn't think it was a bad trade. They'd do it for a lot less or a lot free.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck 'em. Do that shit anyway.
Yeah.
I was like, any dude that's had some chick that's cheated on her knows she probably wasn't even doing it for $1 million.
Yeah.
Probably wasn't doing it for shit, just for kicks.
For kicks, yeah.
So if a motherfucker was gonna offer you some money on top of that, $1 million something dollars, why the fuck not? She gonna do the shit anyway. Give me that million. Have fun, homeboy.
Any
Meter's running.
girlfriend ever cheated on me, wanted back in, and said, "You can't afford me now."
Mm-mm. Yeah.
The
That's
price
premium.
went up.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah, that's
afford me now.
premium.
Yeah, you can't afford me now. Don't even try. Keep moving.
We got BMT in the building.
Although a couple times they came pretty close.
I really try.
They came pretty close. Oh, how much? Okay, no. Can't do it.
Yeah, see.
My self-respect. Well, then it was more than that. I don't know about now. I say, shit, give me that money.
We got the briefcase. We fill it up.
Is it a basketball player?
I can't say.
Smooth.
Can't say.
You can
Does
ask
he
him in
have
the
5
back chat.
fingers on both hands?
I feel like
Yeah.
out of those 5 fingers, he has at least 4 championships.
We try not to give any hints, Smooth.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we would throw out the hints if we really wanted people to know. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I fault that.
But if you figured it out, you figured it out. You know.
Yeah. I don't know. I would need a few more.
We could. You know, you can email me. I'll tell you who it is. But it's not really a secret. But the thing is that if you know, you know.
And if you
I don't know.
you can't tell.
That's. I mean, that means that man that took that $1 million. What is he like a rich cuck?
And we didn't even say how much it is, Smooth. Come on, man. Well, man. He wasn't rich. He was what was he? He was an architect. He made good money. He made good money.
Yeah.
He made like at the time he made like 6 figures.
Wow.
Smooth is buggy, boy.
You already figured
When
it
a
out.
rich nigga wants ya, and your nigga can't do nothing for ya.
Hey.
Oh, these hoes ain't loyal. Yo, fam, Chris Brown officially became a prophet when he made that song.
Shit,
it wasn't prophetic though.
Not all.
We already knew.
It wasn't prophetic.
It happened before.
He just made a song about the obvious. Just nobody else has said
That was
shit.
his new discovery.
He just wrote about his uncle.
Yeah, we already knew, man. If a better dude with more money show up, shit, bitch, just move aside, man.
Bigger, better deal. That's
Better
the
deal.
That's the essence of monkey branching.
Keep her on, kiss her on the cheek. Shit, just don't take none of my money with you. That's all.
Damn.
You got to give her that orange juice Jones. Everything you came with.
Because if she's a 6 and a 10 show up,
you just spent the ring on her, and it's all for nothing.
He said, "You just a squirrel trying to get a nut."
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
You messing with the juice. I remember that video.
I'd say for a long time when I was younger, I used that philosophy that I knew every chick had a
price. Yeah,
she had a price,
mm-hmm.
and it was only a short amount of time. It didn't matter what was going to happen. I was like, if something better came along, she was going to be on that shit. And that's just how that shit works.
Mm-hmm.
And dealing with a lot of different women of different races, you'll see that shit. You know, white chicks is on that shit heavy.
Everybody.
That's their whole thing. Yeah. You know, so everybody is. So if you understand that shit, you can't believe too much of what they fucking saying, and you can't take a lot of this shit too seriously. Now that fucks them up because it's like you pulled their whole card. You know, He's like, I know you got a scheme. I know this is the end of the story. This is the plot, but we're just gonna run it anyway. That's not what I'm doing. What the fuck ever, man. Look.
But wouldn't Count Dracula be the classic story for that?
Count Dracula.
Oh, you're talking about with mesmerizing the women?
Yeah, like that. And plus, he's supposed to, if he's a count, he's supposed to be showing that he has money and all this kind of stuff. And then after that,
riches.
I would say more like Don Juan. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Don Juan.
That's why I was Don Juan de Negro.
Don Juan, the magic one.
I've helped a few of my ex-girlfriends stay married.
I tried to help my ex stay married with her new husband, but it just wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah, I try to help, because
I understood what he's going through.
If you hit it once, it's okay. This is the last time, but you need to go back to your husband and basically you need to share my number. Okay, you can't do that. Yeah,
BGS. Okay. BGS was playing that cold guy.
Send him back. Yeah, I ain't gonna break up nobody's marriage, man.
No, BGS is the man in the shadows.
I have my boundaries, that girl in Vegas. Basically, I told her that. She said, "When are you moving to Vegas?" I said, "Well, you ain't gonna stay married if I move to Vegas."
Truth. Especially if you're putting it on me, BGS, you're not supposed to be going that goddamn deep, man.
You come in that trench coat with nothing under it.
Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to be going that deep.
Oh shit!
You can't go that deep on the side piece, man. You cannot do that.
Yeah, I know, man.
So I baked it for stabbed. You. Bake it naked?
Yeah. Or anybody under 30, yeah.
Or anybody under 30. You got a cutoff.
They can't handle it, man.
Yeah, it's hard to do them young dating ventures.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna talk about Cardi B.
What about her?
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying when you're dating them young chicks, what you have in common.
Cardi B is 50. I wouldn't have anything in common with her.
No, I said if you were dating a young chick, what would be the topic that you'd be talking about? And I just mentioned Cardi B.
Not fucking Cardi B.
Her eyes rolling up in the back of her head.
That too.
It's probably on her phone, right? On that phone for a while.
Whatever.
I gotta bring it down a little bit. I'm getting a little bit too cold-blooded.
It's okay, man.
Not very monk-like.
You're in a safe space.
But she's laughing her ass off, though. What you know about?
Yeah, I know.
That's the giggly girl.
Acting like you know something.
Yeah.
Bro, she got girlfriends.
You know what? The part that we didn't cover in our conversation about what's the chick's name? Madam C.J. Walker. Didn't she run a brothel?
That's what I thought.
With a name like Madam, she must have.
That's why I thought the Madam came
all
from.
Out the movie. It had nothing. It was none of that in the movie.
You think they're gonna put that in the movie? Come on.
I don't give a shit. That's what I understood. That the reason that they called her Madam C.J. Walker was that she owned a brothel.
She from her
hair care stuff was what she was using on her girls.
Yeah, and what she probably used them to sell the stuff. So
exactly.
Yeah, they lied about the chick, her rival. I was like, wow. They when you talking about poetic license, man,
and
had to make her a mulatto. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like,
that was interesting.
They threw all the maybe they would. You know what's crazy? That whole movie looked like it was feeding into what we talk about in Black YouTube.
Oh yeah.
That was the point.
The very opening scene. I haven't even seen all of that. So I saw like 20 minutes of it, right? Of the first part, right? It's very opening scene. Husband comes in drunk, calls her some name, calls her ugly, and cuts her with the bottle and walks out. That's the color purple right there. That's the color purple in like 30 seconds.
Man, so how do we explain LeBron's involvement in this one?
It's called
His wife.
No, access. Basically, he's just trying to get credit, because he's trying to get into Hollywood. So if he produces, then more projects will come his way, and he'll get a name. And basically, he produce more projects and get his name on it. Then basically, he'd probably start producing shit for China, which is ultimately the goal.
Well, I hope he didn't invest. I hope he don't invest in surviving Kobe.
Huh?
I said, I hope you don't invest in surviving Kobe like they do with surviving
You might see it. You might see it.
Oh man, I hope not. Oh God, because that was some straight up man hating stuff right there, and his name is on it, and he got a son.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go that far.
Nah,
Not
never.
with his name on it. Yeah.
Especially not if he would want his son to play in the NBA.
Yeah, because ultimately his market is men and not women.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he doesn't care about what women think. You know, he needs a way into Hollywood. That's really what
I hear what you're saying.
That's why he came.
Yeah, good luck on that, boy, because it seems like your children are always up for grabs when you're trying to get in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when
that's what they feed off of.
Yeah.
Told my daughter that.
Yeah, I fear for that young daughter of his.
Oh, they're gonna be after her.
Who?
Yeah.
I just feel bad for EJ.
Celebrity.
Like, bruh.
Why you feel bad for him?
EJ got sacrificed.
Yeah, because if you follow the story with Dwayne Wade and his nanny, he had a male feminine nanny.
Okay.
And
so Gabrielle feel okay, didn't it?
And so there could be a chance that happened to EJ when Magic was out doing his thing.
It's possible.
And I think those are your effects right there when he started, coming out the way he is.
Mm.
And didn't you say that Magic almost divorced Cookie over that?
Cookie almost divorced him over there because Magic was very upset because she didn't tell him till he got like 13 or 14 years old, and she couldn't hide it anymore because she was hiding it. She actually said she was hiding it because he could only act out like that until like that when Magic was on the road or away. Or if he was home, he had to be the regular little boy until he got into puberty and started liking little boys. He couldn't hide it no more.
That gets into that same stuff Angerman was talking about today, about, or at least the topic on Bernard's thing, how they were saying who's responsible for some of the stuff that you see happening. It was like trying to deny that stuff. It's like, well, here, this is a perfect example. This boy got to do this stuff because, daddy out there working, doing his thing, and mama allowing that shit. So who's responsible? Is it Magic's fault or is it Cookie fault?
Cookie don't have no problem with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing too that we don't discuss enough. That they become the gatekeepers of that lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see it all the time.
And I don't care how much good advice that your hairstylist gives you. He gonna mess your family up. Come on now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that I understand it in a sense, but I don't get it. Okay, you don't want to date your man to even be close to that. But the thing is, those are your best friends.
Mm-hmm.
Those are people you hang out with.
I said that to a chick before, an ex, because one of her best friends was a effeminate gay black man, and that was her best friend. And I told her, I said, you have to think about what kind of message you send out, or what kind of men you're actually comfortable with, because it doesn't show that you're comfortable with a man being masculine. No, he's my girl. You call him girlfriend? I say, yeah, you call each other girlfriend. But at the end of the day, if he's gay and you like men and he like men, do you think he's giving you any good advice to take people out the pool for him? Come on now. He's not giving you no good advice. You don't know.
You fish now.
Yeah. You competition. Why would you be hanging out with the competition? Fuck that.
Yeah, and my big criticism with some of these sisters I had discussions with about this is when they let them babysit your children.
Yeah.
No.
I'm like, come on now. Especially when the child is like, what, 5, 6?
I was sketchy on hetero people watching my kids.
Yeah,
I was sketchy on anybody. I was sketchy on anybody watching my kids personally.
That's bad enough, right?
I don't ever let me find out something happened, because I'm coming.
Hey, nobody watches my kids unless it's a family member. Fuck that.
I even watch them. That's 2 people I gotta watch. No.
Yeah. Got that surveillance camera set up.
Oh yeah.
No. Nope. I know how that should go down. I'm from a black family. No fucking way.
You wouldn't believe all the little stories my students be having.
Mm.
And I'm like, damn.
Yo, students, every girl I never dated got these damn stories.
Damn.
Come
That's
on,
why
man.
I have to back away. I'm like, that's why I'm not that strict. They know me. I'm not that strict. I'm only strict on certain things, but for the most part, you just create and then just follow the rules, and that's it. But
Shit.
because they going through a whole bunch like the stuff we talking about. It's on steroids with them.
True, but I still say I understand that being sensitive to that shit, but you have to understand that kids still need a boundary. They still need a boundary to push against.
Oh yeah,
Because
they get the
if you
boundary.
give too much leeway on people who are already having problems that are not one their own, right? They're not bringing them on themselves. It's the situation that they're in. They will act the fuck out accordingly because you're giving so much leeway on that shit.
Yeah, they get the boundaries. The thing is that like some teachers really, really try to prove that I'm a hard liner and I'm strict and you better do A, B, and C.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in the inner city, you got a lot. You got like probably out of 30 students, you probably got like maybe 12 that's just gonna lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Like any trigger, they just lose it. You don't even know what's in their backpack. You don't know what's in their pocket. So the
that's
key
how
thing, you got
They took the SWAT out of school.
Yeah. I would say just from I wouldn't call it teaching because I was working in the community center, but I did teach an art class or something like that.
Oh, cool.
But dealing with kids like that and knowing that, mama out here maybe turning tricks or doing drugs or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah.
Ever. Yes, I was known as the asshole in the community center because we did hold the line on those kids behaving and actually comporting themselves like they got some goddamn sense. But I'm not afraid of any of those kids I see now who are grown and they come to me and they actually are happy to see me. They ain't trying to hurt me. They're happy. And they respect the fact that I did hold that line with them. Because it actually helped them. It gave them some kind of structure that they actually were not getting. Because I had kids that their mama was locking them out the house in the middle of the day.
Oh yeah.
10 o'clock at night. You closing up and they still wandering around the fucking streets at 8 years old. Like, why ain't you in the house? You locked me out. What the fuck is wrong with her? She drunk. Man, now it's not surprising when they grow up to be pimps and shit and drug dealers and shit. It's not surprising.
So you got to go. So you got to take them home and knock on the door, huh?
Yeah. To go there and try to bust a damn window to open the door for your damn kids so they can come in here and eat and shit. They out in the streets with all these killers and shit. What's wrong with you?
When you dealing with them for 8 hours or almost 6 or 7 hours a day, and they're there not wanting to be there, you got to be creative.
Yeah. I mean, look, the thing I did, I would actually run the community center in Richmond on a Saturday, right? I'd be the only one that would work that Saturday. When I would get there at like 8, there'd be kids still outside that early. They'd already be there waiting. So I would do different things. We'd do art programs. I'd bring my video game system down there and let them play and run tournaments and stuff like that. Anything to keep them busy. But that was for an 8-hour day. After that, they were still outside when I left there that night. They were still out there.
They're volunteering. They want to be
showing up. They want to be there. But it was because of the structure. It wasn't because, they needed somebody to be soft on them. No, I understood, but it's still like, hey, we still got to, hold this shit together. Just because
I'm hard on it.
I'm
hard on them, but sometimes I look at the energy. I look at the positioning and all that, and then something I have to take them outside and say, what's going on?
Yeah, always that. Always that.
And later on, if they give me enough to where I get an ideal, I say, just go in the corner and put your head down. Just relax for the day. Stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just understanding what's going on with them.
And then the thing
having some standards for them.
The crazy part is though, you got to be careful too, because if you know too much, you're obligated to report.
All right.
And then sometimes, if you do report too much as well to the, like administration, whatever, the child winds up losing their parents.
In some situation, that would have been a benefit.
Yeah, because once they deep in that system with the group homes and all that, you're looking at rape and all this other kind of stuff. So it's almost like you're kind of helping them to go out of the oven into the frying pan.
know. Some of the kids I knew they would have been better somewhere else because they had potential. And I said this about my city a lot is that the motto is it's the city of pride and purpose. And when I say it eats pride and shits out purpose, that's all it does. It just chews it up.
I got a
If you
good
got some purpose, it tries to feed on you.
I have a
And some of these kids had a lot of potential. They could have been something else other than what they became. A lot of them got killed. A lot of them still out there in the streets,
oh wow.
but they couldn't get removed out the shitty ass situation with mostly single moms,
Mm-hmm.
you know, raising them really fucked up intentionally. And these are a lot of boys. These are a lot of young black boys.
I have a real
So
good go-to guy though that speaks like we do. So he's the only one that I do report some of these things to because you can tell some of these social workers or whatever, they doing whatever they can to mess their lives up. They're not even willing to put in the work, do the investigation. They just go ahead and just, just do the whole,
immediate write off.
yeah. And so, that's why, because sometimes you got to be able to open the lines of communication so you know what's going on. This kid might want to be able to, he's probably ready to shoot somebody after school.
Yep.
He's nervous about it.
Yep.
So you saved a life or two.
Yeah, we had those. Some of those kids grew up to be knuckleheads. They've been to prison. Some of them shot some people.
Mm-hmm.
I know one of them is a pimp. If he's still alive, I ain't seen him in a couple years, so maybe he's still alive, maybe he's not. I know a few of them is drug dealers. Like, it's just sad. So when I do run into them, when I'm in my town and I'm going through there and run into them, they're always happy to see me. And we always talk, But it's heartbreaking to me because I remember this kid when he was like 8, 5, growing up in this bullshit and seeing that he could never get free of it. But they look at me and the guys that I work with fondly because we at least gave them some kind of structure. They remember that shit. They appreciate it, even though their life turned out however the fuck it turned out, So for me, it was just disappointing because I knew when I had to leave there, because I'm trying to take care of my kid, I got to get a better job and take care of my son. I couldn't stay there forever. It was like I felt bad because it's like I'm turning my back on these kids. I know they need somebody. They need one positive male, if not two. So I felt bad. So seeing them later, it's bittersweet in some senses. But in other ones, the ones that I've met that actually have families and have kids and stuff like that, I was like, oh, thank God.
But you got to admit is when they spread the word about you.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Mr. Artisan MC, he's the business, he's the truth, man. All of a sudden, you got kids coming out of nowhere, Mr. Artisan, like.
Well, that's the thing. The funny thing they always say when they see me, it's like, man, you look just the same. Yeah, I do, but they look old as fuck, and they at least 20 years younger than me.
Because I get kids coming at me that I never seen before that can run down my whole program, how I do things. I'm like, how did you know? And then they break it down. Well, my cousin was in your class, or my little brother, or big brother, or something, and that's probably one of the benefits when they use you as word of mouth.
Yeah, that's usually good. I mean, I saw my cousin, another one of my cousins. I was out doing some stuff with my female friend, and we out and he fishing, and I hadn't seen this dude in forever. And that's what he told me. He told me he'd been to prison for killing somebody and some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? But straightened his shit up. He got a kid, so it gave him that reality check a little bit if prison didn't, and got his shit together and just try to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, that's a trip, man.
Like, that's a trip. I'm sorry you went that way, but yeah, you small. Somebody was gonna try you. You was out here by yourself. Yeah, you was probably gonna have to fuck somebody up.
Yeah, that's a trip when they let all. I mean, especially the ones with those dangerous tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
They let all that stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude, after he was talking to me, he said, as I'm walking out the door, I really feel like I have no family to go to.
Yep.
Because he was talking about how bad his mom was. And I was like, dang, dude. You know, because and everybody's afraid of him. You know, he's kind of dangerous. But when he told me that, I was like, man, I said, look, I said, you know, you can talk to me, but at the same time, you know, you got some, you know, some wise females out here too that you can talk to as well to replace some of that missing energy that you have. You don't want to walk around empty because you're gonna start doing crazy stuff. You know, but just be careful who you talk to though. And so I gave him some recommendations of who he can talk to and everything. But this is the stuff that these are the students that some of these teachers get on and trying to be strict and try to you know, stick it to them and stuff like that just by them looking at them funny.
Yeah, I was one of them kids. I know how I know how teachers be trying to fuck with you just off GP for the hell of it. You know, I know that. That's why, at least when I had my kids, I told them up front, and I knew it up front, that I can't believe everything this fucking teacher telling me, especially if the teacher was a Caucasian woman.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because this motherfucker gonna lie. Because I had teachers lie on my ass a whole bunch of times. I ain't got ass beatings for shit that wasn't even mine. It's like, this ain't my shit. Parent teacher conference was ass beating season. I mean,
oh man,
that shit was.
I fear no other day but Parents Teachers Day, man.
Because you don't know what they're gonna say either.
I know what they're gonna say. She was gonna say some bullshit.
I knew I was gonna get a whooping.
Yeah, my mother wasn't believing me anyway. I was already persona non grata. You know, I was guilty for the fact that she had to show up and hear anything. Okay? So it didn't matter what the teacher said.
It don't matter how spick and span the house is.
But I like when them badass kids bring their parents in. I'm like, you didn't think you'll see me tonight, huh?
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it.
You thought I was gonna show up, huh?
I did love those
for the world.
I did that recently, Art, like just last year at my shop, right? At the comic shop, I run Magic the Gathering, right? And so I had these kids in there, and these are some little Caucasian kids, right? Some Berkeleyites, right? Kind of pseudo elite, right? The motherfuckers came in there, was acting crazy, and they start cussing. I told them to cut that shit out, right? One of them just has no control, you know. Well, they talked amongst themselves, and then they start cussing too. I was like, oh, these little motherfuckers just think they're gonna try me. So okay. So I just waited because I knew when they were getting picked up because their mothers was coming, right? He got the little call that his mom was here. He said, you know, bye, you know, we leaving. And said, oh, where's your mother? She's outside. Oh, really? So I walked out the door with him, and the dude looked shocked, like, what the fuck? They jumping in the car. I went up to that car and talked to that white lady. Said, yeah, so they shouldn't come around here for a couple weeks because so-and-so was using profanity again. I've told you about that. He can't be doing that in the store. He's too young to be using that language. And the other two thought it was funny, so they decided to start using it too. So I think it'd be a good idea they don't come back. Oh, I'm sorry, and such and such and such and such, right? And after I did that, I looked in the back seat at the boys and smiled, and their eyes was just like saucers, like mouth open, like, what the fuck? What the hell? Like, yeah, I hope you get beat. I know you're not, but I hope you get beat.
He ratted us out.
Nah, man, I have no patience for badass kids. I really don't.
And I hate I had to do this, but I had, you know, how you had those mothers that go upside their son's head in middle class.
Yeah,
I had to though. I was like, you know, dude acting up. I said, okay, well, dad ain't around. You can get that work when I make that phone call. Why you calling my mama? Hey, dude, I warned you more over and over.
Pray to somebody.
I said, you know, because that's the part where that's the fun part where you got a parent that really cares. Oh man, that's speed dial for me.
Yeah. That's the one I usually, when I was at the community center, that's the one I always wanted to talk to. The one who actually gave a fuck. Especially because that would be the one. That would be the one that would change that attitude quick, and that's what you wanted.
Especially if it's dad. If it's dad,
yeah. But with especially my daughter used to cut up, man, and the teachers would call the old lady, right? And said, "But please don't tell her, daddy. We'll work it out. Just please don't tell her, daddy." And the teachers begging for her.
I'll tell you,
tell her father, shit.
I think
tell me.
My son is like shell shocked. This dude, I haven't heard anything bad about him yet. And when I first got custody of him, you know, I had to be a little drill sergeant. It's like, you know, I had to really, And plus, he had issues with his mom. He was very defiant with his mom.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's at that age, yeah.
Yeah,
That Musk.
it was just like Boys in the Hood. Remember that when he had to pick up the boy? I had the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was taking that anger out on female teachers.
Mm-hmm.
He was giving them the business.
Okay.
And so I had to wring that out of him.
Red pill shit.
It took me about a year.
Mm-hmm.
And later on, he's being more polite and more reserved and things like that. And yeah, man, I remember. Now they call it they call him the model student and
Oh yeah.
He got a daddy at home.
Yeah, shit. Well, my ass just didn't come home. Shit, when I had problems with mine, just didn't come home till late. At 15.
Hell no.
That's it. Yeah.
Wow.
You know you're gonna get grounded. I don't give a fuck.
I had to do that Denzel and just go.
I do that 2 do that 2 weeks. Okay, 2 week punishment. Okay, give it another week. Back at it again.
Yeah.
My last punishment for physical on him. Because usually the whole game is to, you get the hard taps, and then the last two like soft, but his mind thinking it's hard. Thing. I don't know if people know that trick. But
like working out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in a fraternity, so I already know. But the thing is that I told him that last time. I said, look, you should not ever continue to just keep put yourself in a position to be treated like this way, because that's going to be your future. I think after I said that to him, this dude never been in trouble ever since.
Really?
Yeah. Because I was like, I said, look at you. You sitting there crying, I got the paddle in my hand, and I'm just really rationalizing with him because, I guess he was just ready to take the pain. I was like, no. I said, this is the time where you got to start making a young adult decision that this is not what you're going to put yourself through, because you will face consequences when you do wrong.
Yeah. That's what my son was.
I just went
my
through
son
that.
needed a tune-up. He just needed a tune-up. Every 5 years, he needed that tune-up.
I just went through that with my grandson, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to do his, he's out of school, so he's got to do his, schoolwork, right? So he's over here because his mother's working, and basically, and everybody else is not gonna make him do his schoolwork, right? So he's got this lax attitude, and doing all breathing out his mouth, stuff like that. So he's doing the online stuff, right? So he kept doing that. After the third day, you know what? I just closed the laptop. Boom, we're going back to paper. So I printed out a whole bunch of math problems. Said, all right, go to it. And after he's finished, and then I presented another paper. Said, I got to do this. They said, yeah, you got to do this. Yeah. And he gave me that look. Like the defiant look. I said, okay, you know what? Give me the paper. You don't have to do it. He said, really? I said, no. I said, but that iPad and that iPhone coming with me. And then he got really nerdy. Well, I had too much electronic time. I can do without it a whole day. I said, okay, it's fine.
Oh, he got smart, huh?
He got smart. I said, okay, we good. I said, we could.
Tried to be clever.
He said, I don't have to do it. I said, but I said, so if you want it tomorrow, that you're gonna have to do today's work plus tomorrow's work, right? To get your iPad and your iPhone back, right? And he looked.
Did the calculation.
So don't think you're just gonna get the regular work. You're actually gonna double up. So basically, if you go a second day or third day, guess what? It's gonna triple up. So to get your iPad, by the time you go a week, you're gonna have to do all this work to get your iPad and your iPhone back. What do you want to do?
Damn it, Paul.
He said, okay, I'll do it.
Let him. I always like that when you make kids figure it out themselves.
I said, but you know what? And so I said, I have altered the deal since you were so defiant. I've altered the deal. So now you got to do it on paper, and then you have to go back and do your regular online work. He breathed out his mouth. He looked at it. I said, hey, you ain't got to do it. That's the deal. What do you want to do, man? He breathed out his mouth and sat down. Yeah, I've altered the deal. Pray that I don't alter it any further.
Exactly. Darth BGS showed up.
But I did, man. I remember, I had my son when he was real little, though. I had him so paranoid because how especially our boys, They be getting in some shit, man. They be trying to put their fingers in light sockets and grab all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Man, what you know, his mom always give him that warning. You know, like, you know, get from over there, blah, blah, blah. I sneak up behind him. As soon as he reach up for something, like, put that thing right there. Pop like that. He drop it real quick and look behind him like, yeah, me. Put that down.
Oh, how old was he then?
He was like one and two.
Oh, okay.
You know, so I was doing that for a while. And so I remember when he was doing stuff, he started looking behind, but he still couldn't see me looking at him. He was looking before. And then when he was reaching for it, he said, I'm still here. Like that. He put his hand down real fast.
You know what? What I learned from my uncle is that don't use your hand when they're that little. He said get you a long switch.
Ooh, okay.
And when they reach up not to touch something, and you just reach it, they see the long switch reach out, go pow right on that hand, they draw back. Yeah, and I tell them, reach for it again. Go ahead, reach for it again. So they get bold and reach for it again. Pow right on that hand. So
yeah, when he would after
you want to keep reaching for it? Go ahead. I ain't stopped you. I ain't getting up. After that, you don't want to do that no more.
After when he was with his mom, he was bold as hell. He was taking chances. I don't know what she did with him. Those was 5 years, I think. I took him when he was 6.
Okay.
So from then, right now he's 15.
Most women don't have boundaries. There's very few women that I've met have strict boundaries with their kids.
Yeah, my mom.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell. You can also tell by the kid. If the kid's well behaved, you know, moms has really tight boundaries on that kid.
Yeah.
And they're really, really strict.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I remind my son too. I said, remember we used to grab for stuff, like to pop that head. He was like, yeah, I still remember it.
Yeah, my youngest grandson the same way. I mean, we had a banquet for my father, right? And everybody's there, right? His other grandparents are there, and his mother's there, you know, and so he won't. So I'm walking past the table, right, and they're saying, you know, in-laws are saying he won't take off his jacket. Okay, I said, why not? He just won't take off his jacket. I just looked at it. Man, take that jacket off. Just he took it right off, and he says he won't get nothing to eat. I said, come here, man. Walk with me. He's walking right over the buffet line. Pick what you want. What do you want? He told him what he wanted on his plate. Said, you want any more? Nope. You want a drink? Okay. Want dessert? Yeah. Okay. Now go sit back down and eat.
How did you do that?
How did I? Okay. How I did actually. Well, first you have to establish a baseline. Okay. When I had to babysit him, like his father had to go to work, or if he went to play, he had a game, you know, he's getting paid for. Okay, I had to babysit him, right? And he's really attached to my son. My son's actually a pretty good father, right? He's really attached to him, and so he'd be crying about his daddy. So you know how they would act out, right? And he was like 2, is he 2.5? Not quite 3, right? And so I know he's potty trained. I said, is he potty trained? So I'll know. He said he's potty trained. Just take him to the bathroom. So So you know, you with a kid is basically really new to your house and said, okay, you have to go to the bathroom. You got to pee, you got to whatever, right? So he knows what it meant, but the thing is, he wanted to be defiant. So first time he pooped, right? I said, okay, all right, okay, you pooped. You mad at me, so you're gonna lay down and poop because you know you don't want to take a time out. So okay, so I stripped him down, wiped him off, put him in the bathtub, you know, washed him up clean, put new clothes on him, right? And I said, all right. I said, that's your one time. I understand that you're mad at me. You defiant with me, and this is your way of doing it, right? I said, but you do it again, it's me, you, and Mr. Belt's gonna have a talk. Do you understand me? So I said to them 3 times, do you understand? He nodded his head. So his dad was late. So guess what he did? He peed on himself, right? And I just asked him. I said, you got to go to the bathroom before your dad comes. Nope. Just sat right up there and looked at me and peed, right? I said, okay. Did the same thing. Changed his clothes, washed him off, stuff like that. So wait till your dad gets here. Dad got here. I said, he's getting ready to take him. I said, hold on for a second. I went and got the belt. I said, I told him if he pooped one time and he peed the second time, I told him he's potty trained. That means he's defiance. I did not take defiance. And I whipped him. I gave him like 4 good licks right in front of his father. And you talk to him between the licks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I said, now, do you remember I told you that you earned this, right? So next time, you know that if you do it again, you're going to get it, right? So I talked to him. I hit him the first time. I said, remember, you asked for this. Okay, you could have told me you went to the bathroom, blah, blah, blah. They hate you talking to him while you're getting away. And I hit him again and went back talking to him. By the time he was crying and his dad, he looked for his daddy like he was going to protect him. Dad said, what do you want me to do? Ever since then, I had no problems with him. I spanked him once.
That's that understanding that dominance, because you spanked him in front of what he would consider the authority figure. Like, oh, you ain't gonna whoop me in front of daddy. Oh no, you still getting that shit.
Yeah.
And it reinforced it for him, like you was not the one to play with. It didn't matter. That's what a lot of these kids nowadays pull that shit.
Mm-hmm. I used to get him because I think his mom used to have him pick out his punishment, having restricted from his game or TV, or
slavery is that
or whippings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I messed with him. I said, "Which one you want?" He said, "I'll do the games." I said, "Guess what? You getting all of them." I used to get that all the time.
That's so unfair.
Yeah, you getting all of them so you can remember next time, right? But the funniest part on was it Sinbad? I think Sinbad probably had the funniest whooping stories to me.
Mm.
Is when he said his dad, was so, he's so authoritative, and dad walked up to him and he started crying, and then dad he put his belt back on and then walked away like shit.
Like my daughter, my son had to get a tune-up. My daughter didn't have to, because she was the one that got smart. She saw that brother was getting that shit. She was not. She didn't want none of that smoke. She's like, nah, I can do my dishes. I can do my chores. I'll do my homework. Yeah, because your brother, he's a little hard-headed sometimes. She's like, no, I'm good.
Even though we're talking about this, most of our children would not survive our day.
No. I've told my kids that just playing outside they couldn't handle us. Like, y'all would have died in the 80s.
Yeah, we had to pick our switches. We got that leather belt with the rings in them.
Oh yeah.
We got
Hot Wheels tracks, Hot Wheels racing car tracks.
Oh my god, man! I remember. Died. I'm in Mississippi. You know how they get down in Mississippi with them spankers, right? And so they really strict, when you don't eat your vegetables, because that's the thing, even though I didn't like butter beans, I still ate them. And so, I
don't like gristle.
I closed my nose and eat it because I didn't want no spanking. Both of my cousins, they decided to leave all that stuff on the plate and only eat like the good stuff. And so it was a trip because my grandpa got that limp, right? And he had these big ass pants covering the stomach. He's dressed old school. He's a I guess he was a silent generation. And so he walked in. He had the cigar in his mouth, and he passed by the table, and he looked at it, and then one of my cousins that was there was sitting in the couch watching TV like nothing happening. I'm absorbing my grandpa. Like something gonna go down. My other cousin was nowhere to be found. So he walked outside. You can hear the tree like like that. Man, you know how them doors be like in Mississippi when they go squeak, and they hit like boom. Man, my cousin got her ass. What? She got like lick, like, but she just took it like a champ, like right. But the one that was nowhere to be seen, she came out of nowhere. That shit was like Friday the 13th. She's like, no! She was dramatic, and my grandpa was like walking slow towards her, and I kind of could see what's going on. She ran down the hallway, and my grandma, she was trying to run in and go to my grandma's door. My grandma kept the door locked. She was banging the door. Let me in! She turned around. I could see the shadow of her, and she just took it, man. Like was dying.
Jason was after him.
And he passed by me. I was like, I looked at my plate to confirm. I was like, okay, I should be good.
Good Lord.
You will pass me over. I will not feel the wrath.
Dude, that's what we
That
went
lamb's
through.
blood over you.
Dude, that's what we went through back then. These kids, man, they don't know how good they got it.
No, we had to do the switches, and I hated that shit because it was with my cousins. And in the backyard, it was that plum tree and the peach tree. It's like, go get me a switch off that tree. Like, God damn it. What y'all did? Because at that time, everybody was getting beat. Everybody was getting beat at the same time. If you couldn't own up to what the hell it is that you did, you went in that pantry and ate the cupcakes for our lunch. Motherfucker, everybody getting beat in the house.
Yeah.
Boys and girls all lined up. It's like Christian household. It's like, go get the switch. Like, you mother, somebody better come clean.
Yeah, line up. If they ask.
Yeah, somebody better come clean. You know you did it. Say something. Man, we'd all get beat, and then after that, it was round 2 because we'd be kicking that dude's ass. Up in the bed.
Those will be the only times I would turn to a rat in moments like those. I would get the pointing the finger. Oh Lord, man, I would have a vein in my finger. That's how hard I was pointing, bro.
Oh my God, no!
And then I get harder licks for that.
No, we wouldn't point the finger. I remember that specifically. That time with that cousin, we all know who did it. We know he did it. We saw him eating it. We all standing there in the kitchen. My auntie coming in there about to beat everybody. We all know he did it. He ain't saying shit. I was like, oh, this motherfucker. And he was the oldest. Like, you motherfucker, just own up to it.
And your heart,
everybody. Heated. We was in there heated.
See, we laughing now. We laughing now. That shit was serious back then.
No, that was serious. That shit was painful, motherfucker. That's what mental scars are made of.
Yeah. Sometimes I avoid looking at my grandpa and grandma's pictures. I'm like, I ain't looking at the picture. I can remember
cutting your eyes.
You get them whips. It's hard to take a bath.
Oh yeah. Yep. Sting. Yep.
Yeah, that was the punishment. It's like, now go take a bath. Like, motherfucker, I got whelps. This is gonna sting. Like, what is this? Do I gotta put alcohol in the water too? Jesus.
And I thought about it. The stuff that we got whoopings for, we weren't that bad.
No. Not comparatively.
We weren't that bad.
Exactly. It couldn't have been worse.
These kids are quiet, man. Right now, I'm like, man, if y'all would have did that shit back then.
No, I told somebody before, I joked about it a lot. I said, a solid ass whooping for my mother kept me from stealing the car before, and I was stranded. And I wouldn't go with my buddy and steal this car to get over this bridge. Like, hell no, I'm gonna keep calling my friend that's here. He got to answer the phone sooner or later. It's like, nah, because I get caught stealing this car, nigga. That's gonna be biblical. You're not gonna be able to see me again.
But as far as my mom trying to whoop me, I made sure she earned that. Very athletic for that.
Hell no, she crazy.
Athletic. You better catch me.
Hey, that was my brother. He was the running man. He was the running man.
That was me.
Yeah, he was the running man, and he had him all up and down his damn legs. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
Man,
you
that was the first time I saw somebody get grabbed by the back of the neck and just beat.
Don't make me chase you.
Yeah. Grabbed him with that left hand, with the hand turned backwards by the back of the neck, and then the right hand just going to work. Like, oh god damn.
Dude, remember when Joe Jackson crazy after Michael? He said, "Come here, Michael," and he run out of the bed. That was me.
Oh hell no.
I was a crawler.
That was the worst. That was you got 2 times as much.
You know, I could sit here all day. You wait for me. I'm gonna sit there all day. I did not like whoopings, man. I hated whoopings.
Shit, I'm not saying I like the motherfuckers.
Yeah, because I
didn't say they were a badge of honor. I just said I survived them.
Some of these kids can take it like Denzel and Glory when they had that one tier.
Yeah, that was me having to take that shit because those was beatings. Those weren't whoopings. Whoopings is what I heard white kids got, where they got the little ruler on the hand or some shit like that. I'm like, oh hell no! What is that? That ain't gonna do shit. No. Oh no!
Worst
pain. That's a whooping.
When you always get That you would never.
Man, I would watch Roots and be like, oh, that's what Daddy does, but it's just that I don't bleed.
Exactly. Looking at it like, oh, that ain't that bad. That was yesterday.
What's your
That was
name?
yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Kuta. Out of breath.
Mm-hmm.
Kuta. You know. He said, "Fuck it, Toby."
Yeah.
God damn it, Toby.
You know,
That's
we can laugh at them now.
Mhm.
You know, and I was just listening and talking to my sons about these things. And I remember this one guy said, you know, when you beat your kids, you know that you're carrying on that slavery stuff. And I said, you know what? Let me tell you something. I'm hard on my sons because they can't afford to make the same mistakes other people's children can make.
Mhm.
And see, we laugh at it now because we're looking at it and we look at where we are right now as men.
Mhm.
See that hard training when they whip you and they talk to you, yeah, okay, I get it. It has some root from there. Congratulations. However, it's an instruction of life of what kept you. Okay, what kept you. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to run. I don't have to worry about my sons and daughters running around. If something happens, in the back of my mind, because I mentally instilled in them that type of discipline, it's like they always have that fear or that capacity that shit. That nigga's gonna find out. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? The fact that anybody at the time, because we all on some type of mental code, like, hey, you don't know who's watching you, so you don't want to fuck up. So that, and it can get back to your parents quickly. It was a system to say, hey, if you saw that young boy about to get in trouble in front of them white folks, you would say, don't do that, because that could cost him that life. Or the girls going somewhere where they don't belong. Y'all girls get in this truck. Let's go back. Let's go back down the road. See, I understand. We have forgotten that was what kept us. So now when we like, damn, why are all these kids or why are all these people getting into all this foolishness? You can tell those who had the fortitude and aptitude of discipline, you know what I'm saying, where I don't have to whoop you anymore. My words alone is punishment. My glare, you know what I'm saying? But after a while, your child starts getting to a degree where it's shit. I don't have daddy don't have to hit me. I already know better. I already understand how it will. So that's why sometimes I be looking, I always say like, well, who raised you? You know what I'm saying? Because the man understands the lash of the world. You know what I'm saying? He just understands that, yo, like if I fuck up, I'm dead. Women, shit.
Yeah, they don't get that shit.
Fuck
That
up
was a
3
conversation with
million
my
times.
kids.
I'm like,
That
damn.
was the conversation with my kids. It's like you'll stop getting beatings from me when you stop doing shit to get beat. That's when it'll stop. You decide what's going to happen. If you keep doing the shit you know you're not supposed to be doing, because I had very clear. Look, these are the three things you're gonna get beat for right off the bat. There's no conversation, daddy gonna sit you down and talk to you one time first. You just getting it off the bat with this shit. So if you ain't doing those things, you shouldn't have too much of a problem. It's gonna be pretty fucking easy for your ass. But if you want to keep doing this shit, well, look, man. Like I said, hard head make a soft behind, and we got pillows. So
I had the police come to my house one time
Mhm.
because the teacher, you know what I'm saying. I guess my son wanted to be disobedient, so he got his behind ass tore up. And if you run, you make it worse. So I guess what I'm saying, that's the rule. If you run, it gets worse. It don't get any better.
Don't make
You
them pay.
yeah, don't make me sweat, motherfucker. What you doing?
Exactly. Don't make me run for you. Don't make me have to. Oh, don't make me have to crawl, pick up a bed, and move a couch and all. If I gotta reach up for the whole living room to get you, or I'm gonna get it back out of you. So he went. I guess the cop came, and the doggone CPS came by. Sir, you know what I'm saying? We're here to talk to you about your son. I said, stay right there, sir. They said, hey, what you gonna do? I said, oh, don't worry, I ain't gonna do nothing. You can watch me. I went, got his little goddamn backpack, took his little He-Man doll and like 2 packs of candy. I said, come on, son. He said, hey, Dad, what's going on? I said, come on. I took him, walked him up to the door. I said, here you go. You may have him. They're like, sir, what's going on? I said, you can have, I said, listen, the day I cannot discipline my child and teach him and raise him my way, hey, he's yours. He's yours. I said, I'll be damned a white man outside of my home telling me how the fuck I got raised my child. I said, so tell me right now, officer, and you let me, when has there not been a time you wish that there was a father disciplining that black boy rather than you having to put him down on the ground and discipline him yourself? My dad told me that either I discipline you or the world's gonna discipline you. There's gonna be some man that's gonna have you bend over. So you better pick and choose which one would you rather have. And I mean, I'm not talking about no kind of stuff, but y'all get what I'm saying. But one man you're gonna submit to. So, and me saying it to that cop, he looked at him. He looked in the house. He saw the other kids doing their homework and all that other stuff. He looked at that. He looked at my son. He said, "You son, you got food. You got 2 parents. You got a lot of stuff. I don't see a lot of black boys got in their home. Dad, that's a white cop telling them that." He said, "You need to get in there and listen and apologize to him."
You know,
he said, "I wish."
You know the thing that we is the other nationality spanking.
Yeah,
brother, Filipinos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they go ham.
Mm-hmm. Well, Africans go ham, man. They use cane.
Yeah.
I don't know where they get that stuff that came from slavery. I thought that was true until I went to the continent, man. They use canes on.
Yeah.
You know, you get out.
Yeah, I got hit with a cane, bro.
Don't come
fuck the bullshit.
Don't come into class. They'll whoop you.
Go and get your kid.
Yeah, go. Yep.
Those were the words of my father.
Yep.
Go and get your kid. He's like, go and get your kid.
Mother Africa. We got this from good old Mother Africa, boy.
And I asked some Samoan friend, that looked crazy because everybody's big, right?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine that those ass whoopings, and these guys like 14, 15 years old, and they like 6 feet tall and 250 pounds. He's throwing them all over the bushes and
straight up fist fights.
That shit was scary.
Straight up fist fights.
The dad was like, "Okay, he'll see you tomorrow at school. Go home." I was like, "Okay, I'm going."
My friend who's Hawaiian told me about her brothers getting beat by her father, and they was having a straight up fist fight because they was teenagers. They were teenagers and it was kind of big. And Dad was small. Dad wasn't pulling no punches on the motherfuckers. He was beating them like it was a bar fight.
Yes.
He said they was going out the door, over the side rail, on the porch. I'm like, God damn.
And if
he was not playing.
If the kid went to fight, it's like snatching a cup up in the hand.
He was not playing.
And I said, I told my son that he got big. I said, snatch the wallet from my hand.
Sooner or later, they're going to try you. Sooner or later, your son is going to try to say, "You know what, Dad? I think I might be able to take you, old man."
He never tried me.
I told my son that before.
He never tried me.
My son hasn't, but I told him that if it happened, that I was going to have to treat him like I didn't know him.
I would do
was
that.
Not accepting that shit. Not accepting that shit.
I choose to tell my kids, I'll smite you with my wallet.
With the wallet.
You gonna stay with your mama?
My wallet. Yeah.
You gonna stay with me with that?
That's what my dad told me. He said, "You ready? Come outside and take off your shoes, and we'll fight like men in the backyard."
Nah, ain't none of that.
Yeah.
You past 12 years old, ain't none of that.
Old age and treachery.
Go see if you can go see if he's gonna feed you. That's what you need to go find out.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be me.
I just found out that if your child goes to college before 18, that child support money is supposed to be going to his tuition if he's staying on campus.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I said, wow, I couldn't get a clear answer if somebody gave it to me.
I could have told you that if you'd asked that question. I had a lot of guys that some people learn the code and they be like, "Damn, that was it all along."
Yeah, all that goes to the tuition. And matter of fact, she gonna have to pay some of it.
Yeah,
she should.
Wait, you said that money goes towards tuition?
Yes, whatever you got to pay for that year, it goes to tuition.
Goes to the tuition. Yeah, it's for the child, and not for her.
Especially if it's housing. If it's housing, it's a wrap.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And if you also, if you on SSDI, you can take that portion of what you get from there and give it to your child, and she cannot touch your shit. I had to clarify that for one man. He was taking half his check and giving it just to try to pay child. I said, whoa, you disabled. You can't even work. Did you go to the court and tell them? Nah, man. No, fuck that. We taking you to the court. We gonna get this shit squared away. I said, you gonna be broke.
He was paralyzed. He still had to pay child support.
No, you see, there's a portion because he still has to be able to manage himself. He has to be able to manage himself, and if he's disabled, the man literally got one leg, so shit, he ain't gonna run out the state line. Once the judge found out, he said, "Wait, you on SSDI?" They only know what you tell them, or what that woman is going to tell them. Because if you don't show up, he didn't show up. So I said, "Yo, we gotta get this shit fixed, man." Once they found out, they had to readjust it for him. You know how much he went from paying her $700 down there to paying her $280.
Damn.
That's a big difference. I would rather take that. $280, and also the child was on the insurance too, and the child got put on insurance.
Yeah. So yeah, this is I guess this is. It seems like this is a California rites of passage to be a baby daddy. It's like you ain't really from California unless you're a baby daddy.
That is a sad manhood ritual, dude. That is a sad ritual.
Now are not shit for that, sir.
Yeah,
no, he is not.
Everybody got the same story.
What is that, Boys in the Hood or some shit?
Might as well be.
Might as well.
Yeah, it's like the X-Men of baby daddies.
Mm-hmm. Yo, same thing with New York. Rite of passage.
I'm like, wow, this is now I'm really a man because I'm a baby daddy.
And a lot of women actually prefer it, man.
That's the escape from the hood.
Yeah.
Can you get out without getting a baby? Becoming a baby daddy.
Can you get out the hood with? Yeah, that's hard, man.
Yeah.
It's hard as a young man.
That's what I was preaching to my son, like trying to get him past a certain age without having out of wedlock child. Like I can't stop you from having sex. I can tell you got a fully loaded pistol.
Yep.
And some chick with no plans in life besides somebody taking care of her ass is looking for you to get her pregnant and be her next plan for the next part of her damn life. Watch that shit.
That's why these young cats, I listen to them in these spaces. I mean, they ain't blind. They see what's going on. So that's why I can't really. I mean, I'm married and all, but plus this is my second one. I really don't have much to tell them. I really don't. Even though I made
most of them have seen they Generation X daddies and uncles go through some bullshit.
How many kids you got? You just got the one?
Yeah, my one son.
Oh shit.
Shut up, man.
So I ain't going nowhere else. And plus, she's done, so she ain't having no new kids. So we good.
Okay,
you good.
How many did she have?
She has 2.
Okay.
And
you got 3, motherfucker. What are you talking about? You got 3.
Yeah, the son is cool. The daughter we got to work on. Son is cool.
Yeah, you got 3. We gonna see about that daughter situation.
Talking about her son.
Yeah, I don't know.
If her son comes out here, he's gonna automatically be a daddy. The women gonna throw themselves all over that little brother. Man.
I told my son that. That's why he was cougar bait.
He got the hair, huh?
He has the little curly hair. He looks like
I got the eyes.
Like Kyle Cooper.
You don't have to have the eyes, the hair with the women.
The hair, the hair is gonna have him on his ass.
Yeah, so he very fit, everything. The daughter looks like a supermodel. So
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got, it is what it is, but at the same time she's old, so I'm good. She's 18, so.
Oh, okay.
Shit, that was worse.
That's dangerous.
What the fuck are you talking about?
She got a footprint on the back, so she's on the way out.
Yeah, well,
no.
Yeah, they never gone, man.
No.
Especially with
you got to be careful, Art.
I got a buddy. I got a buddy right now. He makes decent money. He's a sheriff. and his wife got a daughter that he can't get out of his house, and she is 25 with a baby, still trying to date and fuck around and get pregnant again because she don't want to figure out a life plan other than getting pregnant.
Yeah, we're working.
And he's still trying to get her out the house, and she's 25 with a baby. I'm like, oh hell no.
Basically, his wife fell in love with the grandchild.
Yeah, because she might be going to the military, so I'm hoping she don't change her mind.
Yeah, I'd be taking her down there and sending her off.
I'd be singing in the car, be all that you can be.
Wow. I love it when y'all
like BGS said with a note on it, it said compliments of the house.
Put brochures on the kitchen table. Here you go. Oh, how did this get here?
Y'all parents, I hate when y'all do that. Like, it's like, well, we can't do no. Then they bring them right there. It's like some made to fame shit. Like we had this one private that ran away from Benning, and I was like, damn. Like I sat outside. I said, damn, he actually got away. So I guess we'll send him.
Hey.
2 days later, his dad comes driving up in that damn truck right through the gate. And his son was tied up and goddamn, the strap that you use to strap down a car. And I was like,
ratchet straps.
Oh, he had to strap down? Damn.
He had ratchet straps. Yeah.
He had them strapped down.
Yeah.
And I was like, is this shit legal? And the first time I was like, load him off the truck. And I was like, and after that, he's like, he's all yours. I gave him to y'all. May God be with him. He's like, oh, God ain't here. His ass is here. And I was like, Lord have mercy, son. You should have ran to Iraq or wherever the fuck you was going. You should have just kept on going. And he was like, I can't believe my dad sent me out. Like, what the fuck, Dad? Like, I came back.
Was he white?
He was white. He was white.
But I told all the black boys, I said, listen, y'all know damn well y'all ain't got nowhere to go. This is the only home you got. So white boys, they might have it opt out, but all you Negroes, y'all belong. Y'all ain't got nowhere else to go.
See your soul to heaven.
Yeah, but your ass is here.
That's mine.
But I told a lot of them, for those of y'all who don't have a father, y'all better make this shit work. For those of y'all who know y'all don't got nothing back at home, but just the street, this is your one opportunity. Use that aggression, all that fuel, hatred, whatever you got, use that shit to prove them wrong that you can get the fuck out of it. And I told them that. I said, listen, y'all can go ahead and get on that bus, but y'all see right here, oh my God, they must have dragged that damn white boy for goddamn 4 days straight. And I mean, watch them drag him, black out, stick an IV in him, wake him up, give him like 3 hours more sleep, wake him up, drag him again, put him in the brig. I was like, God damn.
Okay.
Yeah, Daddy was making sure he lived up to his commitments.
They get him out of my motherfucking house. That's what he wanted.
I mean, that too.
Did you ever see Heartbreak Ridge?
Yes, one of my favorite movies.
My favorite part, when Swede came out and they thought that he gonna handle Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Got him in that wrist lock and got him in that arm. He said, stick your chin up.
Raise your chin up higher.
And they clocked his ass. I'm like, oh shit. Everybody ran.
What's that damn movie with that had Charlie Sheen and he ended up getting thrown in that black regiment?
That's another one of my favorite. Cadence.
It was Cadence. Oh yeah, Cadence. It was Cadence.
Cadence. Yeah, World War II.
That's what Charlie Sheen got some rhythm from them brothers.
Nah, he looked like he had. He never got that shit right.
He got it at the end. He started learning at the end.
Nah, that's the behind the scenes thing on that movie is that at the end, the reason why you have one shot with them doing the routine and another shot of him doing it by himself is because he never got that shit right. He never got it right. That's why they filmed it that way, because he could never get it right.
Okay.
That was classic though. That was some crazy shit in that movie too.
Yeah. But yeah, that's usually sometimes where a lot of boys, if they can't find A lot of boys, they look for discipline, and I know I hate that when I hear women in them damn videos. My son a little thug. My son, he's gangster. And I'm like, God damn, like you just setting him up with these damn videos for like failure, like. And it's hard when he does find that coach or that damn somebody that says, you know what, you an ain't shit nigga, but I'm gonna try to work with you and get you somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And it be work. It's almost like I got more children, my own goddamn kids to go to the school. All these damn little kids be coming up. Can you do this? Can you show me this? I'm like, fuck. Like, goddamn, where the hell got daddy at? Daddy at the goddamn corner store. Sitting there paying dice.
What about tying a tie? It's like, wow, you want to tie a tie yet? Okay, come here, son. Let me show you.
Yeah. I showed a boy how to tie a tie. One boy, one dude, all his mama, all they did in that house was purge, cook macaroni and cheese, and potato tots and shit. And I was like, who's the parent? Who's the parent?
The kids.
The kids. I might have to start turning off Art and BGS's channel. So that hope. It's an awful good man. Good luck. For somebody to find a way.
Anybody know how to do a bow tie from scratch?
No.
My daddy never showed me.
Haven't done it. Haven't done it in a while.
That's gonna be one of my goals. I gotta get that down.
YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I've seen that. Yeah, I'm gonna get that down. Because of that last pull. If you can't get that pull, you gotta start all over.
Yeah, I had to buy a book on that shit.
Yeah,
it's those small things. Those small things.
Yeah.
A lot of fish. Fish.
What's up with the? I mentioned solar panels before. You guys got solar panels in your house?
No.
No, you can ask for them. You can ask for them, if you can ask for them to have them installed on your property. But I was starting to look into some of the stuff you were talking about, and they'll put it on your property, and pretty much they're using your property to get energy, and then you can get it too, but it's also like they're like, well, shit, we're getting the energy that we need, and they can come pick it up, get the energy, and take it to wherever they need to take it to, and you can sell some of it. Also,
I'm hearing that I gotta find this ad that you're supposed to get some kind of discount. The virus thing, the corona thing.
I've seen that one.
I'll find it and tell you guys.
They're using the Navy ships now as set up operations to start treating patients. I had two doctor's visits today, and they told me not to come in. We did my damn doctor visit over the phone.
Oh yeah, they've been doing that. Yeah, because the urgent care places are swamped.
Yep.
So don't. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say to BGS, just on a side note. Do you know I ran into somebody today who didn't believe this virus thing was actually happening?
Oh really? Okay.
What
was your rationale?
Right.
His rationale was that it didn't make sense. It's just a regular flu because so many people die from the flu every year.
Yeah,
This is not the regular fucking flu.
They believe it. I had to ask that. I think it was ArtofIbmor's channel. I said you would rather believe in a grand conspiracy that the whole world that's in on it, rather than something something that's real.
And that was the course that conversation was going. I'm like, here's the grand conspiracy.
It's a grand conspiracy. So I told one dude, I said, you got on and said, why don't you just go down to the hospital, go down to the emergency and walk in and see what's going on.
That's what I had to tell him. I said, look, my son is in a hospital, working in a hospital. Lady working in a hospital. No, this is real. This is not a drill.
Just walk in and see. Don't believe it, walk in and see.
Check it out.
All over the city. Just walk in. No, I don't got to do all that. That means, well, you're not real.
Yeah.
Well, I like the more funner ones. Somebody made a biological weapon, like a evil genius, turned it on, and the military's using it to take over the world. And I'm like, damn, how do you like tee everybody up for that damn stage play? Like,
pretty good.
That's a really good stage play.
Okay, so
did they say which military?
You know what? Clearly, Cobra is doing it.
You're right. This does sound like Destro or Dr. Mindbender doing some shit.
Yeah.
Cobra.
Clearly, it's Cobra.
I got some info. You're getting some kind of discount, but it's only for a short time, and then the price is going to spike up like super high.
Okay.
After this is over.
Oh, that's right. Nobody has money right now, so yes, it's time to get it.
So I just don't know. I got to get because I'm getting this from Solar Magazine.
Okay.
So I'm gonna read more into it later. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get that. I mean,
do it now while the getting is good.
Yeah, especially now because you're supposed to save like what more than half on your utilities as far as your electricity.
It should be more than that, really, depending on how many.
I've been teaching people how to make a sanitizer. I've been showing people how to make sanitizer and stuff.
What's your ingredient, if you don't mind sharing it?
Okay, that's fine. I said I'm gonna give y'all some. So, what I did was, you can go to Walmart and buy those little travel cases. They sell a lot of these right here.
Okay. Okay.
Which Hazel, y'all remember how this stuff burns real good?
Yeah.
It's good. You can get some of this. And they sell these at Walmart. 90, not even really probably not even $1.
Okay.
See this thing right here? Don't y'all use those damn little, they got those little pulling things outside?
Yeah.
They explode. Like me and a few medics, we talked about it. I said, yo, that shit's exposed. It's already contaminated. So somebody sneeze or cough and grab that shit, those things dry up at nighttime.
Okay.
So they're no good. You can literally take them out, take the witch hazel, pour it in there and put a little bit of warm water, shake it up. And whenever you got to go somewhere, you can spray it a little bit on your hand. And literally also, another thing, get nitrate gloves. You can go to the paint section.
Okay.
These are nitrile.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
3M.com. They sell these gloves. And you can go buy them. These gloves right here cost $2.97, or you can buy the other batch. They got a blue glove. They cost like $1.96. This one has 10. Another one they carry 10 in a box, 12 in a box. You can get witch hazel. Put this in a jar and like in these little things right here. You can spray it on there. Another thing I would tell a lot of people to do, and I've been showing people how to make these, is go get you can go into Walmart and buy yourself some towels and get a Ziploc bag. You know how you have alcohol to kill off bacteria? You want to put that and zip it off and put that in the bag so it's nice and moist. So whenever you got to touch certain things, you can simply pull it out your pocket, take the bag, take the towel you have, wipe whatever you got to touch, and you can touch it. Because now you disinfected it, put it right back in the bag, and you're good. So that's stuff that I've been doing and I've been showing other people, and they've been finding these items like witch hazel a lot more. You can find that. You can go ahead and start. But a lot of the other stuff that is hard to get are gone. They got alcohol wipe cleansing cloths. These are washable right here. These are washable. You can find these. They're in the travel section of Walmart and also in the first aid section. So you can find these, and they're all for like good prices. You just have to know the certain ingredients that you're looking for. So we've been telling people to go get this, and literally these are things that are good for cleansing and cleaning cuts and stuff. So if they're good for cleaning cuts, dirt, oil, different stuff off. These are the kind of things we want to find to disinfect and clean things for like temporary use. When if you got to use gloves, I've been telling the girls, like my friend and a few of my friends at Walmart, get these gloves so when y'all have to handle money, they're you can still, you know, filter through the money, but you don't have to worry about it wearing it. But they give them shitty ass gloves that they rip so easily, and I'm like, nah, get these gloves, try them out, and I gotten good responses back for them that they actually do work, and actually they don't have to keep on changing out gloves when they do their job, but you know they got to stack and do a lot of stuff. So we got to start learning new methods of how you're going to have to make your own stuff until things come by. And these bottles right here only cost about $197 a bottle, and it's literally this is made in the USA, factory certified, and has all the stuff you need for killing bacteria. You already know this shit burns. We all know the white alcohol burns like a mother. Go ahead and get that one. Well, those are the ones I would strongly suggest you do use whenever you finish doing stuff. The mask, that's another problem. I see a lot of brothers wearing a mask and having a beard. You literally defeated the whole goddamn purpose of a mask.
That's true.
Like I had to tell a lot of people, but I saw one guy. He came in inside the talk, and he said, "Well, I got a mask on," but I'm like, "You got a full beard, so the seal's already broken." Like, I'll tell you what, if you're serious about wearing a mask, then go shave your beard. Oh, I shaved my beard. Then take off the damn mask. You defeated the whole point.
And
now, go ahead.
And speaking on the mask, I saw some footage of people like manufacturing the mask, and they were making these masks under like very bad core conditions with, you know, stepping on them and I'm like, wow. So you might want to think about that before, even if you open them out of the package.
Yeah. You can go to 3m.com, the actual direct site. You want the 95M mask. If you're trying to wear a mask, 95M. That's the one that the guys who wear who do paint, you know, the guys who spray the paint, those type of masks. Those masks are I believe they're 95% used. I mean, goddamn it, they used to keep lead out of their fucking goddamn for them breathing that in.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the mask. If you gotta go out on your daily day, that's the one that we actually prefer you to use, rather than just the little one that, you know, when your mouth starts getting it wet and stuff starts sticking to it. So the 95M witch hazel, or you can also go get the other witch hazel, but you want that and nitrile gloves. Those are the things. If you do have to go out, you can pretty much pick them up, buy a little bottle, and buy a Ziploc bag. If I got to go over again, I'm probably going to do another video about that stuff. But those are things that you definitely want
BMT, do another video about that.
God damn it. Like,
I'm going to definitely check it out, though. Thanks.
But no problem. I just, like I said, I told you I was going to bring back viable information for that kind of stuff.
Appreciate it, man.
Because,
appreciate it. I'm trying to check out the site right now.
Right. Also, call if you got to make car payments. Call your goddamn bank. If you got to make any kind of payments on certain stuff, don't wait till when you got to pay it. Call the banks. Let them know, and they will literally actually say, "Okay, we get it. Lay off all the shit going on." They're not. Nobody's going to penalize you. They cannot do that now. Everybody knows that they got essential jobs and non-essential jobs. But y'all got to call you got to call the bank or the lender that you're dealing with and let them know. And if they try to go say, well, fuck that, we're not going to honor it, and say, well, fuck it, take me to court. I would like to see what court's going to decide with you on this shit. Like, I'm just saying. So I'm just trying to let y'all know on that kind of stuff. So you can, and the way you can go to go get them. The gloves, you can get that at Walmart. The traveling shit, everything is pretty much travel. And also I don't see people killing to go get Ziploc bags. So literally you can go get your own Ziploc bag and literally put that in your pocket. I'm just saying, stop. Y'all got to watch out using that damn disinfected moist towel that's out there. That shit is so nasty. They literally got it right beside the trash can. Like, just think about that.
Ugh.
It's by the trash can. It ain't that bad. That's what
You talk about Walmart, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the trash can. It's outside. The one place that where everybody walks through and coughs at. Like, come on, man.
I got it. You know what has been really? I've been looking at Listerine. People overlook
Listerine. You can use Listerine. You talking about but you gotta get the one that burns you good.
Yeah, the original.
Mm-hmm.
The other one that's I don't even know if they make it anymore. Dr. Tickner. Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
That's strong as hell. I don't know anything stronger than that. But I might look for that. You know, because I even rinse. I mean, I do the Listerine because I don't really. I usually do a water pick.
Mm-hmm.
But when I just started doing the Listerine, all kinds of stuff be coming out. I can see it. I'm like, damn. So because we don't know what we breathing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and we touch damn near everything when we go outside. When we go home. I mean, when we go to like stores, gas stations, doorknobs, keys, products in the stores, money.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just keep my ears open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh. And if y'all like to walk outside, I don't know why I gotta say this. If any of y'all women that like going outside with sandals or flip flops and all the other shit, please wipe your goddamn feet. I know y'all got them slave feet. Please wipe your feet when you come in the house. Dust and particles and shit get under your feet and you walk around and you put that shit in the carpet. Wipe your damn feet when you come in the house. You know what I'm saying? It don't take no time to go wash your feet and stuff. It amazes me how people walk around in sandals and flip flops nowadays. But
let me ask you guys this. Okay, when Trump opens up the economy back, do you think he's going to open it like one by one in shifts, or do you think he's going to just open up everything all at the same time?
I think it's gonna be a layer, just like the Chinese did. You start with the, you got the essentials working now, and then you just, you go do it on the way up. China the same. China's still not completely open. There's still some factories and stuff that are closed.
Yeah, he's backed off his Easter, whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do it when you have New York kept, you got.
I figured he would. I watched your video, but I figured he would do that because they're just not going to let him fuck up their money.
Fuck up your money, like how?
Expand, Albert.
Yeah. You mean?
Explain.
Open everything back up, and then a whole bunch of other people get sick.
At some point you're gonna have to open it up because, like you said, the cure
That's true.
The disease, and it's a matter of when. But he's not gonna do it. He would have done it on 12th, except New York's numbers are going crazy. And
yeah, what I heard is.
I think one thing I want to say is, will this make the U.S. a little bit more closed, or slow down with trade? I would say yes.
Nah,
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Nah.
Listen, China. You know what
they don't learn anything.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that they just showed.
Mm-hmm.
They just opened China. As much as they didn't learn, they reopened back up the wet markets
because the wet market didn't cause it.
Now, hang on. Now, they're still eating bat and pig and all kind of crazy stuff over there.
Yeah, because it didn't.
That's their culture. Yeah, that's their culture.
Now, hold on. Now we can keep on saying culture, but their culture, they got some questionable stuff where we're like, okay, man, hey, you should not be eating that. There's a lot of species.
You're not gonna change that by telling them they shouldn't be eating it, though.
Now, hold on. Now, so here's the thing about it. If I can't tell you, and I can't tell you what to do, because that's your house. By right, that you are fair with that. But one thing I can tell you, listen, man, if you're going to be doing that and you don't give a shit, and literally you got another goddamn bacteria virus building up already over there, we got to start slowing you down. So Because we already understand, and they already talked about it. Like, yo, we're gonna have to start pulling some of our factories away from you because you. But what's really going on is right now, China's already saying, "Look, if you're not going to be doing business with us, then we're going to start pulling stuff away from you."
If it was that easy, Trump would have done it already.
Did it? Yeah, he would.
Now, hold on now.
Okay.
See, you don't see Trump may be the president, but Trump don't control no goddamn billion-dollar businesses. You don't control those. He's only a 3.1 billionaire.
If they're gonna do it, they
So
would
what
have
if
done it by now.
China said? What if China says, "Okay,
He has
we're
a lot
gonna
more
stop
control
shipping your medication"?
He has a lot more control than he has a lot more control than you think because he has the power of tariffs.
Right.
Okay, the power of tariffs. Okay, so here's the thing about it.
And he has and basically there's a lot of these billion-dollar companies that just one lawsuit away from actually going to antitrust court.
So here's the thing. So when we looking at this stuff, because one, I already brought this up, where one, if we had that kind of power, we would have got the World Health Organization test rather than the bullshit bougie test that we're using that literally is inaccurate.
Yeah,
and
they don't have an accurate test because
well, hold on.
Wait a minute. Hold on, man.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Calm down for a second. I was talking basically. I have a sub that's in Washington D.C. Right? He's a toxicologist, and he said that. I should put the video up. He said that like a month ago that they're using the wrong kit and they don't have an accurate kit. And Nicole Lally said the same thing because that's what she does. She said you really don't have an accurate enough kit to actually test this stuff because it's new. And a lot of people are basically being tested and turning up negative and being released and coming back dead and like
clone positive.
So basically, I had, and then Don Calypso, who also does this kind of stuff, said the exact same thing. So I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm talking about 3 people that actually do this work that I know that I trust. He said exactly. Carl just said that, well, like maybe 3 days ago, but the exact same thing because she does this on a daily basis.
Right. And so what I'm saying, but I'm not taking away from your stuff. I'm glad you could tell me about them. But what I'm telling you is that the man in the house, don't have no power over certain business, out there outside of his realm. And how do I know that? Because I have met contract soldiers, different other businesses outside of the U.S. And I'm like, yo, how y'all operating this shit? Well, guess what? They can afford those. They can afford the security. They can deal with other countries. And I mean, shit. They play the neutrality game. So
you let them believe that they don't have this control.
They do. Well, I mean, I don't have to.
What I'm saying is at that level, there's certain agreements that go on, and you think that they don't have this power, but they do. Okay.
Who you saying? Who's they?
I'm talking about. I want to talk about the Washington consensus. I'm talking about the president and the Congress. Okay, there's a whole lot of. I mean, there's a bringing after 40 years trying to bring your industry back into the country is not an easy thing.
Well, I literally said that. Okay, so I'm not sure if you got what I'm saying.
Okay,
but literally, okay, so I'm gonna go again with that.
Okay,
I'm gonna help you understand. So, what the guy, the last general of the U.S. military, said was to make us do pharmaceuticals here, it will be billions of dollars,
trillions,
and we have to give incentives to those companies that do that to come back here. So that would mean you would have to start paying now.
Yeah, well, she already gave incentives. They call those tax breaks were exactly for that. But we talked about that 2 years ago.
Now, hang on that. So I'm glad. So in looking at that, I mean, talking about that, but see, you didn't account for this virus now, because see, that means that you need me more than I need you right now. And see, that's a dangerous game, because now you can literally start making your own stakes. Like, well, shit, I get you need me, but see, he who controls the pharmaceuticals right now and who offers out the cure right now, they get to be king. And Putin had no problem saying, well, guess what? It looks like the U.S. is about to be out of power. And see, when you make that kind of claim in front of the world, everybody's like, well, shit, I can't call back my military, and I can't call it bluff. Because right now, no country is holistically actually sharing what the other countries are doing right now.
No, yeah, of
I mean,
course.
if they don't want to, why would I tell you what's going on in the fuckery in my home? So saying that we can, but we just had Zuckerman at the house, and he's like, "Yo, you were typing that out."
From a Zuckerberg.
Yeah, Zuckerberg was he got caught for illegally taking information.
Okay.
Now, when looking at that, why couldn't they holistically touch him? Why couldn't the U.S. holistically touch him?
Because Zuckerberg is actually collecting data for the NSA. Of course, they're not going to touch him.
Okay, now, so in saying that, I mean, so that agrees
He
with
works
what
for them, just like what's his name? For Tesla. Yeah,
Tesla.
Where you think all that money? Well, so that's black budget money Tesla's getting.
So in saying that right there, that concludes exactly what I just told you. In other words, so you're not going to touch $1 billion entity that's been out longer than your ass been sitting in that seat. And that's why you can't touch them. I know this because I've been protecting like a dog some of these sites.
Mm-hmm.
Like you turn a blind eye, and so
until you can't.
No, you can. You can. They'll protect them before they.
So you can't. Basically, IBM and AMD just fucked Intel. Okay, Intel was what they're supposed to do, and basically, Intel was protected until Obama told them they couldn't sell chips to the Chinese anymore. It cost them a whole lot of money. But guess what they had to do? They had to back the fuck off.
Yeah,
they can do it.
See, that's the thing about it. What they say on the screen, I would not believe that shit. And I mean, I'm being so for real. Like I literally
what?
So it's like, okay, so like I found it very funny when they were saying all the American troops are out of Iran. I'm watching the news of that shit.
You talking about Iran or Iraq? Iraq.
No, Iran or Iraq. Well, they were saying they ain't no soldiers in Iran. And I was like, how is that possible? I'm Skyping my buddy right now playing PlayStation. He's in Iran sitting in there right now.
He's a soldier Skyping you from Iran. Are you fucking kidding me? Iran or Iraq?
No, Iran. I know what I'm saying. Iran. Iran. I keep saying Iran. IRAN. Iran.
I thought you walked, but you ran. Okay.
No, in other words, so he's on a diplomatic mission in Iran.
I wouldn't say that.
Ain't American troops supposed to be in Iran, not on the official capacity, not that I know of.
Well, guess what? When have we ever? See, that's the thing about. I don't know why y'all think we the good boys.
I didn't say that.
Nobody said that shit.
What I'm saying is, you telling me that an American soldier
is in Iran.
Yep.
And we ain't went to war with them
as a soldier. Okay, in Iran, Iran is in opposition to us, and Iran's going to allow it. And they Skype like they can't see the back and forth connections.
Now I got a question. Have you seen what Iran and some other countries have been driving lately?
That wasn't the answer to his question.
No. But you don't understand why I asked that question.
You asked the question to deflect from answering the question that was asked of you.
Hang on. Between me and BJ, unless you want to answer it too.
I can see what they're driving. What it's saying is, you're telling me that an American soldier in an official capacity as a soldier is Skyping you from Iran basically on an open channel.
Yeah, why not? What are we talking about? I mean, honestly, if we're not talking about nothing secretive, what do you need to talk about?
Okay.
Let me ask you this question. How much do y'all think y'all know, or do y'all just get information from?
What I'm saying is he can't be in an official capacity. He can be a soldier, but he can't be official capacity.
Okay, so let me break for you. When I was asking you, what do we give them? So we could not bring all our stuff back, but we do have people from different factions, groups, Israeli, different people who buy and use our products and our merchandise. Now they can ask for soldiers for us to take stuff over there, train, do stuff to keep like, hey man, y'all, we'll show you how to work this. You keep the fucking peace. But hey, we're not going to go any further than that. Now, mind you, I mean, but I guess somebody trying to say, well, you don't know. Well, I'm trying to tell you, we have taken things over there, MRAC. We have taken vehicles over there and sold these things and literally take. That's why some guys say, yo, man, like this war is dogmatic. It's full of shit on some stuff. But the same gun that I was using or the Marines were using, they were like, yo, package these up. We're going to be shipping them off. Now you got doggone Iranian soldiers shooting M16s that were cleaned by privates not too long ago. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? I should have took the marksman off of this damn thing. But that's just how war makes money, and different things make politics go round. So if you're not gonna fuck up somebody's $1 billion if you don't got, if you, especially not no president, like he's a cog in the machine.
Okay. The thing is, this is the issue, and this is the sticking point about bringing industry back into the United States, right? Why did you leave the United States in the first place? Why did you go someplace else in the first place?
Are you talking or are you asking?
I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you what your opinion is. Why do you think we went away in the first place?
Oh, you can do more things. You can do more things outside of the U.S. guidelines.
You can, and but that's not the main point. You can do more things, but also what? Cheaper. So
that literally just covered what I said. You could do more things outside of the U.S. guidelines.
No, it didn't cover it, but that's not the. I'm going to ask
you
a specific answer. The reason that you moved all these industries outside of the United States is because of cost. Okay. Now your chips that you move is something I was actually thinking about doing a book on maybe 10 years ago. Is because because the circuits and the circuit boards and the ICs that you make are toxic. And they can't make them because EPA won't let them. Okay, so you can't. So those things you cannot move back because EPA is not going to let you move them back. Not wholesale. Second thing is for you to make stuff here, rather than Asia or in China, like the iPhone. Why iPhone's made in China? Okay, there's a reason for that because Apple can't make a profit on it if they make it here. Because the iPhone will cost 4 times as much if you bring it here, and Apple won't make a profit. It's going to cost you 4 times. So whatever product you bring back from China, multiply it by 4 as far as the cost is concerned. That's why it's not coming back. That's like Trump had to bribe them with $2.5 trillion to bring the stuff back. In other words, we're going to lose profit if we do that.
So you brought up that they can force with tariffs. Could you explain how they're going to force them with tariffs? Could you explain that?
In other words, if you put a tax on so high that it makes much more sense to actually bring it inside the United States rather than outside the United States, then that's how you force it back with tariffs. They've been doing that for the last 300 years. That's what tariffs are for.
No, okay, so can you give me an instance of something that $1 billion company that they forced?
Okay. Basically, why do you think that the pickup truck is so dominant? American pickup truck is so dominant in the United States because they have like a 30% tariffs on it for Toyota, Nissan, and anybody else to import it. So basically, American trucks is going to be cheaper to buy inside the United States because the tariffs are so high on the other truck outside. That's how come the truck industry in the United States is so dominant.
Okay, now I ask you a question. Could you tell me a $1 billion company that they forced outside, a U.S. company that they forced
to come back?
Yeah,
I just gave you one.
What was the company?
It was Ford and GM. Are they not $1 billion companies?
No, okay. Now, where did they force them at? Where did they force them?
I just told you they put a tariff. So, in other words, if GM wants to make those trucks outside of the bounds, like in China or Thailand or someplace like that, they gave them a special dispensation for Mexico and for certain parts in Canada, right? They give them a special dispensation. Anything outside of that, they have to pay a 30% tariff. Guess where they make the trucks? It's not rocket science. That's at last I heard. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought GM and Ford were $1 billion companies. Last I heard. That's just one. That's one example. Intel, okay. Intel. Last I heard, Intel's a $100 billion company. Okay. They can't sell that. They have to sell that shit in. They have to make a lot of this shit in house. They can do it if they want to. It's just a matter of how much. The thing is, it's going to cost the consumer more money.
What countries were they working in?
Who's that? Intel? They're working in China.
No, I'm talking about GM.
GM. For the truck,
I would like to know.
for the pickup trucks. Basically, the
I'm looking up right now. I'm trying to figure out what country were they outside
okay.
of.
If they're selling the stuff in someplace else, like if they got a truck in China, they can make a truck in China because there's no tariffs, right? Or if they make it in Europe, they sell them there. But if you're going to sell it for the domestic market in the United States, it has the vast majority of the truck has to be made here in the United States. Now the beds can be made in Mexico, right? Certain engine parts and stuff like that can be made in Canada. You have a special dispensation for those two. But as far as that's concerned, that's where you got to make them, and that's one example.
Okay, now, all right. So, if you're talking about parts for trucks, like certain beds or certain stuff like that, that's not unusual for them to have like different outtakes. Now they got GM. Actually, GM. They got GM Korea, and they got Opel. Like, I mean, I know.
Yeah.
So, but right now, I'm looking around. I'm talking. I'm sending out the information. I'm trying to figure out when has GM ever had to say, "Well, I got to come back." And literally, my friend was like, "Well, GM Korea." So I mean, I'm just trying to find out. Actually, so you can have different parts of a car made outside the country and shit that you can do, but you got your home office, and I mean, having layoff of Americans, what they've been doing, that's one of their districts in Motor City.
Okay, I'm saying is you
breathing so hard. What's going on?
What I'm saying is you can. What I'm saying is you can go back and research it if you want. You asked me for one example. That's one example. If you want to bring the stuff like that, say particularly like the iPhone, if you want to make them bring it back in, you can charge the tariffs and make it so expensive that it's cheaper to bring it in house. Okay. You could actually raise the tariffs up to 100% if you want to. That's the way you make, because at the end of the day, what do companies want to do? They want to make money.
Well, I would say I get you what you're saying that, but one of the things about it is Apple provides such good security, and I mean we like to use their products.
It has nothing to
in
do
a lot of security areas. And I mean that would,
sir.
Huh?
It has nothing to do with it, sir.
Oh no! See, I mean, hold on now, calm down. What I'm saying is that if I provide y'all security.
Okay.
I mean, hold up, backpack man, calm down. This is me and him talking.
What I'm saying? Okay, man.
You're being hella disrespectful. You don't know shit about me to say backpack shit.
Whoa. I didn't say. Did I say things?
BMT.
BMT. You need to calm the fuck down with that shit.
Whoa. I mean, hey,
BMT.
I'm talking to your elders. You need to calm the fuck down with that shit.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Elder shit for me.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm
I don't give a fuck either, dog.
I'm entertaining you with this BMT, so you need to.
But I mean, I didn't. But hold on.
Relax. BMT. You know what, BMT? Relax, but otherwise, I have other things to do, man. Want to talk to me? I have other things to do. Relax, man. I'm entertaining you, right? I'm answering your questions. I've answered your questions. I answered to them in detail. I've been researching this shit for 25 years when I started trading back in 1994. Okay.
Okay, but So
this is something I've been reading over the last 25 years. I follow this stuff. Okay.
Okay, and
all the economists have been talking about why Trump actually gave them $2.5 trillion in tax breaks. There's a reason for that. He wants to bring the industry back in, but the thing is, you got to understand why the stuff started going out in the 70s out to other places in the first place. It's cost.
Well, speaking of the 70s, we got Don Campbell's son in the chat. Dennis.
Hey, Dennis, what's up?
Hey, Dennis.
Hey,
condolences.
But yeah,
I'm gonna miss that hat twirl though, man. I used to love that when he used to do that.
Yeah, man. Dennis. He's pretty much his dad's biggest fan. He's biggest supporter. Matter of fact, Dennis is he's pretty much the spokesperson of the whole brand of Camelot Campbell.
So sorry for your loss.
But can he dance?
Oh yeah, he can dance. I'm wondering. I should bring Dennis on the panel. I don't know if he has time, but I mean that there's he's going through some things. But he has a dance company. he teaches it out here, and he goes overseas and teaches it. So him and his father were working together and representing things. They were doing lectures and judging different competitions, and yeah, they were still doing the thing, man. You know.
Yeah. But basically, if you go back and if you actually Google the China price, and because this is way back in like I want to say 2003, 2004, where they were having congressional hearings about the China price, and basically the manufacturers inside the United States were actually complaining about stuff being made in China. Said, look, they can they can sell it for 30% less than we can actually make the goddamn thing. That was back then in 2003. Okay, there's a reason that it's difficult to bring this stuff back. It's just simply cost. You can't, basically you can't you can't beat American wage. You can't beat Chinese wages versus American wages. We make 4 times as much money as they do. So basically, just on if you can, and you guys have heard me say this. If you want to bring the stuff back, guess who's going to be doing the work? Then you can compete on price. Guess who's going to be doing the work? It's going to be machines. It's going to be automation. That's the only way you can compete on price. So basically, even though you bring the products back, the jobs ain't coming back with them. And everybody knows it, but nobody's going to talk about it. So because the consumers can't, you're willing to pay double and triple for, say, like a phone or a shoe or whatever product that you make, because you're going to have to double and triple the price just to have it made in the United States. Are you willing to do that?
No, because most Americans want shit cheap. That's the reason why China rose anyway.
I mean, I asked that question like maybe 20 some odd years ago, right? Because I was talking to my buddy. He was wearing he was wearing boots, and I asked him. So he's talking about American jobs, right? I said, okay, well, look down at your shoes. Where them shoes made?
Exactly.
He looked at it. I said, how much you pay for them? He said, turn them over. Where did they made? China. So
he can go to the whole house.
That same boot, that same fucking boot. I said, now look up an American made boot and see how much it costs. I think he paid like $40 for that work boot, right? The same boot in America costs $125.
Yep.
He can go to the whole house. The kitchen. I mean, in the kitchen, he got the refrigerator.
Yeah.
You just look at Walmart. Walmart can offer you the cheapest prices they can because most of that stuff comes from fucking China. That's
Costco, Walmart,
Target, Walmart, anybody who can sell you something at a discount.
99-cent store has nothing Chinese goods all through that motherfucker.
Daiso out here in California.
I'm not saying because I like it, because back in my day when I was when I was a Green Party liberal, okay, before I became Black Pill, we hated this shit, man, because you were taking American jobs and people were getting put out of work. I was the one that I was one of the few ones along with the Green Party was protesting the goddamn NAFTA bill because we knew what it would fucking do, right?
Yeah.
And basically, the United States was sending out fucking helicopters to actually fight the Zapatistas down there. Shipping helicopters down there to Mexico to calm down the Zapatistas. Zapatistas knew what it was going to do to their fucking jobs and their way of life. Okay, this is capitalism at work. It's a fucking crony capitalist country, man, and it's profit driven. It's profit driven to the point. The only reason that it's not it hasn't gone down the tubes already because they're afraid of the American people. You can't put that many of us with these many guns out of work.
No, so I'm gonna say this and just be honest with it, man. I don't want to ever hear y'all keep trying to tell me that I'm an elder shit. I'm gonna just be honest. Y'all, man. No. I mean, this is just. I'm just being for real.
Yeah.
I don't ever downplay you in your life or any man on here. But see, this thing with the sunny thing is very annoying.
Nobody sons you. Nobody sons you. Nobody sons you. What you did was talk disrespectfully and down your nose at people, which is disrespectful.
You trying to do the same shit to Smooth yesterday with that damn I'm your elder shit.
BMT, finish your statement, and I'm gonna make mine. All right, I'm gonna finish. I'll make mine. Okay.
Okay, go. Okay, so I'm gonna just tell you, you a man just like I'm a man.
Hold on, Artisan. I got one for him.
You know,
Okay.
because I listen. I don't play that shit. We come on here to talk as men, but we ain't gonna be playing that. Well, respect your elder shit, nigga. You're not my fucking elder. You didn't birth me. You didn't do shit for me. I respect you as a man. We talking as two men that put on our pants. You didn't do nearly shit that I done in my life, and I don't try to talk down on your shit that you did in your life. That's that corny shit that black men like trying to do to other black men.
You're talking down right now because you don't know what the fuck I've done in my life. Okay, I'll let him get it out.
Yeah, shorten it up, BMT, so we can respond.
Okay, I'll shorten it enough for you. Just don't. I get tired of that elder shit. Well, I'm this and you that. Don't be doing that corny shit, man.
All right.
It's just fuck. Go ahead, BJ.
All right. Now, one thing, you know what? I'm actually an intellectual snob, right? When I come on this,
I know you are.
I'm an intellectual snob. When I come on this motherfucker, I actually tone this shit down, right? I entertain stupid shit, right? What you were talking was fucking stupid. I know better. I've been researching this stuff for fucking 25 years. You're insulting my motherfucking intelligence, but I tolerate that shit because you're young and you don't know.
Oh, okay.
You don't know. You ain't researched this shit. You don't know. I tolerate it. And you're going to get mad. I mean, I entertained this stuff. I broke it down for you. I gave you the examples. I cited you the examples. I told you what it was and why shit works the way it works. And I have a fucking track record of 5 years on my goddamn channel. Okay? Where I've told you guys this shit. I told you about this shit 2 years ago when he gave you tax breaks. Okay? You have like 15 economists that can back this shit up. I got motherfuckers on basically that are on my think tank giving motherfucking economists lessons and shit like this because they don't fucking know. All right? So don't insult me. Okay? If I have patience with you and I'm willing to entertain you, even though I know what you're fucking saying is wrong, I'm gonna explain it to you. You need to have patience with me. You understand me?
So, all right. So are you finished? I'm just asking before I say anything.
Now, Artisan's gonna have his say, just like you
all
had.
right, okay. So I'm gonna wait till you guys to say, and then after that, go ahead. Go ahead, Artisan.
I'll go when I'm ready to, dude. You don't have to prompt me to talk, okay?
Oh, all right. So okay. So the thing about it is,
shut the fuck up. Here's the thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna go.
You don't know me.
I'm gonna say what I got to say.
Listen.
So I don't give a flying fuck if you guys say now, nigga.
Listen.
Anyway,
you don't know me.
When we look at it,
I don't know you. You don't know anything I've done.
Hey,
you don't know anything I've done in my life, so you can't keep throwing these silly ass female aspersions about what you think somebody is.
Female aspersions,
silly shit.
Is that what you're trying
to try to denigrate and disrespect any man on this fucking panel? That's lame. It shows the weakness of your position. Now, I can agree with you on some of the stuff.
Did you really try that?
I can agree with some of the stuff you say, but mostly you come off like a fucking blowhard, disrespectful to anybody older than you, which means somebody older than you should have beat your fucking ass a long time ago to get you to calm that shit down. That's disrespectful. When I piped up, you were being disrespectful to BGS. You were being disrespectful to him. If you feel so offended about people older than you, don't get older. Don't get older. Because when you want to talk to somebody younger than you and you think you passing knowledge to people, who are you passing it to? Old folks or young folks? And what do you want? Respect from those young folks because you elder, or respect that you know? You tell me the difference, because what you're doing up here, disrespecting BGS while he talking to you, talking to him all crazy and throwing shit out there, that is female disrespectful, man. You know that shit.
That's female disrespectful.
You know it's disrespectful. You know it's disrespectful. Now, if you know it's disrespectful and you're willfully doing it, then you are trying to be disrespectful. Now, I can't rock with that shit. Can't rock with that shit. You don't know me, so whatever the fuck you got to say, what you think you don't know shit. You damn sure don't know shit about me. I know that for a fact. And I didn't son you at all. I told you were talking to an elder. I didn't say I was the elder. BGS is the fucking elder. Show some fucking respect. And not be so condescending and snide with your remarks to him. I don't see why that's such a hard fucking ask from you.
You done?
I'm done. Fuck this dude. I ain't got time for this dumb shit. I don't go on this panel to listen to dumb motherfuckers run their mouth about shit that somebody else can tell them they know more about. Fuck all that.
You definitely sound like a bitch right now.
All right. Yeah. See, you know what, man? This is
I call him a bitch. He is the problem.
I am not talking to you, sir.
Okay, but I'm
not talking to you, sir. I'm gonna tell you. I'm talking. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking, sir. I'm talking, sir.
Oh, now you're talking. Nah. He addressed me, and I'm.
You know what, man. This is why they had the same call.
Man.
That's why they call
it. That YouTube. You don't want to listen. I got a panel. I think I'm somebody's shit.
You know what, man?
Why are you turning my panel into this, bro?
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. We got this. Okay. Go ahead.
Back and forth stuff. Come on, man. I mean, if you have a discrepancy, you can at least go back and forth and just have like a little bit of an exchange. But as far as going over and out loud talking, that's not you, man. Come on. So BGS was talking. Let him finish.
What I'm saying is, man, you know, I put in too much. You know, that's why my patients, man, don't even come back. Don't do this, man. Just don't even stress yourself out. Don't even raise your blood pressure for people that will not listen, right? I got a track record, dude. I said I didn't just say this about China. Man, I've been researching. You know, in fact, my mentor, he said I should write books on freaking China and the China trade and stuff like that, man, because I was so good at it. Because I would actually took time to actually research this stuff, man. I read too many books, too many articles, done too much research on this shit, man. And this started back in 1994 when he wrote his first book. That's why I started researching it. Okay, I've been doing this for too long. I know what I'm talking about. I know why they won't bring it back, because they can't. You can go back. I gave you a reference. Go look up the China price, man. I gave you a reference of when they had a congressional hearing on this stuff back some 16 years ago. This is not new. They've been doing this. They've been doing this for a reason. Okay. That's how come it's very difficult to bring the stuff back. They're already talking about Huawei and 5G. They can't make this stuff cheap enough. Apple can't even bring this stuff back. All your smartphones, all the stuff product for your smartphones is made in fucking central China. We don't have factories for that. And if you do find people that are trained, which we don't have, that are trained to work on this stuff and put this stuff together, they can't work for those wages. And American populations cannot afford to even pay for this shit. The only reason this shit even runs is because the dollar, because China accepts the dollar. They're training their people to work, and they're using us as a work program. So they're willing to take 20 cents on the dollar to make something. We can't do that. We can't do that. That's like we can't bring it back. What I'm saying is, if you want to bring the stuff back, you can. They can force them to bring it back. I actually told you how. You don't accept it. It's okay. Then go up and go look and see how tariffs actually work. See how they work. See why high tariffs countries that say like Brazil or Ghana or a whole bunch of African countries have 100% tariffs to stop incoming goods from coming in. Okay, that's like it costs you 3 or 4 times to buy, say, like a certain made goods in Brazil. Like an iPhone is going to cost you a double or a double and a half to actually buy in Brazil because they have 100% tariffs on it. Okay, the American people is not going to pay for that. It's going to come out of your ass. Trump had released what he raised tariffs on certain products. He had to let that go because it was killing the fucking farmers. That's the way it works. It's not an easy game. Okay, this is highly complex, and you try to make it simple. We just can't bring stuff back at snap of a finger. It took 40 years to ship all this shit out. You think it's going to come back in 5? It's not. And I gave you the only possible reason that you could do it, and every economist agrees. The only way you can bring the shit back wholesale into America is basically ramp up and automate the shit. And 90% of people are going to lose their jobs, or there won't be any jobs for 90% of the people. It is what it is. to Kobayashi Maru. I was telling you about fucking Donald Trump, the Kobayashi Maru. Either he's going to sacrifice the economy or he's going to have a cure. I told you where the protocol came from. I line all this stuff up. I actually give you my freaking sources. Nobody else is going to give you their sources. I let you peek over my shoulder as I'm doing this stuff. Okay? And what am I doing this for? I don't mind arguing with people that actually know what they're talking about. If you know what you're talking about, if you know the law, if you know how the economy works, I'll go back and forth with you. And because of art, I'll go back and forth with you. Even though you are screaming at me because you don't agree. And I ask you pertinent questions and you try to move the deck or shuffle it off to something else. I've been living like Art said. I was sitting in a Green Party rally, right? Not a rally, but I forget her name. She was actually giving a talk, and this is when NAFTA was going on. And they were talking about the helicopters, and then before NAFTA got passed, when the Zapatistas knew that their land and their farming and their jobs would get basically outsourced because America would start import really cheap food. They're going to lose their farm. So they actually rose up and try to fight back. Okay. But this has been going on for years. This is not something that just started yesterday. It started in 1987. This is actually, all this stuff was actually thought about and manufactured in Switzerland. That's where the Swiss codes actually first started off with half this shit. Okay. So this is, I've been reading this shit since 1990, really since 1993. This is not new to me. So 27 years of experience doesn't mean shit on this channel. Even though I have a track record that's proving that I'm right, then it don't mean shit. But I at least deserve the respect of a fucking track record and the stuff that I know that I'm talking about. When it comes to the military, I don't question you because you served. Okay, I will never question about somebody served in battle. I ain't never been there. When I defer to people that know more than what the fuck I'm talking about. When Nicole Ali came on and we were talking about the reagent kits that she does fucking every day. She's the expert. I can't question her. All I can do is ask her questions so she can give me information. I can't go back and forth with her because that's her field of expertise. Okay, this is mine. You're asking about something that I know. And I'm asking you questions how much you know. And basically, I can tell by the answers that you give me back that you haven't researched this stuff. I can tell because there's certain code words, just like in the Army, there's certain code words that you use where you know that somebody served. Because you know the language, you know the lexicon, you know how they would sound. I know the same thing when it comes to this. Somebody asked me about banking, and they don't know what the fucking fractional reserve rate is. They don't know shit about banking. That's one-on-one. There's certain lexicons and code words that you use. And I'm too old to do this. I'm too old to go back and forth. I ain't got to do this. All right, especially not on the channel that's not mine. I'm not making any money from this. I'm having a discussion. You ask me a question, I answer. You don't like the answer? Okay. So Artisan just stopped me from leaving. Because I was getting ready to punch that little red button, man. I don't need this stuff. I don't need my blood pressure to go up. Over what? Stuff that I know and you don't? Is that it? Is that what it is? To actually puff out your chest and prove that you know something?
I'm just acting like I'm finished, so that way I can.
Go ahead. No, you can answer, dude. I will listen to you because I'm done. After you.
Okay. I'll just asking. I just know you was talking, so I just.
No. Go ahead, man.
But what is the best way to disagree, BMT? I'm just curious. What is the most effective way to show a person that even though I hear what you're saying, I'm not really rocking with it without really, shaking, making waves? What is the best way?
Come on this YouTube. Come on this YouTube shit.
In general.
The best way to disagree. Let motherfuckers just talk. That's it. That's what I'm learning now. Just let people talk and just show them. That's it. Because honestly, I mean, showing is a lot more better than talking. You know what I mean? That's honestly what I'm seeing, talking. But I don't see showers, and doers. So, I mean, I just let people talk. You know, when, somebody's telling me something about the military, and I'm trying to figure out like how the fuck you telling me, and
I asked you a question.
no, okay, but hold on now. You said that my area expertise.
Yeah.
And I'm okay. So if I'm telling you something, mind you, I mean it's Skype, so literally we know what people are listening in on, and I'm telling you that literally that's even been shown in the military that we have taken stuff over. That wasn't even me disrespecting you. That was literally me informing you that that's how we make our money back.
I didn't disagree.
No, okay. So if me saying that, but there was always y'all on Skype, y'all were doing that. I'm like, well, we're not gonna use phones. We're gonna use doggone. We can do different stuff. Now, granted, I'm just telling you. I ain't like so when I was letting you inform me, I'm like, hey man, like I've looked at these sites, I've walked through them, you know what I'm saying, and they're talking about different things. Now, having the discussion, that's why I don't even like doing all this YouTube stuff about I know this and you know that, like, because it's all just speculation. I mean, hey, I get it. If this is your area where you feel you're comfortable at, that's cool. That's why I just feel like, yo, like I don't play, and I only said off my chest straight out, man, yo, I don't play that elder thing very well. I don't do that. I don't play that. I never play that game. I ain't never switched up. I'm never gonna switch up. That's why I had nothing to say when Smooth felt saying off his chest what he had to say to that other dude. When the other dude was saying that smoke shit, and I'm gonna say the same thing to another man. Yet another man damn sure is not gonna talk some shit to me or say respect that. But I'm not gonna lie, my temperature would have blew up. I would have just popped them in the mouth. And that's just my temper. That's why I don't hang around black men too much unless I know they're my equal. But I'm just being for real. That saying I'm your elder, I'm this and that, where I'm from, you best back that up. Because you're saying that you're superior to me. And I'm like, yo,
I understand that.
That's okay. But I'm just saying, I'm just being for real. Where I come from, telling me that you're an elder.
I understand that, BMT, but is it worth being triggered with?
That is a trigger word. I
mean, is it worth?
I'm being honest as a man. That's why I had to say what I had to say off my chest.
No, because the fact that someone tells you that, okay, I got more experience than you and stuff like that, that's worth being upset about.
Hold on. See, that's the thing about it. Like him saying that, I could care less if he has more experience. Like him telling me about
it's not worth having a conversation then. Let it go.
Well, see, that's the thing about it. It's like, okay, so like when me, you, and DC were having that last conversation, I say, okay, it's done. But I saw it wasn't gonna go nowhere. If you were the same thing to say, BMT, don't even worry about it. It could have been the same way. See, that was my thing when me, you, and DC had that conversation. I killed it.
BMT, but you asked. I didn't offer. You asked.
Hold on, but what did I? Okay,
you asked. You asked. Okay.
Okay, you know what? You're right, BJS. I did ask you that. I did ask you about that.
You did.
I did ask you about that.
And you kept interrupting me while I was trying to give you the answer.
Okay, so I apologize about that.
That's disrespectful. Now, when you mentioned about your buddy in Iran, that's why I asked you 3 times. Are you sure? Because that's highly unusual. Okay.
Okay, so
I did ask you the circumstances of how he was in there. Okay, we're asking you questions, but you didn't give us a clear answer.
Well, actually, hold on. Actually, I did. If you that's why I said. That's why I said like some of y'all don't understand things that we do.
That's not clear.
Okay,
so answer, but that's not clear.
Okay, so you're saying that you didn't understand.
No. So kept asking.
Okay, so there's the miscommunication. If I was telling you that we were taking vehicles. Now, mind you, when I said, listen, how do vehicles and stuff get over? I asked you that question. Somebody made a response. You're deflecting. I wasn't deflecting.
If you can't give us a straight answer, say that you can't say.
Well, hold on. Now I'm gonna show you this, sir. When you ask a question, I don't say that's deflecting. You just say, could you answer the question? When I asked the question, it was presumed as deflection.
I didn't say that.
Now, okay, but now we're catching something. I'm going to show you. When other people throw things in, when two men are talking, like like a hype man, that starts to put a bad flow in the energy. Because literally, I'm talking to you about what you know, and when the other people are saying or doing other sound effects and stuff, see, that's when people start feeling some type of way. Because now they say, okay, so are you? That's why I said the response backpacking. Because now you're hyping up something and making it into something. I'm not trying to fight nobody.
I understand, but when we were asking you about your expertise, the difference is we were asking you kept making it a riddle. I said, under what circumstances was the man there as a soldier? And you kept saying, you could have said, hey, he's in there training somebody, training the Iranians on some equipment that we sold them. In the story.
Okay. Now, first of all, anybody to say something like that, you can get people in trouble. Okay, let me stop you right there.
So why bring it up?
So hold on. Let me stop you right there. Me saying they were selling vehicles and stuff like that's right there. I can say that. I can say that anybody that says something like that, well, they're selling vehicles there. Or they got contractors going over there. You can say stuff like that, or they're taking over people. They're transporting people there. You can say that, sir.
You could have simply said, and I've said it many times, that I would love to tell you, but it's going to get people in trouble, and I can't do it. And then that'd have been the end of the story. You can't tell us.
Well, okay, so let me just hit you with that.
But also you can't use it to prove a point either, because you can't tell us.
Well, that's the thing about it. So so when we're talking about that, and all I said was, well, I'm looking things up right now. And I'm asking people online, like, hey, is this true? That wasn't something to. I mean, that was something. I guess I'm not sure you took it as, well, who are you to ask me these questions? I'm entertaining you, and I'm like, well, shit. If you saying that you know this stuff, and I'm asking you a question, I don't know how that was a smite.
I answered every question that you asked me.
Okay, and I was answering,
I answered every question that you asked me in a concise manner.
Okay. Well,
I asked you leading questions to see how what the depth of your knowledge is, so I can actually give you the right answer. People think I'm trying to trap. People think I'm trying to trap you, trap people with those questions. I'm not. I'm trying to find out how much you know to give you the right answer, because I can give you an answer that doesn't make sense to you.
But see, that's the thing about it. When I was telling you some stuff, and y'all were saying, "Well, that's not that was answering." You just didn't understand the answer. If I would have hold on. So here's the thing. So if you just say, "Well, I don't get it right now," BMT, could you break it down a little bit more? You could have said that. Like literally, that's why whenever we do certain military panels, it's either we only try to bring military people around, because then they'll say, "Okay, I get why you just said that." And I mean, if you didn't know, then I didn't have to say, "Well,
BMT, you know how many military people listen to me and follow me and talk
to me on a daily basis? I do not know.
I have tons of them. A lot of them that you don't know that are still active. Okay. That are still active, and they can't tell me what they do. They might slip up here or there, and I will tell them, "Hey, man, don't you preserve your job, okay? Don't say anymore, okay? I don't want you to get anybody in trouble, okay?"
So
if you can't answer it, say you can't answer it.
I think I see the thing. And this is not to you. This is just, I think sometimes when we talk, we pause, and so people think that the person is done. So then they try to talk, but actually the person's still talking. I think they were just pausing. Now I think that's one thing. So I'm gonna start asking, "Are you finished, sir?" I think the next thing about it was, we say certain trigger words while we're discussing things, like shorten it up. When somebody's telling the other person to shorten it up, and then the other person, they say, "Well, you need to shorten your shit up," or something like that. Like, it's things like that that really start to irritate people on panels. And I'm just speaking on things that I'm noticing. The people using the ageism of stuff like that. A lot of black men don't like that a lot, and I'm starting to.
Why is that?
Okay, so the thing about it is, this is an equal space. The internet is an equal space where anybody can come to speak and talk and learn. Now, if this is a space where it's an open talk for us to discuss, Granted, I never asked for no teacher, like on anything. There's nothing that I have heard that I needed to know so far.
Okay.
But okay, then that's not a shock to you. But
don't care.
I'm also like, if we're on here to talk, but I sat on the panel for a long time just listening. And I never said anything.
Okay.
But I also am saying that when certain people are talking, and it's like I don't like to play that how long I've done this and you've done this thing, because then that's the chest puffing thing. That is the chest puffing thing, because when somebody says, well, I've been doing this, well, I'm like, well, okay, so while you're doing that, I was holistically out there trying to do this. So I only came to YouTube because there were men like me that wanted brothers like me to talk. You're an older man, you talk about the stuff in your space. I only come over there just to visit, say hi, thumb it up, and I'm out. I don't do anything else. I don't hardly hang around here. So I don't know your mannerisms all like that. You don't know my mannerisms like that. The most we ever do talk, BJS, is on Art's panel. Until like I came over yesterday. Like I don't talk like that, except when I come over to Art. But I'm cool with Art. But I do apologize for being disrespectful to Art. But like I said, my triggering thing is when I hear older men try to deflate or talk down on another black man, and then try to say, well, you getting upset at that's a female thing. See, that's not cool, because then if I were to call a man out of his name or talk down on him, that would be like me calling you something like against what you believe in. That's disrespectful. So that's why I didn't want it to pass with me not speaking on my heart.
Yeah, I understand that, BMT, but the thing that you have to understand also is that I'm not sure if you find yourself really letting people know about your years of experience of what you do in other people's spaces too.
Certain panels, no. Okay, certain panels, no. Because here's the thing about it. Me and BJS knows somewhat about my military stuff, because we've talked about me, Super Chris. We've had different talks with military and different stuff. So we've had those talks, but I never go too deep in depth with them. Other men that we had other military panels, we talk, but we only talk in certain codex, and we know how far to take it for other people who are still out there in the field. However, when it comes to certain things, I'm never going to say BGS is wrong, but I'm like, whoa, you're wrong. I debunk. I'm not. Listen, that's just corny. But I'm also like, I don't play that game where, well, I'm older than you, so if you know that, what you know, that's fine. But I just finished doing a debate, as well as I literally work with medical people. Like, that's all I've been doing all this whole week. So I'm not taking nothing from the brother, but I just don't like it whenever we do these things where when two men are talking, the third leg. Listen, that's why I wouldn't try to be cutthroat, and I do apologize for what I said. But I'm also like, yo, that third leg shit on certain panels, that literally is toxic, because when two men are trying to talk, and maybe I probably could have picked something up from BJ, but the minute
let me explain that. Let me explain that.
I don't be feeling that shit.
Let me explain that, because this is supposed to be the 3 Art Beast production. You're supposed to have guys here drawing, and we're all sharing moments and sharing the mic. The part that he's very irritated about is that you and BGS were going back and forth, and we just sitting here like sitting ducks. And it became more of a debate. That's why I started sending people personal links, because I'm trying to avoid the whole back and forth thing, because it throws everything off. So that's what he's getting irritated about, is because how you first came in and we were talking about the parentings and our memories.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what? I do apologize for picking from your panel. Right?
So that's the thing that he's irritated about. I'm being more kind about it. He'll tell you straight up. But in the other part too, man, just to be real, I'm a teacher. I've been doing this for 24 years. I have students that's constantly trying to diminish my expertise based on them feeling like a certain way in the class. And so the fact that I have to keep reminding them that, hey, I've been doing this before you were born, even they get offended and all that kind of stuff. But guess what? Am I wrong? And on top of that, it's not designed to make somebody feel like they're a son or less than. Is that if you see the fact that you feel that somebody, see, on one side, you feel like somebody is trying to son you and make you feel less than, but on the other side, I'm quite sure you don't know you're doing this, but you are trying to diminish someone else's experience when you the way that you do some things. And so they have to remind you, no, dude, I'm this and that and blah blah blah. Now, the thing that I can give you from the bottom of my heart, brother, is that this is nothing to really be triggered about. You know, this is really nothing. I can't really decide, what's going on inside you. But the best thing to do is just to talk it out. Why do you feel the experience is necessary to bring up? That stuff like that. I mean, that whole, I'm going to react and I'm going to tell you that you shouldn't be saying all that stuff like that. I just don't think it's necessary, dude. I think I think you have more weapons in your repertoire than the stuff that we sing tonight.
All right. Like I said, I'll let y'all have y'all panel art. I do apologize for I'll leave y'all heartbeat stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you were doing good, man. It's just the back and forth stuff and the debate stuff. That's as you can see in past panels, a lot of these debates, man, they just don't go well on, I guess, quote unquote Switzerland or whatever. It just doesn't, because people have to start taking off the gloves and calling each other names and getting offended. And it's like, why are we here in the first place? We're brothers right here on the panel right now. You don't have to feel a certain way just because people are saying things different. You can enjoy yourself. I feel like this is a damn talk show.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know what it is, man. It seems to be getting worse. You know what I really hate though, Art, is that I get this stuff, and trust and believe, man. When I first started doing my 8-hour hangouts, the itsy bitsyest tiniest thing that I would say in a whole 8-hour hangout, I always get challenged on. Okay, so I got very careful about making sure that I dot my I's and cross my T's about stuff I said, because I got tired of the freaking comments because you wanted the son to master, okay, so to speak. And I'm just having a conversation, okay. The thing is why would I give you bad information, okay? Why would why would I let you say something wrong when I know I've just researched this shit? I just looked at this shit. I just read this stuff. I just researched it for like 6 months. Okay.
It ain't just him. It's a lot of young brothers that feel the same way he feels.
Okay.
And the thing is like, where do they get this whole thing about just because I'm bringing up my experience, you're being sunned? I don't get it.
Because they need to be right. They need to be right. It need to be right. They always say the need to be right needs to be replaced with the need to be accurate. If you're accurate, I can't say anything. And the thing is how many references do I have to give you, right? And you still don't believe it. I said, okay, man. Okay, basically you doubting my veracity. You basically you doubting my credentials. Okay. So that's how you bring up the whole things about how long you've been studying this. When you start studying it, where you got it from, references of why you believe on the track that you believe. You give them the whole lineage down the line, so they can actually go back and look the stuff up.
And you know what's funny, BGS and Artisan and Smooth? I had people back in the day that tell me that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but that still does not. It's still, I still have to make a decision if I'm going to take in what the person said or not.
Right.
I don't have to sit there and say, well, just because you told me you're experienced and basically I'm supposed to bow down. I just wait for the wind to go by and then let them have, and keep talking.
I use the analogy of a package on the porch. Knowledge is dropped off to you by whoever brings it to you. Now you
Yeah.
can either take it in your house or you can leave it on the porch. But nobody says you have to take the shit at all. That's up to you. That's your fucking choice. And when men speak from experience, that's because they've lived longer than you. It's not to make you feel diminished, but that's what I see a lot in millennials that they try so hard to prove that they know more than the people that are older than them. And the very simple analogy is if a 10-year-old was trying to tell you how to run your life, what the fuck would you tell him?
Yeah, my grandson just tried to do it with me when about math, right?
Yeah.
He told me a math. I point to a math problem is wrong. He said that's right. I said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Are you willing to bet a week's worth of your electronics on it that you're better at math than me?" He said, "No." I'm gonna change it.
Yeah. I had to break this down to a female before, and I told her because the age difference was such, it's like I had 10 years more learning than you. So you're never going to catch up to me in learning. You're not. Because even if I drop dead today, I'm still going to know more than you because I'll know what's after death. You won't.
It's not worth getting upset.
No, it's not worth getting upset because everybody brings some experience to the table. And because you can't do everything, nobody has done absolutely everything and is a genius at every fucking thing, then you have to give way to the fact that somebody else may know more than you on something. The problem I see with most young people nowadays, they don't want to hear that shit because they weren't in a situation where they had men enforcing that shit. Every time I hear that buck against that stuff, against somebody's experience, I keep hearing a woman, can't nobody tell me nothing. You don't know nothing. You ain't my daddy. That's what I keep fucking hearing. It's like a psychological issue.
Yeah.
It's like they just can't. They'll tell you all this shit at the same time. They want you to sit down and talk down their nose at you like you don't know shit, like you ignorant. You just a dumb old person. I was like, where do you even get that fucking narrative from? Who were you dealing with? Because you can't say that anybody on this panel or BGS is some dumb nigga that you need to just be talking down to like he got that old just by chance. And you just came up on the holy grail of knowledge and just have it to dispense to him. That doesn't even make any sense.
It's more than just BGS. It's just people of age.
Yeah, it's of an age. I say millennials just because most of the arguments I end up being in like that are with millennials. They have a real it's not even a chip BGS, it's like an inferiority complex. That's why they don't like elders. They don't like elders because elders bring in authority and experience and they can't match that. That's why they always want to push that shit off the table. They can't match another man's experience because he's already an elder, is already older than you. He's already lived through some shit. But they want to be validated so hard for what their experience and what they've lived through that they shit on anybody else ahead of them. It's like that doesn't even make any sense. If you want to be respected for what you do, you have to start by respecting people for what they've done already. You have to. If you can't do that, if you're gonna keep, thumbing your nose and talking down to people and throwing little snide shots at them, yeah, they might let you do it because they older, they understand what you're doing, they might not give a fuck. But after a point, they tired of that shit. You're gonna have to show some damn respect. The same respect you want is what you give. If you give none of that shit, you get none of it. It's very fucking simple.
I mean, one day I'm gonna have another talk with BMT, because the fact that, okay, if I don't mention my experience, how would you know? I mean, how would you be reminded on, some of the things that you need to know? I mean, because anybody does that. I mean, if I'm in the Geek Squad, I would say I have 5 years of experience of computer technology.
If you're in the military, you're talking from your military experience.
Yeah, I mean,
be it 1 year or 5 years. You're talking from that.
Plenty times on my panel, man, when Artisan and Angry Man and Sergeant Charles and Artifort, they start talking about anime and comic books, man, I shut the fuck up. I mute my mic. I don't know this stuff, Why would I even look like a dude working in a comic book shop talking about I know more about comic books than he does? That's foolish. That would be foolish.
No. I follow the mindset you never argue with the dude in the hole.
Yeah.
So if the dude in the hole is the one that's doing the work and actually researching and doing this stuff, you're not arguing with him from the top of the hole. You need this. No, you don't. You don't know what the fuck I need.
Yeah.
Because I'm the one doing this shit.
Yeah. In
You're
fact,
the one watching.
Yeah, I refer. You know, somebody talks about a comic book. I said, "This is the man you need to email." Okay, because you know, I said I actually did it in my video today. He's the keeper of all myths. Okay,
Yeah.
because he knows this stuff. I actually that's why I encourage you to make a channel because you know this shit backwards and forwards. The way
Right.
that most people haven't even thought about. You think about comic books the way I think about esotericism, right?
Right.
You think about comic books. So I have an expert. Why not use him?
Right. And even with me, I will be the first to say that I don't know everything. I don't. I understand that there is no possible way for me to know absolutely everything on this shit. Even if I did, I wouldn't retain it because your brain doesn't work that fucking way.
Mhm.
So I understand that there's some areas that I can speak on, and there's some areas I can't. That's why a lot of the time I will mute and I will listen. Because if I don't know, that's what I've learned you do. You listen. That's what a wise man does. Shuts his mouth and listen when he doesn't know. Not try to force the fact that, well, maybe the little bit of knowledge I got is enough to make you shut up. No, dude, look.
Yeah, because that's my whole thing is sometimes they need to take the fact that someone reminds that person of the experience so he can slow down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they be going like 100 miles a minute. You're like, hey, let me help you out so you won't do just as much as the work that.
I'm saying, listen, man, listen. I said, I don't want you to be wrong. Listen, okay? I'm listening. You know, this is, you know, they need to bring this stuff back. I said, yeah, I said, there's a price to pay with bringing this stuff back. Okay, you know, I actually, like I said, I actually did this on a couple of videos 2 years ago. The very same thing that he was talking about. I actually talked about 2 years ago.
I remember that conversation.
And I'm gonna let BMT know I listen to everything he says. One thing he said too is that this is why a lot of black millennial black or you just say young black men don't like when people bring up experience. I'm just wondering, it's not universal.
So in other words,
exactly.
when a Generation Z, you're in the military, when a Generation Z, he's 37 years old or however he is. If a 17-year-old is saying that he knows more than him, you're gonna get offended.
You're gonna get offended.
You're gonna
You
get
can't
offended.
have kids and not understand that concept.
Yeah, you got kids. You know, that's what I'm saying.
They're gonna think they know more than you.
So are you?
And you're gonna have to reinforce your experience, or what you gonna tell them? We both on the same level.
Like I told him, he has a lot of his repertoire. You know, he has a lot going for himself.
No, I've heard. That's why I said. That's why I told him. You know, I hear BNT a lot, right?
Mhm.
He's in a lot of places that I fucking listen to, so I hear him a lot. I know he has certain things, you know, going on for himself. Don't take that from my brother, but some stuff I don't agree with. One of the things I don't agree with is disrespecting fucking elders. That's just not how I was fucking raised.
I wasn't either.
From my neighborhood, that's not what you fucking do. You don't disrespect elders. I don't give a fuck if you think they dumb as fuck. They still your elders, because one day you're gonna be in that position, and you're gonna have to get what you gave. Now, do you want to get respect or do you want to get disrespect? Well, they just putting your ass on an ice floor, kicking you down a flight of stairs.
So we'll
because you
probably
old
help,
don't know shit.
we'll probably help him out if he is still triggered with someone bringing up their experience and wisdom or whatever. He just need to end the conversation.
Might as well.
He needs to end it because if it triggers him that much, it's gonna go downhill from there on. You're not gonna hear anything that the person says.
No, because you're gonna automatically be trying to debunk it or deflect it and diminish it all at the same time.
And this is
like you don't want them to be right. That's what it comes down to. That it sounds like something else. Like you just have to be right that bad. And what I've heard from millennials, the one millennial I'm thinking of right now, we use this shit all the time when we get into arguments. Well, I'm more right. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? More? There's no such thing as more right.
Because
there's this so. Or there's that. This a motherfucker that'll debate me on having kids, and he ain't even got a girl vagina wet, far as I know. I'm like, come on, man. Shut up.
Where is he?
Did you send a link to him?
Yeah, well, because I'm not putting links in the chat anymore.
Okay.
I'm just sending it just like you do. I'm sending it by email.
Oh yeah, it depends. It depends on who I want up there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
RSVP.
Most time. I
'Cause
mean,
I'm
before when I first started doing this, basically most people that had hangouts or panels like that, you had to know them and you had to they had to email you the link because they didn't just let anybody up. But I wanted my hangouts to be open, you know.
Mhm.
'Cause I thought I could. Well, yeah, I thought I could handle it. Well, actually, I did handle it. But,
You
so
did.
anybody could come, and my only thing is just come in with some manners and respect. That was the only thing.
Yeah, too many things kept getting out of control. That's why I just started sending private links.
Mm.
So I mean, we did pretty good today compared to the other time. So I'm working on my system.
Yeah. I think with BMT doesn't like to be disagreed with, and then that's the whole thing. And
Okay, now you got to remember, BGS, he's a Gemini. So how can you explain that?
he doesn't want to be wrong. I understand.
You doesn't want to be wrong.
But the thing is that
I answered that question when you said it.
But a Gemini will bow to superior knowledge.
So he's fighting within.
He's fighting within.
Okay.
Because he thinks I have to prove every. I know him as a Gemini. You want to put, especially when you think that you're right. You want to prove every scintilla, every checkpoint. And that's why I was going down every checkpoint. When I talked about tariffs, how are they going to force them? I said tariffs. And I actually gave him an example. He said, "Well, give me an example." I said 4 trucks, which everybody should know. The reason they're made here rather than someplace else is because the tariff is so high. I think it's like 25 to 30% tariffs for foreign imported trucks. So they have to make them here. And I said the only other exception is that the beds are made down in Mexico. That's the exception. But the engine and all that stuff is actually made in America, or either America or Canada. So I told him that, and then now you have to scramble to look it up. Okay.
Yeah, that's the
that
was the part for me. Is like, come on, you can't argue while you're trying to look the shit up. Why don't you just look it up and stop arguing? Stop arguing the point.
I mean, the thing is, we're already having a problem with tapping into that teacher within.
Mm-hmm.
At least when people start giving you things from without, you got to find out how to chew the meat and spit out the bones. I mean, I know it sounds cliche-ish, but
no, but that's what you have to do with any information you get, because I'm of the understanding that most people don't understand a lot of what you're saying. Maybe they're getting 50% of it, hopefully. And what BGS does, which is really, I would say, emotionally smart, is that he tries to tailor the information that he's given to the person that he's talking to. And that's why he asks the questions. It's qualifying questions so he knows how much of a spoonful of the shit he can give you so you retain it. And it's not to talk down to you. It's that he's being sensitive to who you are and tailoring that information that he's giving you to you. That's, to me, that's a father. That's a father understanding that you have to teach somebody and you got to teach them where they're at. Can't teach them up to your level where you understand things. You got to teach them to where they at. So if all they want to do is holler, you're gonna have to give them something that they can just take this and not holler so goddamn much.
Yeah,
that's
why I ask questions. Is it okay? Do you understand this? What do you know?
Establish your baseline.
Establish your baseline. I said, okay, now now I know where you're at. Then we can actually discuss it, right? About tariffs. We could talk about trade flows and all that other kind of bullshit, and basically balance of payments and all the other kind of crap. But the thing is, you're not going to understand that.
No.
So, but tariffs is pretty basic. It's a tax. You can understand that.
Yeah, it's basic tax on the shit to keep them from making it more expensive for them to send it out and more advantageous for them to keep it here.
Keep it here.
It's simple. It's simple. It's an extra tax. I mean, so a lot of stuff like that is just. That's why I don't try to get on panels and get into back and forth with people, because when you start breaking down somebody's knowledge base in a sense and they start feeling like they're getting pantsed in a little way, then the insults start coming.
Yeah.
And it's always a bunch of shit that they just assume. The assumptions come out and not the actual what is being put forward, not the point of the damn conversation. And that's, to me, what makes it like arguing with a woman. A woman's losing an argument, she just go to personal attacks. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And that's just to deflect and derail from you don't know what the fuck it is you're talking about right now. And you have to concede that point. You need to concede that ground or shut the fuck up.
Yeah. When he mentioned talking to a soldier in Iran, you know that's people go get shocked because there's not supposed to be any soldiers in it.
And that's that you questioned it the same way I did, because I just had a talk with a friend and she was saying she was talking to me, she was in Iraq. I'm like, fuck you doing in Iraq still? So he said Iran, and I was questioning too. It's like, do we got people in Iran?
Yeah, that's
I
right.
didn't think we had anybody in Iran. I know we got people in Iraq that we pulled out of there.
Is he under, you know, like I said, is he doing it as a known military person in Iran? We're supposed to be semi-war with them. I said, are you
right?
And he said, like we're dumb. Like, oh, well, you just don't know what's happening. No, we don't. Of course.
Right, and that's why I'm quiet. I'm questioning, but I'm quiet. It's like, wait, let me see what the hell is going on. Because as far as I know, if we had troops in Iran, we would be at war with these motherfuckers. So I'm trying to see what the.
And he says they sell certain things and certain things, vehicles over there. I said, okay, I understand that, but that doesn't mean very much to us. You need to break it down a little further. We're asking you questions. And he could have simply said, hey, you know what? I can't tell you who he is or what he does, and because it will get him in trouble. I said that would have been the end of the argument, man.
It would have been it. Totally understood. Military, you can't speak on it. Good.
Can't speak on it. We understand that.
But at the same time, you're saying this shit over open internet.
Over internet. Yeah. I don't understand. If you why are you speaking on it? And I asked, I said, dude, are you sure? You know, and you should have just said, man, I shouldn't be speaking on that and let it go.
Right, but see, that's where it comes in that it doesn't see the dichotomy of you want to shit on people trying to elder you and son you, but that's exactly what you're doing when you're talking. You're trying to son everybody else in the room that they don't know anything, and you're the one in the know. Well, what is that? Based on your experience, or just based on the fact that you? Because as far as I know, man-to-man conversations there is a hierarchy. It usually comes down to age.
I think sometimes it's just based on it's just BGS, and BGS is just a target because BGS is a fucking know-it-all, and we're tired of him being right. And we need to take BGS down a few pegs.
That's that dumb shit.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's that dumb shit because that stuff that he mentioned with Smooth, I heard most of that when it started off, and that old dude was just straight disrespecting, talking disrespectful to Smooth. Now Smooth did come in hot on him with some shit, just trying to get him to shut it down. But that dude pulled the full fucking card out and started acting ridiculous with Smooth. It's like, yeah, if he was already being disrespectful, he was out of line. You weren't being disrespectful to BMT. You weren't. You were talking to him. You're having a conversation. He low key disrespected, and that was just starting to get to me because it's just disrespectful. Like, why are you even throwing that shit in there? Like, nobody else speak fucking English, dude. Like, come on now. That's beneath. You know.
And the thing is, he uses his military experience and what he does all the time.
All
the time. I sit on city councils and I did this and I was in the military. We did that, and this is where I served. Blah blah blah, and nobody questions it. But the thing is, I can't bring it up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, he says trigger words. Everybody has trigger words. One of mine is nigga and some other shit, right? Well, I'm from California. I'm not from the South. That's not something you're supposed to be saying out your mouth unless you doing something. So if you're trying to say that to me, I know what you're doing. You're trying to initiate some shit opposite. Yeah. You're trying to get a trigger.
Yeah. Man.
You're trying to find a trigger point. Yeah. And my trigger point is just annoying because it's to me it's fucking pathetic that you even go in there.
Yeah. And I was telling him, dude, even though I knew you were wrong when you first said it, I entertained it. I knew you were wrong when you first said it. I didn't go off on you. I entertained it. I actually went down the whole list about why certain things couldn't just happen. Okay.
I think I have a greater concern here.
Yes, sir.
It's Dead Set. What's up, Art?
What's up, Dead Set?
Man, I'm just listening.
Now we're boomers now.
Look, Here's what I don't understand about the whole elder argument. Because number one, it lacks humility. And that's something that most of us Gen X men had to learn.
The hard way.
Yes, the hard way, because we got our asses knocked out.
Exactly.
Yep.
But the other thing about that is that in any group of people, and we are a group, there must be a hierarchy, and the elders sit at the top of that hierarchy. It's our connection to our past. We talk about how we're disconnected from Africa and all this other shit, and yet we won't even connect to the people a generation above us. I do not understand this.
Well, millennials have because I have kids, man. Millennials have a real bone to pick with their parents.
Yep.
Because they don't think they got what they were supposed to get, and they think that their life is harder than every other generation in front of them.
So most of the time they're projecting.
They're projecting. Yeah.
They're projecting.
And you get, and I want, like Jason Black fuels these kids up like these old niggas didn't build you nothing, they didn't do nothing for you, blah blah blah, while using the civil rights that those elders actually fought for and got you. But that doesn't mean nothing because we didn't give you what the white people what the white folks have, and that's the biggest thing. If you guys were so great, we're so equal, and we won civil rights, you're supposed to have the same thing. That the same advantages that the white people and the immigrants have.
But equality is a sham. I mean, that's the whole thing. Because I will say that I am not equal to my father. I never will be.
Yep.
I'm not equal to you, BGS, because you beat me in experience, and I'm fine with that in my place in life. I'm not offended by that. Okay, I exist in a system that's good enough for me.
Right.
And I make more money than my dad, but he still reigns. He still reigns.
And basically, any good father, and Artisan and Art will say this: any good father wants your son to surpass you.
Yep. He better.
He better.
He better.
That's what I'm training him for.
You weren't exactly. You weren't giving birth to be behind me. Hell no. I would have failed.
My son is the basketball player I ever was, but I wanted him to be. I told him to be better than me.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I'm a poor father if you don't surpass me in some respect.
Yep,
exactly.
Reflection.
Oh, the pride that my dad has when I first joined the military, he told everybody about it. And when I came home on leave the first time, all the way down to when I first bought my first home, the whole 9 yards. But he also respected me as a man. He's like, Jonathan, this is your house. I can't tell you what to do in it. But at the same time, I was like, hey, Pop, you still Pop. Do what you need to do.
Hey, is that smooth snoring?
Yeah, that's smooth snoring.
Dang.
Yeah.
So
try to mute him.
So the point is that this discontentment with somebody being above them and that we're all supposed to be equal like women, that's not even the way men think.
No, it's not even logical.
Women pull rank.
Exactly.
Exactly.
In our community, the matriarch will pull rank, and I'm older than you, and I've lived longer. They will pull that in a heartbeat.
That's why they can't live in the same house together for long. Somebody got to be in charge. Somebody
my mom
be
said
the
the
dominant
same
one.
crap. My mom
Somebody
says the
gonna be the
same
dominant
crap.
one.
Yeah.
She says it to me about when I'm raising my son. She's like, well, I raised you. I know better. And I was like, but you're not a man.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what this boy's going through more than you do. I was there.
Yep.
You go through it.
Yeah. Man, smooth getting it, ain't it?
Yeah.
Caught that sleep train Uber.
I don't think StreamYard's like Art's laptop.
No, because he can't do nothing about
that. Yeah. I've never tried StreamYards on a laptop. I might have to try it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Look, I thought about doing panels, but then I hear some crap like this. I'm like,
I don't.
That's why I'm not rushing to do it.
I don't understand. I don't understand where the debate was coming in. I was, I really don't. I don't even know how I get into it.
I know where it did because the whole thing is that when we exchange information with, I guess that type of millennial, is never a learning moment. It's always a competition.
Yeah, I would agree.
And that's the problem there. It's like, and me, I always had that position where I'm not in competition with my little brother. I'm just not. I have no use for it. Put it this way: if I win the competition, how would I look?
You look stupid because Peter on his level.
Yeah. So I mean, I even look bad if I win.
Yep.
So the whole thing is that somebody's supposed to have a handout while somebody's getting served the food. I mean, that's just that's been what, centuries. So it's sad, like Professor Griff said. He said he kind of said "F them,"
Yeah. You know what? I hear that all the time.
I was being kind, but
I hear that all the time. I mean, but especially with my patients, say, "Why do you put yourself through this?"
But it's funny though, because Jess, you had a video today talking about that that show on Netflix, platform.
Yeah.
And when he was arguing, when he go into like, man, fuck your old niggas, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It hit me right in my head. It was like, okay, this elder is the one on the top floor, and you think you somewhere on the bottom. because I had just listened to that video, and then I started listening to him. I was like, man, this dude thinks he's like.
You bored for a second. That's it.
Yeah, you bored. That's it.
Yeah, but they were talking about they were talking about even in that all throughout that movie of the platform, Tribisi was his guide. He was the older dude. He'd been in there longer, had more experience about being in there, and step by step he
told him what was happening.
Told what was happening. Even when he was trying to eat him, he actually explained everything to him.
Yeah, told him that shit a floor beforehand. That you get down to the lower levels. You'll see what happens.
You see what happens. Yeah, and even to the very end, Tribisi was his guide.
Yep.
So the thing is, there was an older man showing a younger man, how things were. So, that is the archetype of the older man. Not to be your boss, is to be your guide.
All right. I look at it because I'm a union guy, a tradesman. I look at it as the journeyman and the apprentice. That's the whole point. That somebody ahead of you that knows more than you is going to pass back the knowledge they have to you. So you are better because you don't know what they know. So you can't discount that shit. They're going to pass that shit to you. And at some point, they will be gone and you will be the journeyman and have to take on an apprentice and teach them. That's the way the system has worked. It always has. That's why you respect the people that are older than you, because they went through stuff that you've only read about or looked up on the internet. They've gone through it. They lived through it. They lived it. You can't debate them on shit that they lived through and you're just speculating on. You can't.
Yeah.
There's no way. You have no foundation.
I remember when I was going back and forth with the Black Brain Trust, man. And they were starting their think tank, and I was giving them pointers, and they're going back and forth. I said, you know what? It got to the point where I said, you know what? I said, I've given you the basics, and when you finally get there, when you finally get to the point where I am or close to where I am, you'll realize what I'm talking about. There won't be any more arguments. I said, but the thing is, for right now, your knowledge is not superior to mine. Because you haven't been around long, you just started this stuff. It can't be.
Exactly.
And
that's exactly the point.
Just recently, they stopped bothering me because now they're running across the same thing I used to run across. Because I've already been there. I already had to think tank. Okay.
Yeah.
I've already done that.
People bucking now.
Yeah, I was at what my one of my you have a email thing. You've probably seen it. I probably sent you a couple emails.
Yeah.
In it. One of them, he actually went back and forth with an economist and a high level banker. Okay, he was in a debate with him, right, about what's going on with the with the COVID and the economy, right? He was going back and forth with him. He said you use one of my lines. He said, I use your line. I said, y'all won't believe shit until bodies start to drop in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
But
because he came to that. He came to understand what that shit meant.
And so basically he's not. He has a degree in history, all right. He's going back and forth with an economist that has a PhD, right, a working economist. But he has enough knowledge that you go back and forth with him,
right?
Because you're doing the research. It's not that I'm giving you anything. You're actually doing the research, same research that they're doing.
And I would say that the PhD is entertaining that guy because he hit those cold words that make sense.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So he's willing to have that conversation. I'm like, okay, he might know a little bit.
I know a little something, and sometimes you shock him because. Yeah,
I'm gonna say something that's really gonna upset BMT.
Mm-hmm.
I would give it about 12 years. In 12 years, or maybe longer, he's gonna be BGS.
I would give him about 7:45.
Oh, gonna be quicker.
45.
Okay, he's going to be BGS. He's going to be the one to have a lot of answers, a lot of experience, and he's gonna have to figure out how to convey that to the young.
You know how many? Every time I put up something, it's always, where's the link? Where's the article? Where does it come from? Is there any more papers? Is there,
you got to footnote everything.
Yeah, and I mean, a person like I'm just picking on BMT, but a person like him would be charged with the responsibility to impart wisdom, and he has to figure out. That's why, people like me, artists, all of us millennials, Gen Xers, and even 7 here. I think we pretty much tread lightly and slow when it comes to elders because we don't want to miss any information.
No. And when you speak, you want to be right. I don't want to guess it. I don't want to be talking out my fucking ass. I want to exactly pin it down and understand it from back, front, side to side, what the hell I'm talking about. So I can speak intelligently on that shit and not be having to run to some other source and pull something out my ass in the meantime while somebody's giving me some information that I actually need to be taking into my damn consciousness, into my frame of thought, and then thinking about it. Because my thing is, if a person is running that fast without listening to what you're saying, that's exactly what they're doing. They're not listening. Because they're not listening, they're not processing anything that you're saying. They're always on to the next thing they want to say, the next point they want to make, the next insult. They're not hearing anything. It's absolutely impossible for you to hear anything that somebody is saying while you are running your mouth. Your mouth is sucking up all the sound.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. It is the 7, not the 6th, but the 7th project.
What kind of name is the 7th project?
There were 6 others, and he had to defeat them all.
Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't even get to say anything to him.
I said, "It's English, motherfucker. Do you speak?"
You got the number 7 headband.
But now, Art, do you understand what I was saying before about older millennials? And so it's like, that's my gripe with older millennials, that they have way too much to prove. And it's just like, bro, take your time and just learn. They do a lot of reloading,
Yeah, just when you thought that.
Explain the reloading, 7.
Okay, so you already explained it, Artisan, but reloading is basically like, they hear what you're saying and they just listening to respond. It's like, oh, I can't wait to get on it. It's like if you sat in a room with a bunch of millennials and you said something that probably like they didn't know or they felt like they knew, you could see it on their face, like the gears are grinding and they just can't wait to yell at you.
They don't know what to yell at yet, so they gotta go to Google. They gotta Google it first.
Sometimes they don't even know what to say, so they start to stutter. They have a lot of spaces in between their words. I don't know if you notice. If you notice when people are arguing, they have a lot of filler words. Like Like they repeat some of the same transition words a couple of times.
Yep, you listen like
You know
I
what it
do.
reminds me of?
Are you a Scorpio? Because you listen like I do. Like words is visual.
water
You're like, I'm
sign.
hearing this.
Yeah,
Water sign. There you go.
Yeah.
But the thing, it reminded me of the dozens. You know, when you're like losing, you start trying to find like, what about them orthopedic shoes there, huh? Or what about that purple shirt you got on? You try to find anything.
It's like a comic that's bombing. It said, if you're bombing, don't walk out, attack the audience.
Yeah, attack the audience.
Oh yeah.
What about this motherfucker in the front row?
Yeah, look at them shoes right there. Look like leprechauns with the buck on the side.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But hey, I guess this is another. I don't know. This is a hard one, man. You know how we say, "Well, this is life." I can't really say that.
Well, I'm a millennial, so I could talk as much trash to millennials as I want because I'm a millennial, and I'm a younger millennial. But from what I've seen in my experience, older millennials, like I said in the chat, have a very jaded opinion about a lot of things, and they have limited information on essential learning points. And every time you try to teach them something, they blow it. They lose it. It's like they bring out this wild animal, and they pride themselves on being that ignorant.
Well, that's the part that upsets me.
They call that level of ignorance ambition, and I'm just like, no, that's detrimental to your life.
Come on, man.
I mean, I have to be real with it, BGS. I got to tear off the Band-Aid, man.
Wait a minute. Ignorance is ambition, man. That sounds like some World War II propaganda. Ignorance is ambition.
But that's how they feel.
Some
From what I've heard,
1984 shit.
the conversations I had with guys, that's why, like, whenever I do get into like the yelling matches, especially on panels and stuff like that, even in real life, I let them get it all off, and then I just say, all right, man, happy hunting.
Yeah.
And let them go their own way, because at some point it just feels like I'm talking to a brick wall.
You are. That's my millennial friend that I talk to and get into it with. That's what I literally have to do just to fight choking the shit out of him, because some of the stuff he says is absolutely fucking absurdly ignorant, and he knows it. But he's just saying it to keep throwing words in there just to try to debunk whatever I'm saying. Like, dude, I'm a grown goddamn man. I remember you when you were 5. You trying to tell me something I lived through and you just thinking about you Googled 10 minutes ago. No, because it said it here. Man, if you don't shut the fuck up with that shit, for real. Like, really. What did you think I was doing this last 25 years? Just had my thumb up my ass waiting for you to get here? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on, man.
There's still millennials that think Wikipedia is actual credible source of information.
I had to argue with him about that shit. I was like, you can't use that. You know what? He wanted to use Wikipedia and something else, and I told him, I said, this is what you'll do, because I told him it wasn't credible. I said, I'm going to go into Wikipedia, and I'm going to make a definition of an asshole and put your picture next to it. So when you look it up next time, you can see your face on there and tell me how credible that shit is.
A lot of them not admitting that they use Wikipedia. I noticed that.
No.
I'm like, man, y'all would have the poster child of Wikipedia usage.
I mean, well, that was the cheat code in school, right? So they allowed it. They didn't teach us how to properly cite or source information. So they just gave us grades on what we thought was correct, not what was actually correct.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the goddamn problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so
liberal white females, man.
Yep. I feel like this is the right answer. Oh,
yeah.
See how that works in a crisis. Feel like you're getting
goes all the way up into the universities. Same thing.
Yeah. Yep. I heard that there too.
Yeah.
Like, for crying out loud, just please.
What made me really think about that was my first English teacher, my first English professor in college. He was a black gentleman, so we sat down and looked at one of my papers, and I turned it in late, and I was supposed to get an A+, but because I turned it in late, he gave me a B.
Okay.
So when I sat down with him to talk about it, he started asking me where I get my information from, and I'm like, you have to look at the citation page. I put a citation page in there. You know, so when he looked, Huh? Yeah,
said,
because
you had to tell him that?
Tell him that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
was a
basically,
teacher?
when he asked me again, right, he was just like, because most of your classmates don't have a citation page.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So I started laughing.
So he never looked, huh?
Yeah, he never even looked for it. That's terrible. He ain't teaching shit.
So I had to bargain my grade with him.
Oh, okay.
I was like, so could you bump that up back to an A? Like, I won't have to take the A plus. I mean, I know I turned it in late, but can I at least get the A?
He probably laughed and gave it to you.
Yeah.
Because you're the only one that had a citation page. Yeah. So I have to. I always say with millennials, I blame the educational system, because a lot of basic history they don't even know, man. You know, when was the Great Depression? Oh, it was like 1920. You dropped your head. Okay. All right. So basically, I can't use that because you don't have enough knowledge about the Great Depression. Let's move it up a little. In other words, what's the furthest back that you guys remember in history? Well, let's start there. Because I don't feel like trying to basically teach you American history to prove a point.
And that's when the insults start getting thrown.
Lincoln.
Screw you, old dude. You don't know what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh man, and see, when you speak like that, I understand that it's not condescending. Like, you're not insulting anyone's intelligence. You're trying to create a teachable moment. But like I said, older millennials have way too much to prove, man. It's like they heard about pretty much the shortcomings of previous generations, and they're like, oh, that's not gonna be me at all costs. So, and then they end up still making mistakes.
Yeah. Because they always say, y'all didn't do nothing. It was better before civil rights. I remember the last millennial I talked to, man, said that. You know, it was better before civil rights.
No.
So you saying? I've heard that before. So I got tired of it. I said, okay. I said, do you know what happened before Jim Crow and they're actually hanging black folks? Well, I heard about it. I said, okay, but you don't believe it was actually better, right? So civil rights was actually a big mistake, right? He said, yeah. I said, you get all your black millennials together, go to Congress, go to the white folks and say, guess what? We don't want no more affirmative action. We don't want any more civil rights bill. And we need to go back and treat us just like before civil rights. You want to give that up?
Oh, they were dancing for joy.
No, he thought about it. He said, no, I think we'll keep this stuff. I said, that's a wise decision. Because they could go back, because before that, it was no due process. You couldn't vote. Okay. You got snatched out of your houses. They could discriminate you on jobs. They didn't have to let you into the universities or the schools of your choice, all that kind of stuff. You want to go back to that?
Then they said that slavery, they just gave up. I'm like, well, they just gave up. They should have fought. And I'm sitting there like, what?
That usually comes out of the mouths of the hyper masculine, like uneducated brothers. I'm just be honest with you. In my experience, they're quick to like move to physical action, and then it's like I start to psychoanalyze them. I'm like, so what happened when you were growing up? Did you see your mom yell a lot? And then they'll get into that backstory, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Oops, just, not mama.
Like I remember the first brother I had to break it down to. I was just like, look, man, you probably witnessed your mom do a lot of yelling when a problem came up, and there was no problem solving done. So throughout your entire life, you thought that was normal. And in order for you to get your way, you start yelling and going to violence instead of talking like a functional human being, like actual or exceptional human being. And he's like, I never thought about it like that. And I'm like, you should stop feeling and do more thinking.
Yeah. Basically, and basically, I had an older girlfriend, and she used to tell me all the time, said you'll find out when you get there, because she's like 20 years older than me. And I disagreed, but the thing is, I had to take her at her word that, okay, she is older. And guess what? When I got to be 40, I found out she was fucking right.
Yeah, I think the fact that I was always getting some kind of wisdom, if I didn't get it, I knew for sure that I will. I said, I don't see it now, but I know I'm going to get it.
Yeah, and I always listen to older people. They said I was an old man when I was young, so I would hang around older people and listen to them, and get on the level and talk because I
Mhm.
like to learn, and they would
Mhm.
have the information. And I know for me, I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have in our black community. We don't listen to our elders. Every other
Mm-mm.
culture actually values their elders. You
Mhm.
can't go to a Japanese country, walk in a dojo, and talk shit to the master.
Mm-mm.
Get your ass beat. You
Oh
know,
hell,
and
you can't talk shit to teachers. Teachers
you
slap the
can't
shit out of you.
exactly. You can't do that.
You get made an example. That's what you
Yeah,
become.
Mhm.
right. But it seems like in this culture, in America, the first thing you do, especially if you're a brother, a black man, and you got some knowledge, somebody want to be trying to argue you down about what you know.
Yeah.
For what?
And I
It
asked
ain't
him why.
proving you know no more.
It's like, why are you here? Basically, you know, if I didn't have a track record, I could understand. Okay, I just got here. You don't know me from Adam. Okay,
Right.
and I had to prove myself. But after 5 years, come on, man. Either I'm right or I'm wrong. If you think
Yeah,
I'm wrong, don't be here.
yeah. And I've been listening to you for what, about 3 years, right?
Mhm.
How many times have I come back to you and told you, yeah, you was right on that shit? Just for me, so you know that, yeah, you was right.
Yeah, I mean,
I see
uh,
this now.
yeah. Basically, the whole thing about about this COVID, right? Because I
Hmm.
asked him how black women are actually going to act when or women are going to act when this strikes, right?
Right.
Hmm.
I said, been saying for years, it's the environment. I said their
Hmm.
behavior will change when the environment changes.
Hmm.
I get so
Yep.
many messages and
Hateful
twitters and
comments.
emails and stuff like that. You know what? You was an old nigga and I thought you was wrong, but guess what? My baby mama, she been calling me off the hook.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What was he talking about the last 2 weeks? Even Dr. Tia-san was talking about it. Like,
Oh yeah,
who
yeah.
been called? Who's been calling?
Mhm.
Who? How does your phone ring
You
now?
you know what, Artisan? I was trying to get him to get to know you because I know you and him have a lot in common, and I'm glad he
Yeah,
finally made that call, man.
yeah. We had a good
Uh,
conversation.
You guys have a lot. You guys have a. I said, hey, I said you guys have a lot in common, man. I kept telling him. I said you talk to the brother. You'd be surprised how much you guys have in common. But I understand he's a professor. He has to protect his reputation, that kind of shit.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
understand
yeah. We in the same cohort group. He ain't but a year behind me.
that.
So,
Yeah,
and some of the shit he been through is the same shit I've been through. It's like, I don't even know you, bro. So I know we ain't fishing in the same pond, but how we keep getting the same shit?
you guys have similar backgrounds. Yeah, because you guys raised basically in the same area. You love the nerd shit, man. You
Hmm.
love deep thought, all that kind of stuff. You guys are,
Oh, Dr. Johnson.
yeah. He was raised not too far from where Artisan grew up, if I'm not mistaken.
You do.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's been around a bit.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, so I don't know. It's just funny. I always go to elders, and I try to respect elders as much as I can because that's the last source of our information as black people if we want to know about anything that happened, especially the civil rights and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I didn't live through it, and my mother ain't big on talking about it.
Hmm.
She don't. She is a product of her generation. She don't give a shit about none of that stuff unless it benefits her. Right?
No,
So
You
she's not talking about that stuff.
woman. Yeah, that's a woman.
Yeah.
And you
She's
know
not
what?
talking about that stuff at all. So the only place I get that information is talking to elders,
Hmm.
usually men, who have actually lived through that stuff and can share those fucking stories.
You know
Hmm.
what's
Oh,
crazy? It's not just black elders. White elders, Asian,
Yeah.
Latino. They all take me aside and give me a little something that I didn't know.
Hmm.
hmm exactly. That's what I've learned from. I've learned from any elder I've been around. I've learned from
Hmm.
and tried to glean as much information as I could from them. That's why I don't run around with a lot of this dumbass young thinking stuff because I haven't been young forever. I was old when I was a kid. I was the oldest child of a single mother, motherfucker. I wasn't getting to be a kid. I was being an adult a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
So
All the cheaters and Max and stuff like that had a number of women. You know,
yes,
I was just sit there and listen and ask questions, man. And they said, "Come here, nigga.
Yeah.
Let me show you. Let me talk to you for a second."
When I was working, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say even in Brazil, there's a lot of old cats out there, and they break things down in Portuguese. They take. I mean, it's universal. An older person will automatically impart some kind of wisdom to a younger person. Point blank, you can't stop it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even the mistakes that you made.
Exactly.
Okay, and young buck, guess what, man? What you get ready to do, it costs me a whole lot of money and a whole lot of time. I wouldn't do it if I was you.
Right.
Yep.
And that's what you want. You want somebody who's been down the road that you may be going down to tell you, hey, you might want to hang a left here.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of somebody standing next to you. I don't know, just go on, do what you want to do. I'm just gonna fuck myself up and you gonna watch?
Go on, step on the landmine. Step on it.
Yeah.
See what it's gonna
I don't
do.
know, it might be one there.
And they blow their leg off. Say, I meant to do that.
No, you just stupid for stepping there. I wouldn't have stepped there. Motherfucker, you didn't even walk this way before. What you talking about?
I'm like, wow. Pee Wee Herman still exists.
He was just on who is it? He was just on a talk show.
Oh yeah, Paul Rubin.
Yeah, Paul Rubin. Yes, it said, "Can you get back in the studio?" He said, "Nah, I'm not even gonna try."
That was the funniest part when they caught him jacking himself behind the curtain. That was funny as hell. And they did like a radio skit on. They played the Jaws music. And then they had the music go and you can hear the curtain open and the lady starts screaming ah, and he said he made that laugh.
That's messed up, dude. That is messed up.
I wish I could find that. Oh man. And you know what's crazy? He went to my college. He went to Cal Arts.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he went to Cal Arts with matter of fact, him and the other dude, this black dude that was on Iron Man, Don Cheadle.
Oh, Don Cheadle? Okay.
Yeah, they went to Cal
Arts? Okay.
Yeah, they both went to Cal Arts together.
What did they study? Film or what?
I think I'm quite sure they went to theater. They probably not. I mean, not theater, in the acting, the drama department.
Okay.
I could tell, but they were in the drama department. You know, but I mean, matter of fact, the other dude that played Kramer went there.
Okay.
From Seinfeld.
His meltdown ass.
So I'm like, okay, I don't have any like Steven Spielbergs that went there or anything. I gotta use these dudes.
Yeah.
Everybody got somebody.
No, but a lot of the Disney cartoons are made from people that went to Cal Arts. So go figure that.
Because I remember it was either Cal Arts or the Pasadena Arts
Center. That's where I should have went.
Yeah, if you want industrial design, like a lot of people that design the cars and stuff like that, they go to the arts.
If even when you're a junior, I think Toyota still can hire you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, damn.
Speed,
Nissan, all of them, they get jobs, man. So, I mean, Art Center is hard to get in, but once you in there, you got opportunities.
Because I wanted to go there for photography.
Okay, they got a nice digital program right now.
Oh yeah, well, there wasn't no digital back when I was going. So
yeah, they got it. They bringing fashion back over there. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, they cornering the market. They kind of stealing some of Cal Arts' business, and some of their students are. It's crazy.
Okay, because before they would look down on Cal Arts. Like, oh, okay, you went to Cal Arts.
They bringing more animation over there.
Okay.
And I'm not really an animator. I'm more of an illustrator, as y'all can see. Mm-hmm. Cal Arts didn't have illustration.
Okay.
So I had to get into the animation program and finish that up.
It was it was Cal Arts, it was Pasadena Arts Center, and then I think it was Santa Barbara.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's for the actual UC Santa Barbara?
No, UC Santa Barbara. No, there was an art school in Santa Barbara.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
If you give me a first letter or something, maybe I can.
I can't remember. Man, you gotta remember this has been it was 1980, so this talk about 40 years.
Santa Barbara. I'm thinking. I can't think because they're your top 5 are out here, which is believe it or not, UCLA is on the list. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, changed.
But you got Cal Arts, California College of Arts and Crafts. You got Pasadena Arts Center, Otis, and then UCLA. Those are your top. The UCLA beat out USC.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, USC is more film driven in their art.
Yeah, with George Lucas, or George Lucas Film School.
Yeah, so they got that cornered like big time. So they say your top 5 art institutions are out here in California.
Okay. Yeah. For film school, it used to be USC all day back in the day.
Oh yeah, I mean you can see it off the freeway, huh?
In fact, what's his name? And made Boys in the Hood. That's where he was going. That's where he went.
Yeah, John Singleton. He sure did.
In fact, the lady that helped him get his script sold, she was telling me the story.
Yeah, with his Kappa self. I couldn't even imagine him being a Kappa, but okay.
Can't you tell by the arrogance?
I guess so. You that Kappa, that's that genuine look, you know, that redhead kingpin look. With
redhead kingpin
with the little curly hair, you know.
I know art from my generation.
It's the pretty boy. You know, that's why when I be running into like them real chocolate, like mucky type Kappas, they be looking like Edie Fall. I'm like, dude, how'd you get in? You know, and then sometimes one dude asked, he said, I was funny. I said, okay.
That was funny.
Yeah, these fraternities have definitely different characteristics. You can tell.
Yeah, the times are changing. Well, the educational system changed, and
everybody.
They were saying back in the 80s that even back then they said they were dumbing down the curriculum, and even dumbing down the university system.
Yeah, even the arts, you know, no pun intended on people that are into abstract, but they cornered the market in most of these departments.
Okay.
Fine art. It's like if you don't do abstract, then you're not even considered to be accepted in their program.
Do they still teach them the basics?
Well, some of the teachers, you know, like, oh wow, I guess so, because some of the intro of the arts teachers probably give you the basics. But when you start doing like 2D and 3D and all that kind of stuff, they start giving you the whole design and conceptual thing, and it's like, you know, and then later on when you're doing the work, a lot of these professors try to convince you that, hey, it's not that bad. Once you imagine it this way, turn it upside down, add a little color in it. You know, they have to motivate you.
I'm trying to challenge you.
Because you know it's BS, right? You already know it's crap. But they're like, well, no, won't you tear it in half and put a line in there somewhere and, you know, put it on the wall, and you're sitting there like, man, I want to be like Michelangelo. You know, I came here because I want to be like Rembrandt. You know, why you give me this crap? You know, and that's the thing. Some people do have those aspirations, but they try to spend that time trying to talk you out of it. And they tried that with me in my master's program, and it was so bad that my stuff wound up looking like Norman Rockwell. And they hated my guts.
Really?
And I did not care. I was in my 30s at the time.
Okay.
And I had a mentor that kind of goes from that lineage, like the Michelangelos. I mean, not Michelangelo, but Norman Rockwell's. And so he just, I mean, long as he stuck with, that's another thing, people out there listening to me. That guy was my elder. So he helped me through the process. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have got my MFA degree, which is a PhD in the arts.
Masters of Fine Arts.
Yeah.
Congrats, dude.
Yeah, basically, you know, that's, you know, if you're doing, say, if you're trading in business, that's what I learned. stocks and bonds, stuff like that, you always listen to the well, you just call them the white hairs.
Okay.
They've
All
been
the cats have been doing it.
Remember the crash? Remember the crashes and the mistakes and the old tricks that that are actually built into the system. Yeah, you should listen to them all the time.
And I know I have to endure the stories. Well, a funny thing happened back in 1955. You know, I was going through that, and you sitting there, They said, yeah, and that's the reason why we're putting this color in, because I have to really, you know, and that's the thing, is that it's almost like when he's talking, it's almost like you're actually reading a book, but it's verbal. You know, matter of fact, he's demonstrating, he's doing hand movements, he's drawing things out. And it's based on his references when he was my age, back in the 50s.
All right.
You know, but hey, you know, why respect the elders? You know, I'm equal.
No, you're not. Yeah, some people I am not equal to, and they might be the same age as me just because they have more experience at something than I do. But I don't have as big of an ego to say, well, fuck what you know. It's all about me being on the same level as you. I will still listen.
I can
still learn from that experience.
I ran into some older people that didn't know shit.
Yeah,
so have I.
So I ran into some. So the thing was, even though I saw that, I said, okay, even though he doesn't know what he's talking about with this, I know he knows what he's talking about with something else.
Right. Because it's just areas. It's like I explained to somebody before about how genius works. Genius doesn't cover everything. It covers one thing. It's like on the opposite spectrum from being like idiot savant or something like that, right? So you know one thing. It's not meaning that you blessed in everything. It would be nice, but no, you know something exceptionally fucking well. Everything else you average in. It's just with everything else. Some people know some shit more than you do in some area. So you're supposed to step back out of your ego, out of your feelings, and give them that room so they can share that information with you. So now you are now enriched and know more than you did before you start, shouting them down about what they didn't know.
And all them dumbass stories are those situations come back up in your life.
Yes,
they do.
True.
They do.
I remember when this old dude told me this story about this way back when. And guess what? It's like a book opens up, right? Oh, I see what you're getting ready to do.
And I used to hate that when I was younger, but I had enough, wherewithal and sense to understand that once I got past that young stage of trying to buck against everything and prove that I was this man and all the rest of that shit, it let me calm down a bit and understand that yes, some of this stuff is cyclical. Some of these patterns do repeat themselves because it's just fucking human beings at the end of the day. So if it's all random all the damn time, it'd be a lot more chaotic than it actually is. So since it's not, there's some stuff that repeats. You will see some stuff more than one time in your life. And somebody has already seen it probably 4 or 5 times. It's like an old story, a damn sitcom. Like, oh, y'all going through this, huh? Anyway, this is what she gonna do next, and this is what you're gonna do next, and this is what's gonna happen. No, you don't know what you're talking about. 3 months later, you know what happened? Well, yeah, she did that thing you said. Yeah, well, man, it happens.
Yeah.
We all been through it. How'd you know? Because I've been through it, motherfucker. I'm not talking out my ass.
And I always tell myself,
hard way. I said, okay, man.
Yeah. You want the stick? Okay, we'll get the stick.
Yeah. And I always tell myself,
I'll be here.
We know.
If I show someone older something that person appear not to know, I think in his DNA he still knew.
He knew.
That's why I never say old. I never say. I think that's bad for my soul. I always say that I reactivate because he's supposed to be teaching me. Because when you start switching roles a lot, you might be in a situation where you can't handle. So I humble myself and say, okay, even though it could even be computers. I say, hey, you learn, I teach whatever. But the thing is, the computer, isn't it patterned after a human brain?
It is, yeah. Well, the interface is, yeah.
So that information is still in that person.
Yeah.
Before I was born.
Yeah. Sometimes, you just have to, like with my mother and my elders, man, it's just have to get them comfortable with it. You just try it. They say, what do you do on the computer? What do you know? And what do you do? And you walk them through it, and so they get comfortable. And said, I thought you didn't use this stuff. Well, I use it, like my mother with the iPad. Okay. She saw me with it. She said, why you got all this contraptions, right? So one day, I guess my son, he needs some money, so he's selling his iPad. I said, man, just give me the iPad. Here's your $300, man. Get it from me. And she saw me with it. She said, can I have it? I said, I thought you didn't mess with this technology. So I gave it to her, man. Basically, she sleeps with it.
Can't be without it now.
Can't be without it now.
New best friend.
Yeah.
And they discovered stuff that I didn't even show them.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do you know that? Well, I'm your mom. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And what do you use it for? She learned, and basically she keeps up with a lot more things like politics and news and stuff like that she ordinarily wouldn't, because these old folks are having discussions back and forth about politics and who they'd vote for, all kinds of stuff. So, but the thing is, the stuff that you can't know. That's why I always tease young folks when they like insult me. Like this one dude, he was actually he's insulting me, and then he asked me about, well, say hello to you, say hello to my daughter, right? Okay, to make me mad. I said, well,
man.
I said, okay. I said, well, tell your mama I miss her. He had to give me a thumbs up for that. Okay.
Touche, sir. Touche.
You ain't my daddy. How do you know? You wasn't around.
No, the line was too long.
I would have been your daddy, but I didn't have change for a 5. So.
Well, I know my father.
Disrespect.
I know my father. I said, you know what they say? What the elders used to tell me? What? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
Ooh.
You don't know. You wasn't there.
Or what's the other one? I would have been your daddy, but the dog beat me up the stairs.
Or the milkman got there first.
The milkman got there first.
Showed up early that day. Damn.
They ain't ready for that.
No.
They ain't ready. Shoot. Yeah, but other than that, shoot. I've been you know what? I think I felt I started cutting down on the news.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, my health felt like I got a little better.
Yeah, it depresses you. You have a pandemic going on. Your economy's going to shit. Basically, now you have to worry about. Well, you probably don't have to worry about your career because you probably already vetted. Yeah,
we're covered.
Yeah, you're covered. So, other than that, well, yeah, but it's still stressful because you still have children.
Yeah. Plus, I'm thinking about getting because I already got a home alarm system. I'm debating whether I should upgrade it.
Well, just cover off
45.
Yeah, cameras. So basically,
because I don't have the cameras.
In other words, basically, if you can cover all 4 corners, and then whatever else is left, is your garage attached?
It's from the outside.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It's just that you got to pay. What do you call it? The bills go higher.
Mm-hmm.
I've been really trying to reduce.
Yeah.
Or you basically you can hire somebody to actually install it and basically have it uploaded to your a cheaper server.
Oh, okay. I think I can do that.
Unless you have, because most of that with them monitoring, basically they monitor it, so there's somebody sitting there.
Okay.
If you want somebody monitoring, but other than that, you could just do it yourself.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You just get the basics, because what I have right now, that's a good price. But if I throw that camera in there, it's gonna be like, ooh.
Yeah, somebody has to sit there and look at it.
Right.
Yeah, and plus that's my issue too, is that somebody might go rogue. Somebody might go rogue with all that stuff, all that access to your house. So that's my concern too.
Yeah, there's plenty of cameras that you can buy basically the storage space, because all this is storage space and the internet access for cheap. The thing is, you don't have people with eyeballs looking at it. You have to do that yourself.
You can look at it like, you know, you can go online or something and check while you're at work or something.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Or have a sensor.
Yeah, I mean, you have to put all that in. The thing is, you don't have the human monitoring. That's what costs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I think I'm going to have to do something since this whole thing started happening. People losing their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
They got to tighten up their security.
They haven't lost their jobs yet, okay? Because
they're just out of work right now.
Because the businesses are closed. When businesses open back up, then you have to see how many people are actually really lost their jobs permanently. And I think they probably have a real big incentive to put these people back to work.
Yep.
Because then if they start defaulting on loans and all that kind of crap,
the economy is
banking system was already in trouble for this. So
right.
Yeah.
So they got that mortgage where you can wait 90 days now
to defer it. And basically they were talking about it up to a year, but they had to scale that back. But 90 days, you can actually have a deferment. In other words, they'll exist like those 3 months didn't exist. And so wherever you left off, you pick up 3 months later. Because they just gave the banks and banks a shitload of money to stay solvent. And it's all just credit. So they're not losing anything. It's just credit.
Yeah, that's true, man.
It's credit till you work for it and you give them cash. Then it becomes cash.
They just loaded you with a little loan.
Now, what about our local
on your feet?
What about our local farming? That's the thing I haven't heard anybody address.
Farming is essential. So if you're a farmer, then the basically the lockout and all this kind of stuff doesn't apply to you. The thing is that, and plus, since people be cleaning the shelves, guess what you get to do? So sell it at a higher price.
Yeah, because I went to I do my farmers market every Saturday, and I was, it's
but any place where you gather that, I think what's it? The mayor said he's going to close down the farmers markets. Any place
we had to stand on a long line.
But he said he would close them down, so I don't know. That's what he said. I was reading it in Times like maybe yesterday or something like that.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So you might go back and check and see if I'm accurate, but that's what I was hearing.
Well, I got enough lettuce.
I got a question for you guys.
Healthy ass.
I got my lettuce.
You got my lettuce, Negro.
That's some strong ass. You ever see half those farmers market lettuce is like somebody balling a fist.
Oh yeah.
It's strong as hell.
Yeah, as long as it wilts within a few days, you're good. The thing is, if it don't wilt, if it takes like 3 weeks to wilt, what'd they make this stuff out of?
Yeah, drought tolerant lettuce.
It's like black power lettuce.
GMO.
At the Olympics.
Yeah.
Lettuce was on the podium.
You walk to the lettuce and be like, "What's up?"
Yep.
Stay righteous, brother. Yeah, right on, lettuce. I need you to soften up, dog.
I'll be here in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah, I got that. I bought a lot of onions. Remember that recipe I sent you, BGS?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start doing that twice. They said twice a day. I'm gonna start breathing that to keep my everything clear. Cause I got an orange tree.
Okay.
So that's all they said was orange and.
It basically, I'll actually find if I can find the video. Somebody sent it to me where they said this kind of virus breaks down at 133 degrees. So what you need is some kind of hot vaporizer. Will actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I need a humidifier.
So to break down your nose at 133 degrees. That's what he says. But the thing is that at some point it can't hurt like chicken soup.
Yeah. Supposedly, it hardens your mucus.
What's that?
The virus.
No, basically it just sits there waiting to go into your lungs,
and then
that's when it starts to do its magic.
Because the little steam and vapors, like you said, that's supposed to really make it so it'd be more mobile?
No. The steam will actually break down the walls of the virus and kill it.
Oh,
Because
okay.
at a certain temperature it'll die. That's like this kind of virus likes cool places like your nose and the bottom of your lungs where it's cool.
Yeah, I had somewhat of a like pain in my ears, and for the last couple of days I've been gargling a lot with Listerine. That stuff is going. It's going.
What they said the symptoms with this is from what I'm reading is they said one of the first symptoms is body aches, and what they said is loss for smell and taste.
Oh, thank God. I don't have any of that.
So the lady
anyway.
Oregon had, she said that's the first thing that she noticed. It says she lost their sense of smell and taste, and then she got the shortness of breath and the body.
I got allergies and sinus problems. That sounds normal.
Somebody was telling me that's where my ears came from, was the allergies from the pollen.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I'm like, damn, really? But why now? Out of all times.
That was the conversation I was having yesterday with my friend she's a CNA, and I was like, man, I don't know if I'm having symptoms or not. I fucking got allergies and my sinuses is acting up. I was like, this is not the time to have everything happening because everything looks like a symptom. I'm like, God damn it, I can't even have a stuffy nose.
Somebody, you know how back then they said, you got the sugar? And I was like, you got the virus?
That bug, you got that eyes.
You got that bug.
They call it the Rona over here in New York.
No, the Rona.
Rona got you, huh?
No, that Rona.
Hard, man. I heard that the Amazon warehouse, they're trying where they go on strike, man, because they said it's not safe.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people doing that shit.
Y'all wilding out, man.
I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with them with that shit, because I know Amazon is struggling. At least up here, they need a lot of people, and I don't know if it's because they sick or the increased demand because everybody is pretty much indoors.
Everybody's indoors with it for the stuff is basically have it shipped.
Yeah, so
Amazon.
I'm sure they probably working motherfuckers around the clock if they can.
If somebody sneezes,
packed up and out.
They're actually basically enforcing mandatory overtime. So
yeah, that's probably what it is. They thinking they got a union that they can complain to, but no, it's not a union job. Get over it. Quit.
I ordered a grip of stuff on Amazon too.
Yeah, but things they're only on like certain items. You get 2-day shipping now. It's like the stuff you used to get like a day or two. Now it takes a week. And sometimes
yeah. See, they I'll tell you, at least with that Amazon shit, if they're complaining in the warehouse about mandatory overtime, motherfuckers only work 4 hours anyway. Mandatory overtime is what, 8 hours, 12 hours? Man, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I've worked 12-hour shifts. You know that you had to work. There was no way around it. You either worked it or you quit your job. You just not used to having a regular actual working schedule. Just get over it. Just quit. Because I know most of the people when I was there, most of the people that were there were looking for it as a second or third gig, right? It wasn't their main gig. It was like the second or third one. So I could see that. But most of them was working at restaurants and shit. Dude, Amazon pay good money for doing absolutely almost nothing. It's like that was like one of the easiest fucking jobs I'd ever had.
Yeah, but
paid decent for.
You do hard work though, Martin.
Exactly. That's my old supervisor telling me. I said, you got to remember, people are not you. Okay, right? You got to scale it back.
Hard work.
Yeah, it's easy to use, but not that. It's not to millennials. That's hard work, man. That's slavery.
Yeah, I had that conversation with a millennial what slavery fucking was. I had to tell him, motherfucker, you got stock, you got benefits, you got medical, you get paid like $20-something an hour to come here and just rearrange shit. That's the furthest thing from fucking slave work I've ever heard of.
Yeah, and They do, and they do not believe in seniority.
No, they don't.
I
Because
can't have.
everybody gets the trophy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Everybody,
that's why.
got a trophy.
That's
Yeah,
the everybody trophy generation.
yep. Everybody's equal. Okay, I just got here like 90 days. I haven't even passed probation. How come I can't do your job?
Hmm. He don't know shit. He just there. He ain't doing nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
He's old. He don't even do nothing.
Yeah, I did your job first.
Hmm.
And I did your job so well that they wanted me to do this boss's job. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know. It was dumb. Those are some of the most interesting and infuriating conversations I've had with younger people.
Hmm.
It's that's why I finally had to start making like I think it was Seventh was talking about the older millennial and the younger millennial, because I was having to figure out why there were certain ones I could have a decent conversation with, and other ones that was just off from go. It's like, Jesus Christ, somebody should have whooped you. You needed some parents at home. Like, it was like too much arrogance, too much lip, too much just like, I wouldn't have made it out if I was you. I wouldn't have survived long enough. Somebody would have killed me. I don't get it. Did we lose BGS?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I remember when I was working with the millennials, who was just starting to come online, starting to work,
Mhm.
and you're working, and he's asking, how come I have to do this job, and how come I can't do your job? I said, oh, your mama must make you get out of the house and get a job, huh?
Yeah.
Because you really don't want to be here.
Yeah. The one I know that was talking that slavery stuff, he was my associate, right? And I trained him. And he just got bored, right? It was too easy. This was his first or second job, and it was really easy, and it was a really easy and good paying job for his age and what he was. And he thought it was slave work. So he ended up quitting and going to work for an airline company. Well, then when his ass was having to get up at, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to drive all the way to San Francisco and sit in traffic and working graveyard shifts and stuff like that, he hated that shit. And I talked to him again. It's like, oh, so you got a real job now, huh? He said, man, this is some bullshit. I need to come back to such and such. Oh, really? Why you want to come back and do slave work? I didn't go easy on him. I gave him the shit because I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh at you right now. I'll help you, but I get to laugh first, motherfucker. No, I told your ass. I said, why did you think I was telling you this? I've worked shitty jobs, dude. I have worked them. I can tell you, this is about the cakest job you're gonna get at your age.
You gave him the gospel. I told you so.
I didn't tell him I told you so. Yeah, I didn't tell him I told you so. But it's like, that sounds familiar because I'm one for object lessons.
You give him the look, though.
Yeah, I gave him the look.
Okay.
When I saw him again, when he came back and he was back working, I said, oh, look who here. Hey, everybody, it's a new associate. Look at this brother. Why don't you tell us who you are and where you been?
Did you feel like he had a microphone? Speaking to the mic, sir.
Yeah. Tell everybody who you are.
What prize do you want to win today?
Yeah, no, I made a spectacle out of it, but he had to take that. Just showing him, you got to take that for a minute because everybody was trying to tell you that shit. You didn't want to listen to some grown folks who knew what the fuck was going on. You had to see for yourself. Okay, well, you jumped in there with the lion and mauled you a little bit. Okay, you didn't like that shit, right? Okay, well, now you know. BGSA, what have we learned?
My office hours are.
Office hours. No, but he's a good brother. It's just that his parents kind of dropped the ball, both of them.
Oh yeah.
And so he was just raised by his grandparents, and his grandparents kind of hood too. Okay. So it's like it was really no recourse, but you can tell when you talk to the brother, he's just trying to put it together for himself because he wants something a little bit more. He has the aptitude. He just doesn't know what else actually is there for him. And so that's all it was. It's like, dude, you can do this, that, and the other. I want to buy this car. I'm gonna spend this 10 grand on the car. I say, you dumb motherfucker. Why are you gonna spend another 10 grand on another bucket car you gotta fix up and leave sitting on the side of your grandmother's house? You got 3 of them already. Stop buying Mustangs, and why don't you spend $150, get your ass a passport, and go see some of the damn world. You ain't got no kids.
He's a broke Mayweather.
Nah, he actually is really good with his money because by his luck, he's had 2 really decent jobs that gave him stock and all kind of benefits and stuff, right? But he doesn't know what to spend that money on, so he just spends it on bullshit.
Oh, in other words, that's all he knows.
That's all he knows. He
Uh-oh.
doesn't know nothing but
Single mom.
street racing and stuff like that.
You know, it's just his surroundings. You don't have to be necessarily be a single mom. You can have 2 parents in the household. Both parents, that's all they know. That's all they can teach you.
Right. That's it. He's gone as far as they can fucking teach him. And he's kind of looking for something else. So that's when he got with started working with me and stuff like that. I was really trying to take him under my wing and show him something else, at least just to give him an idea what else he can do with what he's fucking off every weekend. You know, and it's minor. It's like it's little stuff. It's not anything that he actually fucking thought of. But when you sit down and have a conversation with him about it, he's receptive to that knowledge and he thinks about it, and he'll act on some of that shit. Like, well, good. Leave here. Get away from here. You've seen all of Richmond, motherfucker. There ain't much more to see. Go. Beat it. It'll be here when you get back, and maybe more fucked up than when you was here. So don't worry about it.
What? So how does the NBA look right now?
They're supposed to be figuring out a playoff system, either beginning in probably in May.
So they'll keep it the position the way it is.
They'll keep the position the way it is, but there's probably going to be like a 3-game playoff, 3-game series for each level.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
everybody got rest and everything.
Hopefully they can play this. Hopefully they can play the season. Okay, that's what they were probably worried about. If she's still under quarantine, you can't have a crowd. Then, and the players have said they don't want to play in an empty arena.
Oh, they're still saying that?
Why the hell not?
You got me.
Yeah, it's like, do you still get paid? I don't give a shit if the people was there or not. I'll play the game.
It wouldn't be the same, but the thing is, at this point, what is going to be the
same? Nothing.
What else can you do? You know, I mean, you can just have the screens out there. I mean, if they're worried about it, shouldn't they have an audience? No, I can't do that either because you're trying to avoid the whole distance thing, right?
Oh, talking about an audience?
Yeah,
because it's recirculated air. This is probably the biggest thing, and basically
enclosed.
It basically to have to bring a crowd in, or even open it up for guests. Basically, the expense probably won't be worth it.
I was thinking about them being outside and the cameras would be on them and vice versa.
That'd be interesting.
So at least the players can see them in the screen. And they can see them cheering and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So that might be an ideal.
That'd be a way to go.
Yeah, the last I heard, that's what they're talking about is a 3-game series. Because they were talking about a single elimination, but the players didn't like that. Just like football, single elimination.
Yeah.
So the teams at the top saying that they don't want
it.
Yeah, because they might need time to actually get into their groove.
Well, yeah.
Single elimination, you
could have single elimination. You have a bad game, and basically,
you out. You done. Too much pressure.
Mm-hmm. Like one thing, it's gonna be hella watched when he start.
It should be.
Yeah, because people missed out on all that time.
Yeah, maybe that's a good thing too, because people actually have to, find other things to do. No distractions. You can't party, you can't go to the movies, you can't do a whole lot of other stuff. So now you got to find Got to sit there and do other stuff like read or something like that.
My dad said he thinks this is gonna be pay-per-view.
We're talking about the
basketball.
Possibly.
Wow, you think so?
I mean, anything's possible, man. This is like we in like uncharted
territory.
Yeah,
it's possible.
The undiscovered country.
Depends on how badly they want to play.
Jeez.
I mean, how much would they charge for pay-per-view? Basically, it would have been on TV anyway.
Right. Yeah. And then on top of that, there's more construction out there. And I drive.
So where at?
On different pockets where I'm in the South Bay area right now.
Oh well, they're transitioning to 5G and automation. So
they're really doing that.
they spent way too much money.
Time. Okay, I heard about that too.
Yeah, I mean, self-driving cars, all that kind of stuff, man. The only thing that's holding it back is insurance.
Oh,
the liability is really the only thing holding it back. Are the cars good enough where we won't get sued if something happens?
Oh wow!
That's basically the only thing that holds anything up now. Yeah. Can we get sued? Where's our actionable position?
In other words, the self-driving car has to be better than a human driver for them to actually get this across. So basically, that's why it's taking so much time. And basically, it'd be easier if they have the 5G. The more 5G you have, the better access to cars and the other objects will have to the internet, and the quicker they can actually respond, because you can't store all this stuff on board.
Then you don't have to.
Yeah, they have it down to like 80%. So it said the biggest thing is basically other human drivers.
Yeah.
But we didn't talk about the prisoners that much. The ones that are being let out.
Yeah, I was just reading something for the Times that they're starting to let the prisoners go.
You think they're gonna have the ankle bracelets?
Let me look at it, because I didn't read a lot of it. I just downloaded and saved it to be read later.
Yeah, because it's just hard to just think that they're just walking out willy-nilly. They got to find some way to monitor them, even though they got lesser offenses.
Ankle bracelets are expensive. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Or go
tag them with an earring or something,
huh?
Like that.
Well, to monitor their movement and stuff, because basically they're not going to be walking out like modern citizens.
Right.
It said mid-COVID coronavirus, California released 3,500 inmates early. Let me see, because it's actually starting to spread to the prisons now.
Yeah, I heard about that. My buddy, the sheriff, he was saying they were having a bunch of cases at his job, and I was like, "How the fuck y'all got a closed population?" He said the deputies are the ones getting.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Wow.
Like, get the fuck out of here. He said they had hella people who out sick. I'm like, shit. Like I would think a jail would be all right. You was already in there. You've been in there, so you shouldn't be exposed to anybody. It should be a closed population.
Yeah, but it's not closed
population dangerous
because the correction officers are allowed to go home.
Yep.
Once they take back. Yeah.
And they're very physical
with the prisoners. I'm like, shit.
They bounce some inmates off the walls. Well, not all of them.
Sometimes you have to.
I have to.
I heard some of these stories. Sometimes you have to do that shit. They ask kids need discipline, and a grown up is just another kid. Sometimes.
I said so much for too sweet and do dirty. People don't know about them characters.
He said prisoners whose crimes were violent and those classified as sex offenders are not eligible for early release.
I wouldn't think so.
It's coming though.
Cases are also not eligible.
Hell no.
Okay.
Yeah, them little nutcrackers gonna be coming out too. Thanks to the Supreme Court.
I be thinking non-violent offenders get out. None of them other cats is getting out. Nobody gonna take the heat for that shit.
Let's see. Somebody's talking to Smooth. Oh, that's Kirky. Smooth is asleep.
Hey, where you at?
He's asleep. I kept him on a panel so we keep an eye on him.
Yeah,
Smooth went to sleep.
They didn't say anything about ankle monitors.
Yeah, I just can't see them just letting them out.
What he's saying is that the ones they're releasing were for nonviolent crimes were already due to be released in 60 days anyway.
So just
releasing them early. What they're saying is that if the one, they said there's one dorm of 150, one guy came up positive, so they locked down the whole dorm.
Yep.
Like Nazi Germany.
We will not leave.
Are they showing any bodies?
Any bodies as far as what?
Actually succumbing it.
Well, you know, they get HIPAA law, so they can't really show them live. But they've been showing them loading bodies into, like in New York, they've been showing them loading bodies into those refrigerator trucks.
Because I only see them with the oxygen thing in their noses and they're laying back in the bed. That's the only thing I see.
Yeah, you can see that. As far as them dying, I'm sure because of HIPAA laws, you can't show people dying in the bed.
Nah, you don't want to freak anybody out more than they already are, I don't think.
But you check out China's stats on it. They got they got a lot of people cured supposedly, unless they're lying.
Well, the thing is, you could be.
I don't have the numbers with me because
yeah, well, you know, the thing is, it's got to be it has to be verified by somebody else.
I think it's like 20,000.
I don't know if it's that many.
Check it out. I mean, if you can, I can't see it on my computer.
I heard it was 666. The number I saw.
Secured. So check it out again. That number is huge.
It was the doctor, right? And one particular doctor, right?
Let me look it up for y'all. That number was huge when I saw that yesterday.
I would tend to not believe that.
And the one that got me was what was it? Dominican Republic. They barely have anybody.
It depends on. Well, it depends on when it got there, how many people had it, and all kinds. There's a lot of factors that actually go with that. So
let's see, coronavirus. What stats?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll let you guys know. I mean, we're second, right? The U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was looking at it yesterday. I was like, damn. Let's see.
That's the third as far as cases. We were first of confirmed cases.
Let's see. Well, they had it where, you know, the different columns.
As far as cases were first. Deaths, I think we're.
BTS, you got an echo.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I can hear him echoing. And now I hear myself echoing. Hold on, what's going on?
I don't hear him echoing.
I mean, I haven't been echoing.
Yeah.
Am I still echoing?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's him. Okay. Because I haven't been echoing the whole time. Nothing's changed in my setup.
Let's see. Man, I had it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so we're looking at. Here we go. So the U.S. has 4,055 deaths, but they got 7,000 in
recovery. Yeah.
Yeah, 7,000 recovery. You got 170. What was it?
I get 189,000.
Yeah, 189.
Yeah.
And then China, though, look at their. Let me see. You see their recovery? It's 76,000 recovered.
That's what they have. Yeah.
And then total cases at 81.
Mm-hmm.
And the deaths should be up there. Where's the deaths at?
3,300, 3,312.
Yeah. So
Italy has the most, which is 12,000 deaths.
Yeah.
And 105,000 cases. So their mortality rate is really, really high.
Yeah, let me ask you this: the recovery, though, for them to be in these high numbers of recovery, does it mean that they've been at this for a while?
Normally, basically, they got sick to the point where they had to be hospitalized, and they had to and then they recovered. So
that's a lot of people to be recovered.
yeah, well, compared to the cases,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because wow, 105,000.
yeah, and 12,000. That's really high. That's over 10%. That's But they're saying there was an article saying there's 8 different strains of this particular bad boy.
God dang.
And in France, they're not doing too bad. They got that recovery of almost 10,000, halfway to 10,000.
Yeah, France kind of shocked me, man. France came up there out of nowhere, man, and with the kind of deaths out of nowhere.
Yeah, because my wife is saying out there in Brazil,
Mhm.
it's like certain cities have it and certain cities don't.
Yeah, or there hasn't been detected. There's also how many people have actually been tested.
Yeah, because they're going around. They got that. Is it a mobile tester?
Yeah.
They
Oh,
got
really?
one of those over there.
They basically, and the problem is in Nicole and Anwar, who's a toxicologist in DC, he said the same thing. He said they really don't have an accurate reagent test for this virus because it's so new. So they are actually missing a lot of people that are actually uh, are tested should test positive. Thing is, they tested negative. They go home with the regular flu. They come back within a couple of weeks, and now they have to be put on a ventilator.
You got Cambodia 109, Nigeria is 139,
Mhm.
Trinidad is 89.
Yeah, they didn't get hit pretty hard. So the thing is that no, dude, a lot of stuff is not forthcoming. When were the actual first cases? Because some people conspiracy saying that before they actually start counting officially, there was a lot of deaths that weren't attributed to the
Oh, I see.
yeah. So nobody. So basically, we're all flying blind. Nobody.
Guatemala is 38. Damn. Ethiopia is 26. Haiti is 16.
Yeah.
I'm just going down the list. Dominica is 12.
Well, how the hell did he get to Haiti?
They got Chinese people in Haiti.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Angola is 7.
That's what I was
You would
telling
think
the person who didn't believe it today. Like, this shit traveled.
all the Chinese in Africa, there'd be more cases.
Yeah, they're in pockets too.
Too big of a continent.
Sierra Leone is 1.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Liberia is 3. Belize is 3.
Mm-hmm.
Botswana is 4. Somalia is 5. Fiji is 5. What a surprise. Check this out. Vatican City is 6.
Not counting the Pope.
That's a surprise.
They closed everything off.
Heck yeah. That Swiss Army, they ain't no joke.
They shut down probably the whole area.
The Pope is safe.
Pope will be safe.
Yeah, basically, what it's looking like. This is coming from the New York Post. What it's looking like is that it looks like the strains that came out of Italy are actually the most lethal.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, Kirky. Yeah, there are devices that test in like 30 minutes. Nicole was actually telling us about it, where you take a reagent test and basically within 30 minutes you get your results back. But the thing is, they don't have the proper reagent test for this particular virus. It hasn't been tested, so they've been missing a lot of people. That's the word that I got. The brother from DC said that about about maybe 3 weeks ago. He said that the reagent test that they were using earlier was no good.
Wow. Now, what about the malaria medicines that they're using? I forgot where, but what's the story on that being? I forgot they're trying to say that it's being effective.
Yeah, the chloro, what is it? Chloro something. Yeah, that's what I heard. That there's a doctor with a claim that he's cured 600 patients with that treatment. The thing is that okay? Well, I mean, I always look for somebody else to verify it that's actually used it and actually.
The same method.
Yeah, well. I'm just trying to imagine it, how would it look if once it's cleared up?
The world will be
I mean, as soon as somebody calls, some people gonna be so paranoid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That right now.
I mean,
I forgot who it was, but on one of your previous stream, Art, somebody was counting the amount of coughs you had.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were putting it in the back chat. They was like, "That's one," and then before you know it, it was like, "That's 5." I'm like,
this like I said, the tenderness in my ear causes me to cough every now and then, so I gotta keep drinking lemon water.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
But it's getting better. So
when I talk to people about it now, and they're like, "Do you really think it's real?" I mean, I lost a cousin to it, so it seems pretty real to me.
yeah, I mean, people got legit concerns, but they just got to do their research.
Right.
They can't just look at CNN and say, "Ooh, you know what they said?" It's you really gotta start really, get into the science of it. The engineers, all these different people that work with it and look at their data.
Yep.
And compare notes, stuff like that. If not, you're screwed.
Yep.
Yeah, but people gonna be, like I said, I can't wait because imagine your bus driver coughing, right?
Oh yeah, my brother works for.
You better not.
That's gonna be one upward bus ride.
Yeah, somebody coughing on the roller coaster,
and they're trying to get off.
Yeah,
like you on a roller coaster next to somebody you don't know coughing, and you stuck until the ride's over.
Nah, let me off.
Mortified for 60 seconds of your life.
Get me off this bus. Why don't you stop, sir? I'll walk. I'll walk.
I still think the restaurant's gonna really take a hit.
Yeah.
They gonna really take a hit.
They can't help but take a hit.
See, whenever I have to go outside now, I'm like, you guys are not practicing social distancing.
Mm-hmm.
Who
said that? 7.
Yeah.
I went to the grocery store yesterday, and I was bitching about this to my friend. And I go into the grocery store. Everybody's supposed to be doing their social distancing. And I get this little Asian lady with a basket and a mask on coming towards me. I move over, as far as I can so she can get by. And the motherfucker still elbowed me. I'm like, motherfucker. The hell with the social distancing? What the fuck? You got plenty of room. What the hell is wrong with you?
I'm so sorry.
I was pissed off. She didn't say sorry and shit. She just elbowed me and kept it moving. I'm like, what you trying to do?
She must be Korean.
They look at you
Oh my god.
Yeah, Korean.
Hit an old lady in the grocery store. Like, don't touch me. What the fuck wrong with you? You know what's going on out there? I got bare arms.
On the
I heard about that.
Old Asian ladies on the train is hilarious. They'll sit there, run over your feet with their shopping carts, and they'll look at you like you did something wrong. And they'll come in, look at everybody, try to squeeze in, sit next to everyone, start putting their bags down. I'm like, damn, you don't got no care in the world about personal space.
Yeah, because those subways be kind of packed up in New York, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, now it's starting to clear up.
Okay. Where the hell are they going?
No, it's clearing up now.
But I heard there's trains because a lot
most
of
people
just got sick.
I have a friend that works with the MTA. He works in the booth. He was pretty much telling me that those who come into the train now, all they do is record videos that I'm getting on the train.
Dang.
It's like they're just trying to get some type of clout for riding the train during the pandemic.
No, good Lord.
There's
Got to make a job somewhere, huh?
there's
What is this, the pandemic challenge? What the dumb shit.
yeah.
Speaking of
toilets.
There's a new challenge where people are spraying aerosol cans.
Don't even say it.
So they spray aerosols, like any aerosol can, they spray it into their mouth and then they try to blow it out onto a lighter. So it's just a bunch of people burning or scorching their face. It's just like, damn, we're getting one step closer to the idiocracy.
Only one step, huh?
Yeah. Thank you, BGS. Only one, huh?
I thought we had lived through that the last 20 years.
Oh shit! Oh my freaking god!
Yep. Idiocracy Part 2.
And they worry about a virus. Well, I'm worried about stupidity. That seems to be happening quicker than anything else. Who was that? Was it you, BGS? Was talking about that dude that was licking like tables and stuff like that?
No,
when this thing first started, somebody was talking about that shit. I'm like, what? What is he trying to prove? That the virus ain't nowhere? Then he get it. What happens?
No, I think he's trying to spread it.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is the part that just make me look at people just from shaking my head. Like, we can't be this stupid. Smartphones, dumb people. Like, come on, man.
No. You have a live stream. It said most people are what, Artisan?
Most people are fucking stupid.
Yeah, you said most people are morons. That's what you said.
As a group, yeah, as a group they are.
Oh, as a group.
Yeah, as a group, individually, you can find some some smart nuts in that peanut collection. But as a group, they get to acting like lemons, like just non-thinking corporeal masses. Like Jesus, like come on. Can't be this done together. That's that social responsibility. Well, I'm all here. We all doing the same thing. It can't be wrong. It can still be wrong in multitudes. You all responsible. Oh my god.
But yeah, that challenge was started because some dude. It started with one guy. He put like a firecracker in his mouth, lit it on. Like he set the fuse, and then he tried to like close his mouth. I was like, thank God you didn't lose any of your teeth or your tongue, but
it was fucking fake.
Yeah, it went off. It went off. He was like coughing and he's trying to show his teeth and his tongue was still intact.
Okay.
And like his friend was laughing at him in the video. And after that, that's when that whole aerosol challenge started.
Oh,
see, this is Darwin Award worthy right here. I'm sorry.
This is bored.
Oh my god, that's like the dumbest thing I've heard since the people doing the Tide challenge. It's like, why would you even put that in your mouth? You dumb. Whose children are these?
Yeah, well, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. Social media has a way of making people do some very crazy things for likes.
Look, social media made them do that shit. They did that to be on social media.
Is that Art being called to bed?
Oh man, yeah, he might be. I was trying to be fair though. Artisan, you can't. I gotta try to give him the benefit of the doubt sometimes.
I give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove that the doubt was unfounded. Like, okay, well, you just proved it. I leave a lot of room for people to prove whatever the fuck they want to. If somebody shows you they're an idiot, then you have to accept the fact that they're an idiot. That's just what you have to accept.
And is this a certain type of age bracket here?
No. This is the thing. The types of people I don't like is willfully ignorant people, and that crosses all age and demographics.
Mm-hmm.
Willfully ignorant people is like the ones that I can't fucking deal with. I really can't. That's why I try to explain that ignorance in and of itself is not bad. It just means you don't know. But if you don't even want to try to know, somebody's trying to tell you and you still don't want to know, you are willfully fucking ignorant. You doing some shit that's just. You want to be that way. Okay, well, fuck it.
I'm trying to bring Shirley on the panel, but she ain't coming up.
Why?
She got all that information. So,
Sister Shirley?
Yeah, like
she's talking about people being fined after like not ignoring all the orders to stay home.
It depends on the city and county where you are. Like in Alaska, it's done doing it. I know Rom says in Maryland that they're doing it. They're really enforcing it.
Yeah, in New York they're doing it too. $400, and they give it to you right on the spot. So as soon as they catch you, I hope you got it on you.
Well, so in New York, I understand, man, because what's going on?
They deep. They deep into
dropping off people like logs, man.
Yeah, our county up here just sent out an alert. They extended their ARC lock-in until April.
Yeah, we got a softer strain, man. We had the same strain that Italy and France got, man. Shit.
And we got the, actually this lady got, I think it was what, $11,000 fine for staying out too late.
Mm-hmm. Oh, where?
Yeah.
Where at?
Oh man, I think it's somewhere back east, somewhere like in the. It'd
be Maryland, yeah, Maryland and Virginia.
It's a white lady. It was a white lady.
Right, the DMV area, man. They putting the kibbutz on it. That's why, because Rom normally does his video in the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been doing couch videos instead of car videos.
Because he is not driving out there, is he?
He said that's why I asked him. I said, "Who's more raw, couch Rom or car Rom?" He said it's gonna have to be couch Rom because they find him folks for being out in Maryland. I can only go to the store.
Damn.
Yeah.
So it has to be. So what's our time out here? 9 o'clock, 10.
I think it's like, well, I think it's 8 o'clock, but the thing is that I don't think that they're really enforcing it, or as far as fines or stopping people. Because I think it was 8 o'clock. I think Newsom did that like last week. Shirley will.
Yeah, I don't know what the fine is. I've been in the house anyway, so it's like I was not trying to be out. Even when I was at work, it's like, yeah, we closing this building up at 5 because I'm getting in before the sun hit.
Yeah, the DMV area is hit pretty hard. And I have to go to Home Depot in the morning. They practicing their social distancing. I have never seen a line to get in at Home Depot before until now. Looks like almost like a DMV.
Yeah, because I gotta get me a generator. I gotta get one, but I want to get one solar powered. But I might have to order it.
Order that. You don't have to order that one because I know in Home Depot all they have is the gas powered ones. They don't have solar.
And they ran out of those. When I went over there, it was like one left.
Yep.
And that was $1,000 one. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want it that much.
Those usually get walked out the store stealing, so I know they out.
Yes, I want to get one that has wheels.
They always have wheels, but
not the one in there.
Not the one.
Bigger one.
The big one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it had like a handle on two sides.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
then it had wheels on the bottom. Looked like something that has to be stationary.
You better.
It's probably going to be mounted.
You better get a cart to go along with it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just I'm gonna go ahead and look online and get me a solar powered one. I think I'll feel more secure if I had a generator.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you know, with a generator, if the lights go off, you basically want a couple of lights and your food.
Right, exactly. That's what Artisan was saying before.
Yeah.
I definitely want to get that. So those are my two goals: solar power panels and a generator. If I get that, I'm good.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a minute doing this kind of crap.
Yeah.
For them to get to it, one for it to get to you, and then you find the people to actually install it.
Yeah.
The one he's getting, he could run it pretty simply if he's buying it just out of Home Depot. If he's getting one of them big ones that he's planning on with the solar power and stuff like that, that shit gonna have to be mounted on something.
You mounted on something, yeah.
So
those aren't really built to move.
Nah, you're gonna need some help. You're not trying to run a hospital, you know.
Get that Don King look.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this dude been shocked. No, he got the crown virus. See, Don King.
Like, what the hell he got going on in here? This motherfucker got a generator to power a whole building.
Fire Marshal Bill. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, looking at you like you trying to start a militia or some shit. You live in LA, you can't be off the grid.
Yeah, Sherry, I was looking at this dude, man, in Italy violating the shelter in place order, and they had like 10 cops surrounding him, right? And so he gonna be a smart ass. so I guess the supervisor walked walked behind him. They actually kicked his legs out from underneath him, face planted.
They ain't got time for that shit. Ain't got time for that.
Keep your distance. Bam.
Yeah. So basically, we got lucky. We got the least lethal strain because, like
thank goodness, because these motherfuckers out here is too reckless anyway.
Yeah. Oh, they wouldn't be reckless if they start bodies start dropping.
Well, see, that's the problem. These motherfuckers, like the conversation I had today, they're not believing this shit because they ain't seeing nobody drop from it yet. That's why they still believing it's like, oh, it's a hoax. It's just China trying to get rich. It's like, what drug dealer gonna burn down his own lab and not get paid? Why would somebody do something that's affecting them and fucking them up? Well, it's just trying to get ahead of the economy. The whole fucking world is damn near stopped, dude. Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
No. Look, I may not trust the government on everything, but something like this, you can't fake that shit.
Nah,
not many people.
Not other countries. Okay.
No.
Because we were having that debate on Saturday.
Yeah.
And so, well, they're trying to depopulate people. So I said, why would they pick this virus to depopulate? Why they would put something like Hunter virus that kills like 40% of the people that contracted?
I've been hearing about that argument since I was in high school.
Oh, about depopulation?
Yeah, I'm always hearing that.
They've been talking about that, man, since the 18th century.
That's forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Malthus. In fact, basically they kind of stopped that after World War II when Hitler tried the same thing.
Bob Marley sung about it.
Depopulation?
Yeah, he had some about depopulation. I think it's War, the song War. And let me ask you guys this, I'm still trying to get to know this whole Netflix thing.
What?
Yeah,
sorry.
man. I
I'm
got
trying
time.
to get a hold of your premise. You don't know what Netflix is?
I got time.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Got time.
So I got my Roku and everything, and I got that. But I finished the Luke Cage. I finished that one.
Yeah, I heard you saying that. I was like, damn, he back there.
And then the thing is, they got some white chick named Jessica Jones or something.
Yeah, she all right.
Is that worth watching? Because I watched a few of it.
First season, yes. Second season, just skip it. It's nothing more interesting.
Jessica Jones is the slowest superhero movie ever.
Yeah, because all she did was screw Luke Cage like most of the time.
That was basically it. That's her thing with her trauma. But the whole shit with the Purple Man and stuff like that, if you read that in the comics, that was some fucked up shit that actually happened to her, like for real. So first season, I say yes because you're dealing with somebody who got some PTSD from the shit that's been done to them, because this person had them doing all kind of shit, right? And they softly went into it in the show, but in the comic, he did have her doing some really fucked up shit.
It was Purple Man a mutant?
He is not a mutant. He just has an ability. I wouldn't call him a mutant. He just has persuasion abilities. It's like pheromones or something like that he gives off. And so because you're around him and smell it, he can influence you to do stuff. Now, you know what it is you're doing, but you can't resist him.
But he's not classified as a mutant.
No, not classified as a mutant.
Okay.
So it's just a weird thing, right? So he had her doing, some girl on girl shit, all kind of crazy stuff.
Oh, okay.
He would never mess with her, but he had her doing all kind of crazy shit.
Shirley said, "Nope, just passed the show. You need to come up here, Shirley, so you can talk to us."
Yeah, we won't fight Shirley.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be.
Beasley's not here, right?
Yeah, we don't have Beasley here, so we.
Is that what she's afraid of?
He be running people away, boy.
I know.
Hey, I'm mad because I don't have no chicken and greens. He's funny, man.
Yeah, well,
Professional troll, huh?
yeah, he's a professional troll, but
Yeah,
when
I
he's on
got
my
friends
panel,
like him.
when
I
he's
got
on my
friends
panel, I
like
never had any problem with Beasley on my panel. I don't know why, but I guess it
yeah,
depends.
Because you tamed it down. It's a different energy.
yeah. I have friends like him. That's why I can sit by him all day. He's funny.
Yeah,
He's hilarious, and people don't know the difference, you know. And I
Mm-hmm.
know he knows it.
Yeah.
He's enjoying it.
Yeah, that's usually what it is.
Yeah, because I can even imagine how he looks. I probably even know him.
You
Yeah,
probably do. You probably do. He sent me a picture when he was younger. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. You probably do know him.
yeah, because he sounds familiar.
Yeah, because he grew up in the Inglewood area, and I think he said he went to Drew.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, because
I don't know what part of town you grew up in.
yeah, I grew up in Carson.
Oh, yeah, you back when Carson was the Sticks.
Yeah, we called it the Cosby Show.
Yeah, well,
The
basically,
Cosby Show.
or the Cow Town.
Yeah, because we had damn near everybody had a sweater.
Yeah, because those were a lot of them were either professional or basically they would work for the defense industry. So Rockwell, Boeing, all that kind of people back in the day. So that's where they moved.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was cool seeing doctors and lawyers mow their lawn, or I mean, water their lawn and stuff, and wash their car. Just like, dang, that's Doctor Such and Such. He's watering his lawn.
Nice homes with no backyard.
Yeah, they're pretty small, some of them. But I was in DA, so that was my little area.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You bought them all? Okay.
Yeah, we were over there.
Not too far from the college.
And I found out that Tina Turner had a home there.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah, Sly Stone and Magic Johnson. Those are three.
Because when I knew the Turner kids, they were actually in. Was it Windsor Hills?
Oh wow, it's way up there.
Yeah, because at the time, when I guess, well, we have an age difference, so the kids are probably grown by the time you came around.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you started going to school.
Yeah, because Carson, that neighborhood in DA, I think the first home there was what, 70 or 69?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, and it really started to grow once they finished was it the 91? Started building 90. Yeah.
Yeah, the connector.
Mm-hmm. That's where it started to grow.
And it's a trip because those homes were Japanese. Because I was told that a lot of places in New York, I mean, not this, I'm thinking New York, Long Beach, where Long Beach was connected, that was a Japanese community.
Well, yeah, Carson, the Carson, Long Beach, Gardena, because they basically flooded Gardena, or the southern part of Gardena.
Because a lot of those people were related to those people from the concentration camp. Matter of fact, there's a sign, right, where you leave in Carson going to Long Beach. There's a sign to the right. It has says a historical something, the Japanese internment camp, something.
Yeah, because I think it used to be a Japanese farming community back in the 40s and 50s. That area, yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is, I don't know. I don't see that many Japanese anymore, like back in the 80s. Where are they? The number of Koreans now.
I think the as the kids got older and got more wealthy, they started moving to more affluent areas.
Oh, I see.
And I think if you for the Asians, basically they started moving to what is it? Not the Antelope Valley. What do they call it? West Covina and that area right there.
Walnut.
Yeah, Walnut. The St. Gary River. In fact, a lot of them did start moving to Walnut, to Japanese.
Oh,
and a lot of them live in, what is it? Out in the riverside. What do they call that? Chino Hills.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of Asians live in Chino Hills.
It's funny to be Chino Hills because that's Chinese and Spanish.
They did.
That's dirty.
That's where
That's
they
dirty.
Chinese Hills.
Because I know a lot of Filipinos that started moving to the San Gabriel Valley and Chino Hills and places like that.
Yeah, we deep with the Filipinos and Koreans over here, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you know, they love. You know, I play around and speak Tagalog to some of them. They're like, oh, you know Tagalog?
Mm-hmm.
I only know about 5 things. That's about it. You know, try to seal the deal. Try to get people happy.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Anyhow, I guess since Shirley's not coming up, you know,
scared her.
we gonna, unless y'all want to talk about something else.
I still haven't figured out the rest of your Netflix story that you was trying to tell me about. Show behind the times ass.
Hey, I got Prime. I got Prime Time too.
Oh Jesus!
So I got Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime.
Good.
Okay.
That's good for a lot of B movies. That's what I've been enjoying. That I watched a lot
Yeah.
of old B movies on there.
I'm trying to catch my rhythm to see what I can watch on a regular basis. Because, you know, I'm used to just clicking channels. I'm not used to setting things out and everything.
Oh shit! You need a series to watch, yeah.
So I got a Fire Stick in one room and a Roku in the other.
Well, watch that platform movie. You can just be as screwed up as you'll be the third person I know that's seen the shit.
But I finally
was it? Did he have?
I'll check it out.
Kendra said she watched it.
Did she? I didn't know if she watched it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, a few other people watched it since I posted the review.
But I finally saw Acrimony, man. I keep telling people, I'm like, damn, that was a crazy movie.
I haven't done a Tyler Perry movie since Medea.
I'm
done after that.
If you ever dated a crazy woman, then Acrimony makes sense.
Yes.
You know, bad flashbacks.
That was worth watching because it had some twist in there. So I'm like, okay. Because you know how some people just think that the part is, you know, the movie's over and all of a sudden it could pop up somewhere else. You're like, oh shit. You know, it gets thick. The plot gets thick in there.
I kept laughing at the fact that like he literally gave her more than she spent on him, and she was like a millionaire still acting crazy. It was just like you can go anywhere you want right now, fam.
Remember what's his name? They just complained about it. The basketball player talk about bitter black women.
Yeah, that's
because it's not the money. Women don't give a fuck about the money. They care about lifestyle. And that woman who basically was she caught in that camper that she wrecked that got her injured.
Mm-hmm.
Stole her life.
Mm.
And since because she put in all this time and basically she gave up on him before a lottery ticket came in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not what about the money? He gave her a just settlement because she stuck by him, which, you know, he didn't have to do that shit because I don't know if I would have done it, but
yeah.
But now that she had the money, she could have lived the lifestyle. That's
$10 million.
Now,
what's her house?
The thing is, she wasn't his because she loved the dude. You know, wasn't no question about it. She loved the dude. The thing is, she didn't get the wedding that she wanted with the man that she wanted and live the life with him that she wanted because now he's got the yacht and he's got all this other stuff and basically the sky's the limit on his wealth. And she felt that she was the one that deserved to live that life.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And if she couldn't live it with him, then he wasn't welcome to it. And that's what happened.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. And so
you want me to watch that shit? No.
What's his name was talking
Not
about
too close to home.
His 3 baby mamas that were bitter, and basically they're not bitter because they're not getting the money. They're bitter because they can't live that basketball wives lifestyle that they thought they deserved because they had a baby.
Yeah, you know, she was trying to seduce him and stuff. She didn't know that the fiance was in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh yeah, she is late as hell.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're thinking about logic, man. It's not logic at that point. Okay.
And she had them other simps over there, you know, his brother-in-laws or whatever.
Oh yeah, that was the annoying part of the movie.
They tried to help out though. I had to give them that. They tried to help.
Yeah, they did.
But they let them women run them though.
Oh yeah,
it's a Tyler Perry movie. What do you think? What do you expect?
Yeah,
exactly.
I thought Medea was gonna pop out. How you doing?
Yeah,
upside the head. Yep.
Just him with a pan and some oil.
Like, man. That's why you got to be careful. Well, hell, I wouldn't have been with her after she ran that. She turned my camper over with that car.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Wow, yeah.
I'm like, how you gonna marry that? What?
He felt obligated to her.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
And we also got to remember we were watching the movie through her point of view in the story. So that if a lot of things didn't make sense to gentlemen watching it, that's because it was from her perspective.
And she was leaving shit out.
Oh yeah, they leave stuff out, but it made sense. It made sense to me.
Go ahead, BTS. You were saying it made sense to you until what?
Oh yeah, I said it made sense to me because I dealt with crazy chicks, so I mean everything she did made sense. Basically, you could actually call it what she's getting ready to do.
Is that Experience talking again? I think that was Experience talking again.
Yeah, I heard it too. I heard it.
No,
you don't know what the hell you're talking about, BTS.
No, BTS, you don't know what you're talking about.
We talking about
you never deal with no crazy woman like how I dealt with a crazy woman.
Especially if they've been with you for a long time and you pay off. Oh shit.
Oh man.
She went and got her a wedding dress because she knew he was gonna marry her again.
Damn, really? Oh, she was beyond the moon crazy.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, basically, she was nuts. So I don't know what he did to her. it's sexually because she was absolutely nuts.
The whole time I'm like, you're a fucking millionaire. Just move on.
That's logic, man.
No,
You're young, man.
Too much logic.
Hopefully you never have to encounter that kind of bullshit, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely praying and meditating on that.
It's not something that, I mean, as far as experience wise, you'll learn stuff, but the thing is, hopefully you never have to go through one lesson you don't want to learn.
Oh yeah. Man, I had my fair share of crazy already. I said I'm avoiding that like the plague.
Nah, hey, you don't want to have it happen, man. Especially when it gets your scent and gets locked onto you.
Uh-huh.
And man, that's a tough ask. Especially if she spent money on you. Oh Lord.
Yeah, I don't normally let women spend money on me like that. So
yeah.
They're like, how come you never let me buy you gifts? Just you don't.
So want to get away scot-free.
Yeah, I don't ever, because every time a woman has tried to spend money on me, they bring up the fact that they almost spent money on me when they get upset. So it's just like, well, you don't ever buy me anything. Don't even think about buying me something.
I agree with
you. Because that's ridiculous. Even the women in my family. The women in my family, my sister would be like, "Oh, I could give you some money now. I don't want no money from you. I don't want no money from none of y'all, none of the women in the family. Let me just get it myself."
I'm good.
Yeah. Basically, that's
ridiculous.
It says.
You got the echo.
That's Shirley.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Shirley?
How you doing, Shirley?
I said I'm editing right now, so I can't really talk too much. But y'all kept trying to threaten me, so I said, "Oh, y'all think people scare me? I'm too tough for that. I'm not down for the buffoonery. No, y'all.
It wasn't a threat; it was bait.
I said, "Oh no, I got to go."
That was bait.
Yeah, it was bait. That's all that bullshit was. I said, "Oh,
baiting you."
He need to go play with himself. Go jack off in the corner and go fuck with somebody else." I ain't. So, because he was gonna get Shaquita, I said, "You know what? People record these videos. He gonna get Shaquita, and then he gonna realize I'm from 39th of Vermont, motherfucker. I ain't the one." So,
he grew up in Englewood, so he far from me.
So I said, "Oh, he don't know. I got friends, nigga, please." Okay.
He knows. Yeah.
Californians got a lot of
Basically, I know a few of his friends, and they're not nice. Okay.
Neither mine. Neither mine. So
yeah. 6 degrees of separation. So
yeah, let's keep peace at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Keep all the buffoonery down. There's enough of that going on. Okay, Netflix. Here's a couple shows to watch.
Okay.
She Did That. It's a new show about African American women.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it twists because you think it's about women. And my son are sick of these liberal progressive women, but it's a great show about Black women who are in business, who are succeeding. And in the middle of it, they switch it and they go, we got to support the Black man. And they start talking about how Black men and Black women and Black families are succeeding. So I think they had to brand it that way to get the funding so that they could get this on the air. But if you watch it, it really is not just about Black women. It's about Black couples succeeding in business as entrepreneurs. And I've probably watched that thing about 3 times. And every time I see it, I learn something new. But it's called...
What's the name of it?
She Did That.
She Did That?
I know, that's the weird part too. It was like, why would they name it that?
So is that better than Madam C.J. Walker's?
You know, there's so much controversy over Madam J.C. Walker. I have not watched it. I will tell you this: the husband, whose name is Charles, which that's why it's called Madam Charles. That's a whole nother story. You know, they discredit the Black man. These are liberal progressives who are constantly trying to disgrace the brother or make the brother the bad guy. So there's a lot of controversies over the real history of that, and that'll probably be another show. But I still think you should watch that as well.
Okay.
Superhero.
That's why they said it's inspired by Madam C.J. Walker.
Oh, okay. See, that's the catch. Let's say that together. Inspired by.
And you
so
know
it's another
what?
Harriet.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's that cookie in the jar you didn't know that really wasn't chocolate chips.
Yeah. They didn't even show how she designed the combs and their product. They just showed them in boxes.
That wasn't.
I'm like, really?
It wasn't important to the story.
Well, there's a woman prior to Madam J.C. Walker who was Black who inspired her. They didn't go into that either. So Madam J.C. Walker was the first woman millionaire, but she was not the first Black woman to succeed in the hair industry. She was mentored by another woman, and they didn't go all into that. The one you should watch as far as superhero is, I still love that one. It's like not super big, but it's Elijah. I think it's called Elijah.
Oh, I hated that.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Men see superheroes different.
So you don't have any kids, do you?
I got 2 of them.
Oh, you got issues. Anyway,
It is what it is.
In other words,
we'll make you free, and I just made you free, brother, in the name. That's a really good show. I like this.
Why? Why is it?
I haven't even heard of this show.
It was just different. It wasn't like, you're not gonna get like super action. You're not gonna get, you know,
a movie then.
No, it's just more mystic. Like, oh, the little kid got. I mean, it's cheap.
The love story.
I liked it.
No, the best thing about that movie was the girl. She was fine as a motherfucker.
Yeah, all
that
you
was
guys
it.
think about is pussy. I think about her is pussy. Watch the pussy. Okay, yeah. Anyway.
Nah, it's good. It's not a pussy.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh,
damn,
they got some nakedness up in there. Okay.
So, you crazy?
Am I old enough to see that stuff?
Yeah, is this too much for me to watch?
It's about a kid too. Oh God.
Keep it real with 100.
Yes, it's got what's his name? Black Panther. That dude.
What's his name?
Killmonger. What's his name?
Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B.
Yeah, I think he produced the movie or the
he did.
series. Yeah, I think he did.
I like that
correctly.
One. I'll give you another one that's really interesting. It's kind of natural superhero. It's called Goop by Gwyneth Paltrow.
What is it? GOOP?
Mm-hmm. It's really different because it's a series of different events. Like one is people who drink mushrooms for healing. Mm-hmm. And, you know, people...
Oh, that's for a restaurant.
Yeah, that's her bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just this is white people stuff. I like the show. Okay, you ain't to watch something. I'm giving my opinion. Now y'all ain't gotta watch my shows.
I ain't either.
Well, what about my
hated it?
what about my super ex-girlfriend?
What?
My
That was
super
funny.
ex-girlfriend.
Oh, that
That
was
was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Oh, I'd
funny.
be in tears on that
What
one.
was that? Mike Myers?
Yeah.
I think that was Mike
Was he
Myers.
in there? I think so.
It was one of those comedians. I forget which one it was.
That bed scene was hilarious when his head hit in the wall. She said, "You're okay." I'm okay. I was dying because his head like boom, and they play Black Magic Woman or Oya Come
Oh, that must have been Jack Black. That must have been Jack Black in that one.
Well, they're in that same category. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, fugly white comedians.
You do a damn shark in the dude's house or a shark.
Yep, through the window.
I like when he was trying to like be low key in the bar. He was like, "Man, I've been messing with deep G girls. You've been doing G girl." Everybody heard him. He like, shh.
Yeah, try Bosch.
Bosch. Let me write that down.
Yeah, try
Yeah,
the first three.
Oh, okay, so when I mentioned it was Goop Lab, is GOOP Lab.
GOOP.
I have not seen Bosch. I have to look that one up.
Oh yeah, basically the series of books by I'm trying to remember his name, Michael something. They actually did The Lincoln Lawyer in the movies.
You know what? If you like
Michael Crichton.
No. What's Mike? What's
how you
Mike?
spell it?
Bosch, BOSCH. Bosch.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know because I read a lot of Michael Crichton.
Oh,
no, it wasn't Crichton. It was
Power Tubes. Okay.
Gosh, because I was about to watch
that. Homicide, LAPD homicide detective working to solve mystery murders, a murder of a 13-year-old boy.
Yeah,
I tried to get into Lucifer, but I got bored.
Lucifer is supposed to be a comedy.
Yeah,
and
Michael
good comedy.
Yeah, it's based off a comic.
Okay, if you want superhero, watch Magicians. I think the writing is excellent, and I think great.
That was boring.
That was boring too.
No,
it's fun in the CW sense.
Yeah,
my coworker watches Magicians. Every time I come in, he's watching.
Yeah,
I love it. You know what? When y'all make recommendations, I don't. Oh, that's some boring shit. I'm the only woman in the room. You got attitude.
I'm messing with you.
Punk ass bitches. Okay, anyway, yeah. Night show's not here anymore.
Yeah. We gonna own that shit today.
No, what I've been watching lately was because they made the Altered Carbon anime series with animation.
Oh, yeah, that's on my list. That's on my list.
What's the name of it?
Altered Carbon. But they got an animated movie out now.
Yeah.
Altered Carbon is actually with the brother, right?
Yeah.
No, that's season 2's with the brother. The animated series, the animated movie just came out of a couple days ago.
Yeah, last week sometime, like Friday.
Yeah, if you really want good sci-fi, basically Altered Carbon is probably one of the better ones I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah.
Yes.
The second season was I don't know.
Well, the thing is,
trying to shit on it, but
it was basically, there's no world building after
right after the first one. Yep, it was just the story.
It's a story.
It was definitely scaled down, though. That was.
It was.
Yeah.
I don't blame it on the critique I heard on the show. A lot of people was going in on the show, but it was more so because what I'm feeling from what they're saying, it's more so because it was a black man heading the show this time, and not the white dude. And it's like it's the same character. This is the whole point of the shit. He can jump into any sleeve. So
because he started off the sleeve as a woman,
right?
Exactly.
Oh, that's exciting.
Well, basically, it's check, right? So in other words,
like these liberal progressives, I want to be a man. I want to be a woman.
No. But basically, is that your consciousness is in a little device they call what is it called? Not a stem. What is it called? They call it
a sleeve.
Sleeve.
A stack.
A stack.
Right? the little device, alien device that holds your consciousness. You can put it in any body, whether it's a human body that they grow or artificial body, but you will live forever as long as your stack is intact. You'll live forever. Just to put you in a different body. So this particular guy, he's lived for like 300 years.
Oh wow!
And he's an envoy.
He's an envoy. He gets jump from planet to planet. You know, he's actually cast your consciousness to another planet. So basically, they started off on Earth. Not mistaken. And then
like a Doctor Who situation.
Not really.
No.
Yeah. Well, he's not the only one. Anybody can actually do it. Most people have a stack.
Yeah,
if you just find a body to put your stack in, you'll live forever. And
because
people have
How
more.
How long should the stack be?
Huh? No, the stack is just, it looks like a little disc that you put in the back of your neck.
Get it.
Yeah, I got it though. How long could the stack be?
But the thing is, you can order any kind of stack that you want. It can be as long as you want.
How wide should it be?
Let me tell you something. Mine is as long as it is wide.
As long as it's wide.
Hey, our body can be variable and vibrate at the end.
It vibrates.
Yes.
I always wanted to know if it penetrated. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it's got piercing power and it self-lubricates.
And you get the right body, it can go forever.
Oh my!
I got an Energizer bunny.
Well, you needed a bunny to get you going.
Nah, super fertile.
Okay, Art. The one I also can recommend is How to Live Mortgage Free. I think that's a great show. So the reason why, because there's people who they have a mindset that when I own my home, I'm going to have no note.
Okay.
And I think that's interesting. It's just, things they can do in other countries. The problem I have with Netflix is they're going so foreigner. Every time we look up, we're doing something in England or France or India or Africa. It's hard to find American shows on Netflix.
But I like that.
I actually like that.
Yeah.
I found some more interesting shows on Netflix because they opened it up like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like that platform show, I would have never saw that unless
Which one?
they put it on Sci-Fi or something like that. The platform. Right?
Because I haven't watched it yet, but it sort of reminds me of Cube when when BJ was talking about it.
Yeah.
Actually, more like I said, when I looked at it, it's more like I said, it's more a morality play about capitalism.
All right. See, I saw the capitalism angle, and then I saw Battle Royale because everybody is there, and everybody got to pick something that they brought with them into that situation. So they already know it's going to be a situation where they're going to be at odds with the person in the cell. And the psychological play is you feeling each other out in a sense.
Yeah, but the thing is, it has a highly religious theme.
Highly.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's why I recognize Dante's Inferno in it. Because
I want to home in on that after you finish.
As you descend down the levels, basically hell gets worse and worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the other show that I would watch on there was Dark, and that one comes from Germany, but it's a good interpersonal Dark. It's called Dark, and it's like time travel and some other stuff mixed together and how all these lives are connected together over time and what's happening in this one town. And it was a really interesting fucking show, but it was from Germany. So it's, you listening to a bad dub is just what it is. I watch anime, so it's not that big of a deal for me to see a bad dub. But it was a really interesting show when they got into the science of it or whatever. That it's like, shit, this was better than Stranger Things. Because that's how I found it. It was recommended after Stranger Things, and I said, shit, I'll watch it, whatever. And it was really interesting. It was really, really interesting. But I get into time travel stories, and that's at the core of that a little bit, along with some philosophy and stuff like that.
Okay, I added that one to my list.
Well, time travel, how do you get into time travel has to be done well because that paradox shit just kills it every time. And it just gloss over, and it's like, this is some bullshit.
Okay, so I haven't watched second season of Dark, but I'll say this. The fact that what would be paradoxical in this one, they create a situation, right? They create a situation in one time that reverberates backwards in a sense, or backwards and forwards from a point, right? So because they're doing this, it's affecting things in the past, but it pays off into the present for what they're dealing with. They're only dealing with this because it reverberated back into the past. So it doesn't do time travel in a way that's overly fucking confusing, but it does show you it's a thing that can do. It exists in this place. It was somewhat a natural phenomenon, and how these people were using it, and what was going on with this in this whole town, and how this town is affected by this and these other things that are going on around it. That's as much as I can say on it without trying to spoil the story and overly explain it, but it was a really interesting story. I know by the end of the show, I wanted to see the second season. I was dying waiting for the second season to come on because that shit was just too damn good to me.
That sounds interesting because that whole ripple effect thing, that's interesting.
Who called? Right. Who just called?
Cut it out.
Are you gonna catch that shit over the internet?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, you got a virus there.
I heard somebody cough. Let me get my disinfectant wipes on the screen.
Don't
mute when I cough.
I want to live.
I mute when I cough. That's probably Artie over there cooking or something.
Yeah, so ain't gonna offer nobody nothing. What the hell?
That dark.
Okay, I have another one, Art. Now I know the guys may not support me on this.
Don't worry about it.
Sometimes we don't need to be so dark.
I gotta be dark all the time. Shit.
Yeah, I was born dark. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was born a Negro.
I was born dark.
Born dark, a little darky, huh? You a little darky boy.
I am black as night.
All right.
Well,
you know,
the caramel kid.
Works for everyone.
Dark as Othello.
Dark as Othello.
Art, you should watch a TV show called Flinch. Like you like you
Fletch, like the Chevy Chase Fletch.
No, like Flinch.
Contestant show where they make these people do stupid stuff because you don't actually do stupid stuff, and they throw knives at you. They put chainsaws to your head, and you can't flinch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pass on that.
Sound like punk.
This is your problem, man.
You should be more man. They like that kind of
we gotta talk. We got a problem.
Yeah, that's a Japan game show.
Lighten it up, man.
Japanese game show. Yeah.
You watch some white people get some nice knives and saws, and you laugh a little bit. That's it. That's all you gonna do.
I can play Warhammer for that shit.
Exactly. Warhammer. I'm down.
Yeah. I watch white people fuck each other up. Watch Warhammer. 10 million die. It's a victory on your side.
Your side.
Here's a question. It's in movies, but it's just a question to BGS. Did you ever see Snowpiercer, BGS?
I saw parts of it. I saw parts of it.
There's some parallels between that movie and Platform.
Yeah, basically it's instead of classes, instead of class being vertical, it's
right.
Front to back. Yeah,
front to back.
Yeah. So it basically, but everybody ate, so it wasn't wasn't as dire as the Platform was, because having to eat your cellmate to survive is not.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't have a strong,
that was dark. Yeah, that was dark.
Well, basically,
the show Dark ain't that dark, but the Platform, that was kind of dark.
Dark. Basically, yeah, but that's bare naked. That's capitalism
survival
on Berserk, where basically half the population doesn't eat and has to survive by its own wits, and basically after a certain level there weren't any people.
Right.
Yeah.
Just kept rolling, but the
levels were still there. 1970 movies like We've Been Left Behind, one of them Christian movies, they scare you into coming to know Jesus.
No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that.
Y'all remember that movie?
Yeah, I remember Left Behind.
Yeah. It bored me to tears.
Children Oh my God.
So you had to have actually read the books to actually get for the Left Behind series. So the movie will make more sense.
My ex-girlfriend, I read the first book, and I was like, "That's some bullshit."
Yeah, well,
I watched the movie. I just couldn't. Religious books like that, okay, let's take that movie. What's it called? The series, Messiah. That's the one on Netflix.
Haven't
I
seen it.
watched that one. Yeah, this is the one where this guy is supposed to be the second coming of Christ.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it's interesting the way they did it. So I enjoyed that fully.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah, I would usually watch a religious or supposed to be religious movie just to see what they do in it. 'Cause it's always interesting. Somebody always got a take on it, so I just like to see what they put out there.
But it's like Contact because it was mostly focused on how people reacted to a Messiah coming back. And so with that narrative, I mean, I ain't gonna spoil it, but the shit makes you think.
What's it called? The
If
Messiah?
you
'Cause
said
I
it,
would
I'm
put
gonna
that on
watch
my
it.
list.
He said it, I'm watching it.
You said the Messiah?
It's just Messiah. With some little Indian, well, he's supposed to be a Middle Eastern. So Jesus, this Christ guy, is actually Middle Eastern. So you know they think he's a terrorist.
Yeah, you know, Narcos, the first season is not bad.
Oh, wait a minute. It is right there. I think I saw that shit too.
You know which one I got hooked on the other night? And I was like, it's called The Tomb. It's called The Jesus Tomb, Secret of the Cross. Yeah, Secret of the Cross.
Okay.
Okay, what it's about is
documentary.
Jesus was married. Jesus was a married man.
Yeah,
They
Dan Brown all over again.
books between 12 years old and 30, and they start going all into the book of Philip.
That's the dude who wrote most of the Bible.
Yeah.
And so no one talks about that. And they said, and I said, but you know what? This would kind of make sense because why would a God be incarcerated with, planted into a man's body and not have the full experience?
Yeah, it basically like that was Dan Brown.
Yep, sure was. And before Dan Brown, it was what was it? There was two guys who wrote that same story because it was about the Merovingian line.
Yep. Mary Magdalene.
Yep. So the idea that the Christ figure would, number one, be single and unmarried and be of a high-ranking Jewish stature, it was just unheard of. So the Bible story was like, according to custom, Jewish custom, the way that people describe Jesus in the Christian Bible just doesn't make sense to them.
Yep.
You got to do your homework because you start hearing these stories, and if you think about it in contents of reality, so that would make sense. Now people say, "Oh no, that's not true." Da, da, da. I said, but think about it. Why would this man live this long and not experience sex and not experience children? And then I could see why the disciples would want to protect that bloodline because they would be killed.
But that Bible was handed down through many hands and wars.
Yeah.
So the narrative kept changing.
Who is his bloodline today? Do they know who the Jesus children are today? And do they have a supernatural
the Hebrew Israelites? I'm joking.
You gotta pause that one.
When you get into like some of the lore, when you think about the Rose Line, the date, like GMT-0 is actually supposed to be the Rose Line that runs through Western Europe, from England down through France. And it starts at the Rosalind Church, goes through all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So, I never bought into David's lineage leading to Europe. I never bought into that. They try to, I always knew that it was African and Middle Eastern based.
But there was some mingling going on there. We do know that. And the other part is Mary was a strag. Okay.
Basically, they said that many times. In fact, they did that, and I think it was a TV series, and a lot of Christians got upset because they were saying that Jesus was born through rape.
Yep.
Oh my God!
That's the Son of God. Come on now.
You never see that series again after they finish.
No, you never will.
Lucky to get
They put that shit away with Solomon Rushdie.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Burning Quran.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's her name?
He's still around.
Girl, she took that picture of the Pope and tore him on national television. It's like, my career's over. Yep, bitch, your career's over.
In your life.
Something's been itching the back of my mind though, and I know you read Dune, BGS.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between Seleucus Secundus and Arrakis. and what the motivation was, because as you know, the Seleucus Secundus, the Sardaukar were the emperor's shock troopers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Fremen, of course, they
it was
basically their whole religion was based on the Bene Gesserit.
Yeah, but it was
intervention.
the desert people. So there would be the Arabs, and this is what he said. He said that basically the spice was supposed to be like oil. In other words, the whole civilization ran on spice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I get that part.
Yeah.
The thing that was tripping me out was because like in some of the battles that he was describing,
mm-hmm.
the Fremen were actually impressed by the Sardaukars' fighting styles, the fact that they could fight.
Yeah.
Yet both of their environments were basically hardship. You know, you had the desert, and then Seleucus, where the old House Carino was, Seleucus Secundus.
Mm-hmm.
That was a harsh environment too, and basically it became a prison planet. And so what I was juxtaposing was,
well, basically, if you think about it, basically the Sardaukar, you know, even though they have a Japanese name, were actually the Roman legions.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the question was, since the Fremen won, because basically what you had was basically a modern military, since there was some formal training in the with the Sardaukar, and then you had religious madness, almost religious extremities when it came to the Fremen
on both sides.
Right.
Yeah, because Sardaukar was based on the Orange Catholic Bible.
Oh, I forgot that part.
Yeah.
Yep.
The whole civilization was based on Catholicism, and basically it's basically Catholicism versus Islam.
Mm-hmm.
So the figure was the Quasi-Haderach, which is Jesus,
which is the Messiah that they couldn't no longer control.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So basically, so basically juxtapose Islam, which is the older religion. I mean, not Islam, but the Catholicism, which is the older religion, and the newer religion that come out of the desert, which is what? Islam.
That was a connection I needed to make.
And even the weapons that they use, which is the curved Christ knives, which is basically the same thing that the curved blades that the Islamic Arabs actually use. Yeah,
like the scimitars.
But basically, you know, after the children of the Doom came about, basically, and he started turning into worm, he became the
God Emperor.
The Emperor, the God Emperor. Basically, they incorporated the Sardaukar into the Fremen.
Right.
So one until he replaced them with women, which is
50 speakers.
Yeah. Genetically altered women. Yeah.
Okay. That part was bothering me because I was like, you know.
Why so?
Because I hadn't made the connection between the Sardaukar and the Orange Catholic Bible.
Oh yeah. Basically, yeah. The emperor is basically also actually doubling as the Pope.
And I didn't get that sense though. That's the thing.
And then the nuns, you know, basically the witches, Bene Gesserit witches, basically.
Yeah.
So, they don't want to admit that.
Yeah, and then you have the godless technology,
right?
The Tilaxu, the godless technocrats.
Okay, all right. That was clear now. I had to clear that one up because it was itching my mind.
Yeah. Doom is because Doom was actually written by a high order Mason.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Frank Herbert.
Frank Herbert. So.
Brilliant, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. This might be a dumb one because I don't really know. What's the difference between the Black Masons and the White Masons?
Oh, one drives taxi cab and the other ones run nations.
Basically, that was either the Black Masons and the White Masons. Basically, that was a split. Even because the original Black Masons, guess what? They were the mulattoes, the offspring of the white masters.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so basically they're the offspring. So since they weren't accepted in the white spaces, they had to branch off.
Mm.
They had to go to Queen of England.
Not really.
Yeah, they just had to get their charter. They had to go to Queen of England to get the charter so it can go all to the Western Hemisphere.
Oh, okay. Well, they wouldn't go. Well, that's a different order in France because a lot of the Fremen come out of France too.
We're talking about the 1700s for the Black Masons.
Oh, the Black Masons. Okay.
They said that Benjamin Banneker was part of it because he was supposed to be real good friends with Prince Hall. As far as the White Masons, they go, like you said, they go further back.
Yeah, basically, if there's a really good book called Holy Blood, Holy Grail, talking about when the Templars crossed, or were actually booted out of France, and actually went across the channel to Scotland, and actually trained Robert the Bruce's troops. So, remember when Braveheart? Yeah, where William Wallace was actually taught by his grandfather, his uncle, because his uncle was a Templar. He taught him how to read and write and all that kind of stuff. Basically, that's the story of the Masons coming into Scotland, and they want Robert the Bruce to get the throne.
The part that I'm trying to study, I don't have all my material, but I'm trying to study how there was when the Masonic order had the split between the exoteric and the esoteric. That's why I'm trying to get some info on that. Because there is a big split.
Is there a split?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was told that like some Black Masons will say to another Black Mason, "Oh, you're not part of the real Black Masons." I'm like, I don't know.
Oh gosh.
Looking at Jack and Jill.
I guess his lineage.
Yeah, they probably doing that whole, high society Jack and Jill type stuff.
Yeah, it's classism. Basically, all the knowledge is open for anybody to read.
Yeah,
have a whole library. Most people don't even read it.
Yeah, because there's a super like spiritual part of it.
What?
There's a super spiritual part of it, and there's a fundamental part.
Yeah.
And the ones that everybody are, familiar with is the familiar stuff. I mean, the fundamental stuff.
Yeah, that's in all orders. Basically, you always have an esoteric.
I call them rituals.
So what?
They call it spiritual. I call it rituals.
Everything's a ritual.
Our spirituality is rituals. I mean, all religion is rituals.
Even sports.
Dogmatic practice.
Dogmatic practice, yeah.
Disneyland's a ritual.
There's a ritual going on your show dealing with these Black men right now. It's a ritual.
So what?
It's a ritual dealing with you. I mean, it's just a ritual.
Yeah, well, of course.
Hey,
that's called biology, sweetie.
Oh,
that's called biology.
I call it nigga nation.
It's called it what?
Nigga nation.
Hey, it's still biology. Niggas, you get new niggas.
Yeah, certain
you get new niggas. It's called biology.
We're in the land of niggerdom.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that one. Niggerdom.
Yes, my niggatry is strong.
I got that from Cat Williams. I can't still, But the even the coronavirus is a ritual. Everybody's staying indoors. Everybody's buying things at a certain time. Everybody's go ahead.
That's order.
Yeah, everybody's looking at the news to find out what to do next.
It hasn't become a ritual yet. It hasn't been around long enough.
Okay. So it's to come back around twice, something like that.
No, it's got to be more than that. It's got to be embedded. So it's like Christmas, a year or two. Yeah, like Christmas. Yeah, where you have a ritual that's been ordered over a long period of time.
That's interesting though, because when I think about things such as this, like Christmas or the holidays, and the ability to get so many people to focus on one thing, I think that's our strength as human beings, as well as our weakness, because when you misuse that shit, oh my goodness.
Yeah, of course. They've been using and misusing it for hundreds of thousands of years. That's how you get people to move. So basically, all human beings want order.
This is the thing that I'm trying to my daughter, I'm starting to teach her now, but I know I don't fully grasp it, so I know I'm going to have to reach outside for it. But I know she's not going to get into public school either.
Okay, it was as far as order.
Yeah. Well, not just the order part, but the
Um,
history behind it. How human beings move as in groups or as a mass group.
oh, okay. That's buried in a lot of books, but I would actually start with um I'd actually start with Quigley's books. Well, she can't read it, but what I'm saying is that the evolution of civilization. The two evolution books will actually make sense if you can explain it to her. The evolution of civilization and evolution of religion. Because I was just reading that book because a church where it focuses on the symbols and the rituals and how the rituals actually uh, uh, actually uh, actually developed over time. Okay, and how the characters develop over time. You then if you understand that, then you can understand Jung. You can understand a whole bunch of stuff because he sets out the baseline, the basis of the stuff of all these symbols and how they came about and how people um, order themselves around this kind of stuff. Okay, and then Quigley will tell you how people react when in societies because a lot of stuff that he has in his first book, um, the evolution of civilizations, he talks about human responses. Then the third book, if you actually want to get it, is very good. Is Super Principle, which talks about the same thing. How why people do what they do, and how environment and biology come together to actually cause a response in people, like even religions and like we do stuff like viral memes, which I'm trying to teach Shirley how to do, viral memes and how to make them spread. Believe it or not, a lot of people on YouTube that in this space basically are repeating a lot of stuff that I've said over the years, almost verbatim sometimes. Even white men are starting to repeat the same stuff that I've been saying over a period of years.
Okay, that's good.
The women's responses will be based on the environment. Nobody used that before I came to the space. So people will take good ideas and steal them and carry them and actually spread them like a virus.
Actually, I started reading Quigley's Tragedy and Hope.
Oh, did you?
A year ago when I first heard you say it, and I was like, I'm gonna check this shit out, man. See what this
It'll blow your mind. The first 6 chapters will blow your mind.
Oh yeah, I was knocked off my feet. I was like, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
How he talks about capitalism.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
The Brazilian real is up to 5.2.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Shit.
Because this is what's happening, right? Since this is what's happening since the markets and stuff are breaking down and assets and debts have to be paid off, right? The only way you can pay them off is actually in dollars. So dollars have a big demand. So basically all this stuff is driving the dollar up. So when the stock market goes down here, it drives the dollar up. And then things like it, so they have to sell off assets like commodities and like gold, silver, oil, all that kind of stuff. So basically, all that stuff gets cheaper. So since regardless of what we think about, every currency on the planet is linked to the dollar. So when the dollar goes up, every other currency goes down, especially places like Brazil, like Latin America. It's almost automatic. The only place that I've noticed it doesn't go down is actually Guatemala, because Guatemala's quetzales actually stay very strong. So it's the only currency I noticed that stays in a very, very narrow range. So it's basically it stays between 6 and 7 to $1. Okay, unless something really goes crazy, then maybe 8, but it doesn't go nuts because Guatemala gets so many remises back to from people here back to their little small country that they have more dollars than they can actually spend. But
all I need is 10 grand. I can get me a apartment over there in Copacabana and rent it out.
If Trump cannot, and he's been talking to the market up, if he can't stabilize the market, say the market goes below 18, then you're gonna see the real hit about 6 or 7 because they're gonna have to sell off a lot of their for dollars.
Yeah, I need to do some investing quick.
So basically,
everybody needs cash right now.
Well, yeah, we have to pay off your debts in dollars. So basically, that's like when gold took a hit. Gold took a huge hit, gold and silver, until it stabilized. It took a huge hit. People had to sell that shit off to actually settle their stock market gamble. So, so if it goes below, I would say if it goes below, I think it's at 20. right now. If it goes back down to 18 or something like that, then yeah, you should jump on it because the real should actually go to like 5.5 maybe. So you have to look at the real and look at the chart. But that's what's
So
going on. It's like Mr. Stowe's wild ride lately, and that's why I put
That's a good view of it.
yeah, it really is. And that's how come I would hate to be Donald Trump in this position. And no one could do it. That's why I put it out. People said a lot of people on both sides said that's fairly reasonable, but because it basically is, it's a tough choice. How far do you let the economy go before you say fuck it? These bodies will just have to drop because a collapsed economy would actually do more harm. And then,
I agree. It does more harm on the living than the dead. So when you start to affect the living and how these people going to get restarted back up, that's the interesting
what it
part.
is that if a collapsed economy will probably kill more people than the virus will. But the thing is, so far he's lucky. He didn't get the strain that's actually that Europe has. Europe is the strain is actually like
Italy's crazy. I watched Sky.
Yeah, news.
Italy's just unbelievable. You know, you can buy houses in Italy for $1.
Yeah, look at France now too, because France is right behind.
Italy houses for $1 right now. You can buy houses.
That's been going on for like 20 years right now.
Yeah. Basically, France is right behind them as far as deaths are concerned. So whatever the strain is, it's pretty lethal, and that's the problem.
But you're talking about a culture of people that do a lot of physical contact within their culture. They kiss, they greet, they touch. If I saw you, I'd back up and say, look, bro. I know you like to see all this chocolate and touch it, but let's got a woman in her service your needs because the king will not be touched or approached that way. But this is the thing we're talking about. We as the culture of Black Americans, we don't do that. The problem in America is that we've cultivated ourselves with immigrants, illegal immigrants, and we've had a lot of broken down regulations when we talk about people living on the street or people cooking food and not washing their hands. People go to the bathroom now, they don't wash their hands. The restaurants don't turn on the hot water. These are problems in the state of California.
But this particular bug, and and after if all the people that I've talked to that design these things said this is not your average ordinary garden variety bug. This is designed, and comes out of the lab. And the thing is that when these things mutate, you hope that it mutates to a benign form, like the bird flu that they designed back in 1918. Okay, the only thing that stopped it was basically it actually mutated to a benign form, and so basically. When things mutate, you can get a strain that's fairly weak, like the one we have, or you get one that's fairly strong, like the one they have in Europe. So they got basically they got to roll the dice because Iran has the same problem. So that strain that Iran has, that Italy has, that Spain has, that with the France and Germany's trying to keep it out, that's a nasty bug. And that's the one that we didn't get. So we actually we dodged the bullet in that way. So he may get lucky.
I think the outcome of all this, my question would be is when people fly into this country, when this is all over with, are we going to quarantine these people every time they come? Because we used to be more meticulous, even when people brought in fruits or food from another country. So now we've become so lenient in our guidelines that has broken America's standard of health and sanitation. I still fall back on that.
More people want to make money.
I understand there's different threads to this virus. Trust me, I've done enough videos on it. My concern is the rebound and the recourse. And usually people change patterns after 30 days. Now we're talking about a possibly 90-day quarantine because we have not reached our peak. That's a concern.
Yeah, basically they were more worried about. I think they're more worried about the second wave than the first wave if it follows the same pattern.
I would agree with that.
And then
but I said, what about the quarantine when people start coming here? Let's say it's all over with. To what degree, like you said, okay, fuck it. If you die, you die. We got to start the economy back up again. What degree do you get to the point when you allow people in this country and they come from their country? Do you quarantine them all the time, or you just let everything get back to normal and let these people sell?
Well, it depends on what the bug is. You basically have them tested before they come in. But the thing is, you can't, we have such a wide border. How do you stop them from coming in?
I have a feeling that they might be forcing vaccines on people, and you got to walk around with a card saying you got vaccine.
The thing is that the guy says the vaccine won't work because the bug will mutate. So there is no really is no vaccine. You have a treatment, but not a vaccine. And I think what's going to really should have happened and should happen is that they stop letting people play around with this stuff.
That's what my hope would be.
Don't
Because it
happen again. Yeah.
Because like she was saying, you got to have something to address that. Some people are sick and some people are well, and if you come in from another country, there got to be some kind of way.
How do you detect it?
That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I can see is that somebody have proven that they've been tested or something or
Or
whatever.
they come in with a clean health record, or they do what they're doing already. Every time you go to a Chinese restaurant downtown, they say, "We're going to take your temperature before you come in." And I said, "No, bitch, you're eating your food. Like, don't worry, nigga not coming in." I mean, they've set a new guidelines where we as Americans are more like an authoritarianism countries. They're rationing our foods. They can't tell us where to go. I mean, these new guidelines these governors put in place that I was posting earlier, that's some scary shit.
Yeah,
it looks like TSA.
Going to jail for a year. You know what I'm talking about? They'll put you in prison if you walk the street. They're going to put the quarantine and their barriers per state guidelines. Like if you cross the state, you're going to have to prove why you're crossing state lines. This is terrible.
Yeah, the only thing is that a liberal society that's been around as long as this one is very difficult to change. It's almost impossible to make it an authoritarian society. They've actually tried to figure out how to do it. Basically, it's not going to take because if you think about all the authoritarian countries, right? They didn't just wake up one day and
they did a little bit at a time, but we already see it happen in California. Look, they are building pods. They're building pods.
Shirley, hold on for a second.
He's trying to finish, Shirley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
In other words, basically, the Chinese have been authoritarian for like 3,000 years. The Koreans for 2,000. Japan for 2,000. Right? Basically, the Russian authoritarianism for the last the 2,000 years. Right? Germany the same way. Okay, it didn't just happen overnight. Even what we call liberalism was over a course of like 400 or 500 years. You just can't change the society and people just like that. It's not going to take.
Okay, so let's pivot to another word. What about socialism?
Socialism
is very heavily in California.
You already have it. You've had socialism in the United States since 1850.
I agree. I'm not saying that we are all capitalists. We have capitalism and we have socialism. But in California, we have such a dependency system that's in place, and this inclusiveness and this irresponsible. Who coughed? And this. That nigga didn't even cover his mouth. I felt it.
No, that was gas.
I need to go get my spray real quick. I mean, that to me, that we don't have a balance, but I understand where you're coming from. I come from the perspective that California has transcended in the last 20 to 30, 40 years that we've never expected.
We've never had it. We never had that before. They've always gone back and forth across the
We've never been this bad in California. California is one of the worst states I've ever seen.
Why is that?
In LA with all these homeless people, the economy, how we're not even balanced. I talked to Yvonne Bird, okay? I knew Tom Bradley's family. They lived right down the street from me from 39th in Vermont. I mean, I've met and knew. I worked on Julian Dixon's campaign since when I was a younger girl and a little teenage girl, because I always was fascinated by politics. I remember when Jarvis Act went through and how it affected the urban communities within the rec centers. I mean, I can tell you history, time and date. I live and eat this stuff. Okay. So my main concern now is the existence of Black men and Black women as far as the family and how this particular state, which is down to 6% Blacks anyway, what's going to become of us who are left here?
Okay, I think we talked about this before. Okay, in a liberal in a laissez-faire liberal capitalist society like we live in, okay, you cannot the industry to actually spread out. And what you have is a coalition of wealth amongst the two coasts and basically certain cities I call emerald cities. So if you want a job, if you want to actually be able to live well, that's where you have to head. So you have all the middle America actually emptying out, coming to these cities. So you're going to have high prices and high homelessness because too many people, too much concentrated wealth all in one place. Okay, in China they just say, you know what, fuck it, spread it out. Too many people all in one spot. You can't open up industry here. You got to open it up in like Omaha, Nebraska, or someplace like that. So the population will actually spread out. But you can't do that. It's a liberal society. You can't just say that. So basically, so naturally, wealth and power is going to coalesce into what's called tighter and righter hands. So it's going to coalesce around certain ideas, and that's what's happening. It started in Silicon Valley with tech. In New York is wealth. In Washington D.C. is basically the center of power, and so now they're trying to spread it out a little bit, but it's too slow. Okay, so people will actually disperse instead of concentrating all in one space. There's no reason that California should have 40 million people in one state when you have this big ass country.
I had to go get my spray. I'm sorry, that nigga coughed through the computer.
All the mind.
Well, make sure you spray your computer for viruses too.
Yeah, you got to wipe down the computer.
Yeah, I made my own tennis. Alcohol, aloe vera gel.
Okay.
Do you call it Norton?
All right, I got my spray.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, that's the question. That basically, because I've been getting this question for the last 3 years. I said there's very little way to stop it. What's really gonna cause people to disperse is when they automate and they don't need you. As far as
Yeah, I did a video on that many years ago, and I talked about that with McDonald's, Jack in the Box. They're already doing it right now. You see the Home Depot, groceries out. That's obvious.
They're gonna push poor people out of the cities.
Of course.
And force
They're
them.
already doing it in Los Angeles. They pushed them into Lancaster, Palmdale. But like I said earlier before, when we talk about socialism and we talk about how it's affecting the urban communities and our own people, just trying to get that mindset back into that next generation of entrepreneurs and just saying, look, you don't have to be so systematically dependent because of the plans that are in place right now. That's the challenge, I think, for those who are out there.
Actually, those are actually capitalist ideas because they didn't think they'd need more than the top 10.
I totally disagree with you. I think there's ideas that are needed within our community. The problem now is that we don't own anything.
Oh, that is social. That is socialism.
But I think the reason why we don't own anything is
socialism.
Because socialism is worker owned enterprises.
Yeah.
The power of the worker to own the actual means and capital and labor of to actually.
That is not the interpretation of socialism for me. That's one for you.
Basically, the expert on communism and socialism as a Marxist economist is Wolf. Wolf says exactly that. That's what Marx said back in the 1850s.
So let me say
that was what my
definition. And for that term, I have a different interpretation.
Well, but you can interpret it any way you want. But that's
interpret any way you want. I don't have to.
But that's the definition, Shirley.
Yeah, it was always owned by the commons.
Do you believe in free labor for Black people? Do you believe Black people should focus on Black people to help them with their businesses and get them going? Do you own your own business? Have you ever owned your own business? I mean, because I think that's important because all these other cultures, they hire their own people. And we should be able to hire our own people.
Okay.
Label it and say, okay, that's socialism for you, not capitalism. Then so be it.
Have you ever read the fourth?
You didn't answer my question. You're pivoting to a book.
No. Can I ask you a question, Shirley?
No, I want my question to answer. That's all.
Let me get for a second. If you talk, okay. Are you gonna talk through me? You want me to answer it? It's up to you.
Yes or no?
Is it a yes or no question?
I think it is.
Well, yes, they should. Now, let me explain to you what's coming and why that's going to happen anyway. It's because if you read The Fourth Industrial Revolution by Klaus Schwab, that is the plan where they give you technology, enough loans to where you can start your own enterprise because the state and the industry can no longer hire you as workers. You have to make your own job. So you're going to have to be an entrepreneur, own your own business because that's what's coming. It's called the gig economy on steroids. You're going to have to be your own contractor, your own job, and figure it out. And that's what's coming.
Well, I think that this generation already knows that without a book. They feel it, they understand it, and they're living it. Because they're living it, they realize, hey, ain't nobody got my back. And when everybody ain't got no back, you better create a back. And because of technology, people are able to move through time if they're smart to utilize this tool of the how-tos and what needs to be done, and really think about, it's always about the network aspect of, do people know who people are? Do you have money people in your Rolodex? Are we really talking to money people? Or are we talking with people who are socialites? So my parents were in business for over 40 years in Los Angeles. I've ran several different businesses. I own different businesses. I have 3 sons who have businesses. All my sons are in tech. So I understand what you're saying, but I think the experience aspect of it, and the pain aspect of it.
What does that mean?
For example, I give you an example. We talked about this last time. We both agreed upon this. That if you're going to take advantage of this economy or take advantage of this quarantine, you have to find the pain. And I told this to a girl the other day. I said, there's always money in pain. There's always money in pain. People become rich off of pain. What is your pain, or what is your community pain? And we had talked about the elderly people. I think somebody said this on the other day about, I think it was Dead Set. I think he said something about, people can go shop for people or babysit for people. I mean, if we can kind of stay in that notion and keep the simplicity of the execution versus thinking that we have to show how deep and how depth we are, I think it's better. I think the simplicity aspect of it, and one step at a time, helps us get to the next level.
Okay. Well, the thing is, you're right now. Basically, my thing is what's going to happen in the near future. Basically, if automation comes in full breath within the next 5 to 10 years, 90% of people will be out of work. Okay, the state cannot hire you.
Well, we know that already. I've done videos on YouTube on that.
Please.
You repeated yourself. I didn't.
Shirley.
He didn't finish, Shirley.
Oh, I didn't. I apologize. Go ahead.
90% of the people will be out of work. The state cannot hire you. They will have to fund your enterprise. Okay, they have to fund your enterprise. You're going to have to find where your talents are, where the technology is, and find out where you fit in. And that could be anything from growing food to fixing some kind of other things, coming up with new idea, all kinds of stuff, right? And what probably will happen is that these big centers will probably break up into smaller communities, like 50,000 or maybe at best 100,000, right? Unless you're in one of these big emerald cities, right? And that's what's going to have to happen. This is already on the table worldwide. This is not just going to happen here. It's going to happen worldwide, not just to Black people, to everybody. Because when tech hits, it's going to hit. And there's no way you can actually hire and put to work all these doggone people, and they're tired of figuring out. And this is not socialism. This is capitalism. Because socialists don't like this idea.
I just have a different perspective. I think Black people are on the lowest of the totem pole. And even though you say automation is coming, which I agree, I definitely agree. We see it right now in McDonald's. We see it when we go to Home Depot. I say that Black people are still looked up on as commodity and commoditized goods. They'll find any way they can to have you incarcerated. They'll find any way you can to make sure you get below the status quo. And so if we know this and we know what you're saying, what are we going to do to pivot against the pain of the future to deal with the now?
You have to become a knowledge worker, because that's where the future is. And basically, I don't care how much money you have, how poor you are. If you have access to Wi-Fi, you can basically learn anything you want. Okay,
That's what I said earlier.
You might need a guide.
I said that earlier. I agree.
You might need a guide. You might need a professor, which you can probably purchase. It maybe what, $10 an hour. That's the
Everything's free. I would say no purchase a damn thing. Go on YouTube, Google it, look up different. I mean, there's people I know who go on the black web and get shit off. That's a whole nother conversation.
I know, but if
But
something,
I'm just saying, people, average everyday people can start by the free. Get as much free as you can before you start saying hiring people and investing.
yeah, what I'm saying is some things that you need, you actually need as close to hands-on experience as you can. Somebody can actually tell you shortcuts and what to take and what not to take. Sometimes you need a teacher, but the thing is, you can hire them a la carte. You don't have to go spend $20,000 at a school or even $1,000 at a community college, right?
I agree, but I believe there's a lot of stuff you can just do for free.
You can.
It's
part of it. It's not. That's part of it.
The thing about
that's the start of it. I'm not saying that it's all of it. I think it's the beginning. You start with what is free. And for us, for a culture of people that don't have money, that don't have the opportunities, that don't know about networking, that don't understand LLC and S corporation and OPM and all of those different structures of legal jargon. They don't understand real estate. They don't understand grantees. They don't understand acquisitions and mergers. If they just start online of saying, what is it that sparks that light in me? And then Google that and start YouTubing it and studying other people who are in that field, who are knowledgeable, who actually give you their knowledge for free online. I think that's where they should start.
Well, the thing is that a lot of people, in fact, most people, it's difficult for them to learn that way. They do need a guide. They do need a teacher.
I disagree, but it's okay.
I've trust and believe. I've tried. Okay.
Trust and believe. I worked with a lot of people.
One thing is, I've tried to teach people, right? And everybody can. Some people you got to show them a tutorial, give them a set of videos, and they can copy it and they can learn.
I think we're saying the same thing because that's what you have to do for free online.
But that's a small amount of people. Okay. Most people need, if it's not hands-on, at least somebody to actually talk to and answer the questions and make it clear. Okay.
I mean, that's your perspective, and I understand where you're coming from. I just think that the approach is a little different for me.
Let's talk about in practice, Shirley.
What you just did, right?
What do you think, Art? You're a teacher. What do you think, man?
Well, I just got back, but I think when she said that's your perspective, that was minimizing what he said.
Yep.
But other than that,
I'm not trying to minimize what he said. It is his
I know you weren't trying to, but that's what
my perspective too. I think that you have to respect my perspective because it sounds like the synergy saying, well, you have to understand he's right and you're wrong. I don't think either one of us are wrong. I think we both.
What I'm trying to say is that okay, if you have an opinion, then basically you keep it where you're at, because when you're addressing him as far as his perspective, it's like you're putting whatever he said in a space where he doesn't feel as necessary. So that's what I'm saying is that, when we get in these panels and they say, well, that's what you think, you're speaking for him instead of him speaking for himself.
Yeah, well, basically,
I don't think I can speak for BM.
Okay.
Yes, I think he makes himself very clear.
What I'm saying is basically, I start looking at this in 2006 with flipped classrooms. Okay, so I've been following this for a very, very long time, and what they're finding out, because I actually was since school's been out, I've actually been running through it with my 7-year-old. He's a very bright kid. Okay, the AIs that they have out and the videos have out cannot teach him. There's some things you have to actually show him and correct him and look over his shoulder and tell him where his mistakes are, right? And show him a different way to do it. And some people need that. Some people can actually grasp it. You put a book in front of them. Like, I'm one of those people. You put a book in front of me, show me some tutorials, I can actually learn the shit. I don't need a whole lot of teachers over my shoulder. Okay, most people are not like that.
Once they establish who's auditory, visual, kinesthetic, that's probably when they're going to start determining different departments, or even how they have the different types of like they say, schools within schools. So when you're dealing with that, that's probably what's the direction it's going to go.
Well, I agree with that. Every child's kinetics is different, but I think we live in a society that pushes the visual aspect of it stronger. So sometimes it may compete with your natural kinetic flow.
Yeah, because the visual and the audio, that's probably where your automated is going to take over.
I agree.
Yeah.
The kinesthetic, you're going to need some kind of human involvement.
Yeah, and basically what teachers do, like Art does, is fill in the gaps, because there's always something that's missing between them understanding the concept and not. Even though you can repeat it, but there's always something that's missing, and only human being right now, only human being can actually spot it. Now you can actually have a person wade through a whole bunch of videos, a whole bunch of tutorials to actually find out what he's missing, or you can actually pay a teacher $20 and actually tell them where the gaps are. Okay, you're missing this, you're missing this, you're missing this. If you do these exercises or these exercises or these exercises, then you'll get better at this particular thing. Okay,
it's sort of like language.
It's like language.
Because when you learn a language and you're speaking to somebody like face to face, or when you're immersed, you learn much better and much faster than you do on these programs. Because you're dealing with humans, and there's a lot of tacit communication that's taking place that the computers just don't have.
No, they don't.
Not yet. Yeah.
No. Absolutely. I mean, my parents had a daycare center for 40 years and interacted with children. All my sons are in tech, so I understand both worlds very, very thoroughly. My oldest son is in CAD. My youngest son is in cybersecurity. Each child has different kinetics, different approaches to technology, understanding C++ and Python. And that goes back to DOS, when I learned DOS and dot matrix. And so tech has been part of our family for a very, very long time. So there's a human aspect that has to play a part as well. But I do believe, because of the knowledge that is out there for free, from my perspective, no tea, no shade for you, but from my perspective, because people don't have the money that they can just go from maybe just starting there to figure out what clicks with them and then move up to the level where you're right. They do have to interact with people, but start with the free first.
I always say start with the free first.
The funny thing about that is when I was teaching 3D in the early 2000s, I was over in Europe. And the thing that I hated was when people took the things that I was teaching them and then turned around and just marketed the same thing that I just showed them. I just stopped teaching altogether. And it was like, I'm getting tired of y'all coming up behind me. I'm writing these tutorials for free. I know I got a couple of them on my channel right now, but it's just like, dude, I mean, you give some credit. I don't want anything from you, but hey, you learned this somewhere. And so when it comes to information, especially in my field, a lot of dudes, like you can go to you probably know Dome Studios, ArtStation. These dudes, they ain't playing. They are not giving you anything for free. It's like, if you want to learn this shit, pay. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
It's going to be. They might be ushered faster than you think, because we're doing Google Chrome or Google Classrooms right now.
Well, they're test calling it with this. How many people are working from home?
Yeah, I am. And then for the college, a lot of us got to either do Zoom or we got to teach with Canvas.
And Zoom is a mess.
Zoom is not good. I agree. StreamYard is good. Zoom is not good.
Yeah, Canvas is a little bit easier, because all you got to do is lay your stuff out and wait for people to ask for help. But it's already laid out, your test, your assignments, your reading material. You have a meeting time where everybody can come and share ideas or whatever. Only 2 people show out of 30, but it's all good.
Yeah.
But
basically, after about 3 days with AI, as far as teaching my grandson math, I said, close the computer, man. We're gonna do this by paper.
Yep.
I can teach you faster. Yeah, I can teach you faster, but with pen and paper than with this repetitive AI teaching, because it has a baseline that basically time you to a certain standard. It's repetitive, right? Instead of saying, "Oh, I'm gonna give you a shortcut." These are the problems that you. These are the numbers you're having problems with. This is what we're gonna concentrate on, and we're actually gonna do math this way. Because I've had math through calculus, so basically, I do. Basically, to get you to calculate, I know what you need, and I know what you need and what you don't need, and AI can't determine that. And basically, the only thing about the internet, the information is all out there, but the thing is, can you find it? And how long will it take you to find it?
Yeah, because there's some straight bullshit tutorials out there on math. I was looking at some.
Yeah, math, stuff like that. Math is very difficult to teach on. From a tutorial, extremely difficult.
Yeah, math is one of those things. Like, it's easier to do like the Japanese do it. Like, it's like relative learning. I can explain. It's better for me to show them how circumference works by. Like I have a tutorial on my channel of wheel rotation. And I use the same equation that I would use in real world to make that work. They can see it. They can do it. The latest one I did was on sine. I was like, okay, this is sine and cosine. This is how I use it. This is how it works. And the dudes have been like, put it this way, I've been getting a lot of feedback on that stuff because these are men and women, surely, who have been doing this stuff for years, just like I have, and they've never taken a mathematical approach to it. I'm like, what's wrong with you, man?
It's just basically grunt work. You learn by doing, and you just do it. You can't explain it, but you can do it.
Right.
Well, it's the same thing with reading. Some people do sight reading, and some people they learn a different way.
But math is such a shortcut. That's the thing, because at the rate that things are going right now, math just shortens the process dramatically.
Yeah. Yeah, well, especially you have to translate it to a computer, especially on a computer screen.
Yeah, you write in some expressions, a couple of algorithms, you're good. It's like, okay, I don't have to redo this mundane task over and over again.
Yeah, but that's a lot of this experience, and where you do is you've done all the grunt work, and so you give them the shortcut.
Yeah, I ain't giving them no more. Fuck that.
Oh, and I'm glad my son almost out of school.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't stay up much longer because I some of us still have jobs in the morning.
Oh, okay. Working woman.
Oh, okay. We got Hurricane Shirley up in here. She just keep going. That's a Sagittarius for you right there.
We're going to see if there's a Hurricane Shirley this year.
You got that sword and that horse.
Got that arrow. Archer.
Keep messing with me. Why?
Because your hurricane going to come up here to damn Florida and kill all the liberals.
Some of y'all get off a little bit. You've been a little nicer, but that's a whole nother story. Maybe your wife didn't give you none, but it's all good. Anyway, I'm sorry, I digressed.
It's ready for going to bed to get it yet. That's
well, you know, it's the whole story. If you throw a rock in a pack of dogs, the one that hollers, the one that got hit. The last thing I want
to that's the one that's getting fucked.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to George Clinton, Atomic Dog.
I want to say to my people this right now across the country. The governors in your state are setting new guidelines. Now, the president said that the quarantine is volunteer. That doesn't mean anything if your governor comes in and starts saying you have to stay in your house, and if we catch you out again or whatever, you can go to jail. You can be fined $1,000. You can be fined $500. We saw you out, so now you have to be quarantined permanently for 14 days. You need to find out the guidelines within your state because they are not playing about this virus. It don't make no sense for us to start challenging the police because they've been infused to be more militant now. And I think that's different, even though they've always been militant with us because we're Black, but it's another level. And I think that if we can tell our friends and our family, please stay home, make your sanitize, stay away from people coughing, even on the computer. Just stay away from them.
You ain't got no place to go.
Right there with my friend.
Yeah, you ain't got no.
There we go.
Plus, they ain't got no place to go anywhere. So I don't know why they out.
Shoot, I'm waiting for some of these dudes to get fucked up. Well, I want to see some shit. Tired of them dropping garbage all over the place and shit. Yeah, fuck them up, man.
They get
If you don't want to go to Joy Island, if you don't want to pay 5,000 fine and 500 and 1,000, please just stay home. We all don't know how long this lasts. Trump linked out that it might go till August. I don't know how true that really is.
I don't think it'll go that long.
I hope it ain't that long because I'm like BGS. The economy can't support that length of time.
I said I think May is going to be the tipping point.
I agree. I think May or June.
Watch the stock market. If the stock market stays up, then he can go longer, right? If he can't, then he's gonna bail out by the 30th. Is gonna be the deadline.
It's like when those wrestling match tap. I'm out.
I'm out.
If you live, if you don't, wash your hands. But
wash your face and hands.
Wash your face and wash your ass.
I don't know that.
That's Red Fox. You gotta wash your ass.
That's Red Fox.
Don't eat up, and in the future, don't eat off them little carts on the street.
I will never do that shit anyway.
Stay away from a Chinese restaurant where you see a Chinese person walk on the other side. Just walk the other side. I did. Go watch my videos. They walk my way. I said, "Oh no, I'm walking on the other side." I have no shame in my game. I speak English.
Well, how do you know they're Chinese?
I'm a black colonist.
If the eyes are slanted, it doesn't matter, huh, Shirley?
Well, I'm not. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
They all Chinese.
You start to approach them, and you hear that different voice approach. You do this move, like, "Oh no, I'm going to the other side of the street." Go to the other side of the street. Keep your little sanitation spray. I just have jokes, but honestly, we all just have to use wisdom and interacting with other cultures of people. I think what's going to be interesting, like I said before, when the rules go back, are they going to quarantine people when they start doing more? Will there be more regulation on international travel? I think we'll have to watch.
Yeah, they'll screen more, but I doubt that there'll be a quarantine. Unless
let me ask you a question. What do you think about that? We talked about that before.
What, international travel?
Yeah.
As far as, if you're talking about immigration, that's one thing. International travel, there are too many economies that depend on tourism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's supposed to be airborne, right?
I know what you mean. No, I said that question wrong. Immigration, immigrants moving or coming here back and forth. Are we going to have quarantines and things set up? What do you think?
As long as they're making money off of immigrants, it's not going to stop. Okay. When they stop making money off of immigrants, they don't need to bolster their population, the demographics still stop. But I wish they would just be honest. Okay, this is the reason that we're doing it, and just get over it.
Mm-hmm.
Stop lying to the folks like we're against immigration. No, you're not. Stop lying. You hear is money and money and to bolster your population. That's the two things that's actually driving immigration. When they be honest about it, then we can actually come to the table and talk about it. As long as both sides are going a lot the right tells a lie and the left tells a lie. They actually compliment each other's lie.
Yeah, but mostly we lie to ourselves, though. We think that we're all great. Black people know we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot of work.
Black people don't know.
It's not even.
Black people don't know. That's the best answer.
The state has its own reasons for why they do it, and it doesn't matter about what we think.
No, I understand that as far as the guidelines, but I'm talking about within the Black family, things that we need to do to correct the wrongs of immigration within our communities, especially how they've saturated and taken all the jobs or created all the businesses that we used to own. And now we've handpicked and given certain culture a dominancy in that.
The first thing we got to do, and this is the reason that you have so many Koreans and Asians and that actually bought up, they had Black businesses, is because the kids didn't want to maintain them anymore, so they sold them off.
I was about to go there. Yep.
So the big thing is if you can actually have a business, have a successful business and stuff like that, and then your children grow up and go to school and say, I don't want to do this, and then when you pass on or retire, they just sell it off, and that's what happened.
Carter G. Woodson wrote about this in the mid 1800s.
Yeah. Yep. And so the thing is that we can do it, we can change it, but in a generation, what's going to happen?
No, I agree. I also agree that we also need to boycott. I think a lot of these people we don't need to be buying from. If they're not going to respect you when you walk through the door, then don't respect them with your dollar.
Yeah,
but all of that requires group thinking. We don't have any group think.
We don't have group think. Basically, I was actually on a panel earlier today about this kind of stuff. Not a panel, but actually a real life show, right? And basically, what Black businesses really need to do is while we have all this downtime, and they're not really doing anything, start connecting with your customers, start connecting with your community through social media. Let them know that you're there. Let them know that you've been in business for 20 years. You've been on this corner and this is what you serve. A lot of Black businesses don't even have an online menu, As you should be sending out samples, door to door or something like that, So let people know that you're still here. We're open to actually takeout. We still run takeout. You can get a sample of our food. So when we open back up, you can come on in. This is time to actually connect with your people because they're not doing anything right now. They're not busy, sitting on board. Connect with them. Get on Twitter. Get on Facebook. Buy an ad. Have a menu. Start doing video posts on Facebook or YouTube or Instagram or wherever people are, and let people know who you are. This is time to advertise. So when you open back up, then Black people will know where you are, and Black people will start patronizing you. But the thing is, if you sit here twiddling your thumbs and don't do nothing, you've wasted this whole opportunity.
And I was already talking to Artifor, I think. I was like, look, build some personal barriers for these cars, bruh. You can just go and get some plexiglass from Home Depot, cut that shit out, shape it to somebody's car, and off you going. I mean, that template is so easy that I drew it up on my computer in like 2 hours. It's not something I'm going to initiate, but it's sort of like, this is just me brainstorming. Like, okay, this is something that Uber could get on because, like, hey, we can operate while the coronavirus is going because we've separated the people with a barrier. It's simple shit like that.
Yeah. Was it basically chaos as a ladder?
Yeah. I ain't got time to do it. I'm on to something else. And besides, I have to work because I'm considered essential personnel. But, my wife, she's at home all day. And like I told her, it's like, look, you should start a classroom. You know who these parents are. You're an ESL teacher. They keep on calling you. Start a classroom and start making them pay.
Yeah, basically, yeah. You have they have a tablet or a computer. Yeah, you can get online and teach. $10, $15 an hour.
She still ain't started.
She don't want to do it.
Yeah, she do this. I mean, she do a good job at teaching our kids.
Yeah,
but she's a woman, so
she got a husband that's working.
Yeah, she's got a husband who's working.
Yeah,
it's like she's not starving.
Yeah, she's starving. Yeah, so
not real yet.
Like a mini vacation.
Yeah, and she's still getting paid, so it's sort of like,
she ain't starving.
That's not happening at all.
You might as well. That dog won't hunt, man.
Well, I mean, I could make it work, but I'll kill my marriage doing that shit. So
yeah, like I said, you can kill the dog, but it won't hunt. All right.
Yeah.
It still won't hunt.
I'll shut up and just let. Well, the good thing about it is that she's like, I've got more time to work out now. I'm like, good.
Shut up and dribble.
Shut up and dribble.
Shut up and dribble.
Right. So, as I'm looking at this thing, I see a lot of simple things that Black people can do to just get ahead.
Yeah, and basically that's where the gaps are. And basically, if you want a job, that you have to find out where the gaps are and fill them.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. Every warehouse that I drove past from here to Aberdeen had now hiring signs on it. Because, and these were mostly the food service ones because they're behind in distribution.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all niggas, y'all can go there, work, because every one of those guys who are working there are essential personnel.
Yeah, they can't get enough of them because now everything has to be delivered. And like you said, they're behind.
So, but these niggas ain't listening.
It ain't real yet. It ain't real yet.
You're not real.
They still eating their rations that they bought like a couple of weeks ago.
Look, I put in an application to one of them just in case.
So,
It is what it is.
Oh, you mean you put in an application and they ain't hired you? They ain't call you yet?
Well, I don't know. I just
You put it in, huh?
I just put it in. I'm like, I'll fill it out online. It's like just in case
Okay.
they stop where I'm working at. I'm gonna go in there to that warehouse and start lumping.
You should go where the now hiring sign is. Just walk in.
No, I want to stand next to them niggas. The thing about it is, I mean, even at my job, because we manage a food service company,
Mm-hmm.
they put out, the warehouse will put out the hiring stuff.
Mm-hmm.
People will show up, but oh my gosh, I don't understand how the young people are, showing up for interviews these days. Depending on what job you were going for, you put on your suit or you put on like some jeans and some nice shoes or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, they got the underwear hanging out.
Oh,
I'm like, this nigga here for a job?
Yep.
Oh, you notice it too, Artisan?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I had to interview some of these people like this. Like, oh, what the fuck?
That's classy. That's the eyebrow they put on clean.
Because you got Amazon too.
I couldn't believe it, man. That's how I know I'm getting old, because I'm looking at the shit young people are doing. I'm like, damn. I know we did some fuck shit, but damn.
Yeah, them old. Yeah, there's a lot of older folks, working at Starbucks and Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's places where you think younger folks would be dwelling. And it's like, wow. I mean, KFC. I mean, a lot of the fast food joints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're looking like they're about 70 years old at the cash register.
Yep. And I was like, now, where's that fine little girl who used to be back here?
Yeah. Because I know it's better a time when they up the retirement age.
Yeah.
What is it right now, y'all? It's like 60 something.
It was 60. Shit, I don't know. My mom retired at 62. My dad retired at 67.
Yeah.
I ain't worried about retirement, no.
I could retire pretty early because I started young.
Yeah, I'm not thinking it's going to be in retirement.
Huh?
You're already vested, aren't you, Art?
I'm already what?
Vested, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been there enough years.
Yeah, I got 24.
Oh, trying to get the full, huh?
Yeah, I have to probably do another 10.
Really? Okay.
To get my full retirement. And so I think I can do it because I'm gonna go into administration.
You don't need the full, man. You go down to Brazil and live, man.
Yeah, that full though, that looks nice. So they laid it out.
Uh-huh.
Plus I got that college. The college is a supplemental, so that makes it more fat.
Mm-hmm. You can earn more money. You cannot earn more time.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll look into it because they say even after I retire, I can still teach at a university.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole separate retirement plan.
Oh, you just ain't ready to retire, man. Forget it.
Yeah,
you ain't ready.
I definitely got to hit that administration though, because the classroom I'm just so limited.
Yeah,
and everybody as administrators are like early 30s,
and
I'm like, I get tired of that. I have to school people over me.
Do y'all have a female teacher, Art? I mean, a female principal?
Yeah, female assistant principal. She's cool as hell. Okay. I give her that. There's our whole administrative staff is pretty cool. It's just that the district is forcing their hands to do all kind of crazy stuff, and we gotta lean on our union.
Yeah, you better move up, man, because automation's coming for your jobs, man.
I told somebody that today, BGS. They thought I was trying to talk down to them.
Yeah,
and belittle what they did. And I'm like, no. If you recognize you at the bottom somewhere, you need to try to step up a run. You need to. The water's getting high.
Yeah, the water's rising. Yeah, and
basically,
the kids being off out of school basically gives the AI more chances to learn how kids learn.
Yeah, because the thing is, they're still test score driven.
Mm-hmm.
And so depending on how, things turn out and they start, because I know they're going to do some standardized tests on them.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, this interferes because we're supposed to be doing that now.
Yep.
So if there's a dip, like a big dip
Mm-hmm.
or whatever, then I think they're gonna probably, it's gonna slow the whole process, the transferring process down. They're probably, the way it looks, because I mean that those test scores bring money in the districts.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, kids don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I can see myself doing some math tutoring for some chump change. Yes.
Yeah, this is a time though that a lot of the students that are behind in a lot of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
they could really take advantage of this and bring their grades up by
Yeah.
doing stuff online.
Yeah, basically, if you have somebody that's, say, a decent tutor, they can kind of accelerate it. Because a lot of what they're teaching with this whole this Common Core, man, it actually slows the process down. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
it hurts.
It slows it down because it's so repetitive and it's so disjointed. Because especially math, math is not designed to be actually taught in pieces like that.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to teach it.
Right.
Trying to teach second grader word problems. Come on.
Yeah, because the teaching is almost like teaching the train, but only talking about a cart instead of the first part and the back part. You're only just teaching like the little small cart by itself.
Basically, what they've done is basically they took intermediate algebra, basically broken it up in pieces, and try to make it digestible for lower grades.
Yeah.
In other words, while we're trying to teach you how to add and subtract, we're going to throw in and teach you how to add, subtract. Well, and so you can actually talk about the number line and basically word problems and counting dots and basically dividing things up into tens and stuff like that. So, wait a minute. I said,
That's gonna hurt them in college.
well, the thing is that if the thing is that you learn bits and pieces, at what point do you integrate all this stuff?
Right.
Instead
Well, the
of
linear math part I get though, because I taught my daughter starting math. I taught her linear math,
Mhm.
and she picked up on it because linear math is very visual.
Mhm.
So, and of course, what I taught her, was her hope. It was a bodily experience.
Mhm.
Okay, that's 3 over there. Take 3 steps, and then take 3. So
Oh,
she
yeah.
understands positive and negative numbers now.
Yeah, you can. The thing is that the first thing to do is basically, which is a problem I had when I was actually tutoring math, is basically your basic math facts, addition, subtraction, and multiplication, at least multiplication, and simple division should be automatic, should be memorized. So in other words, if I say what's 13 minus 7 should be automatic, shouldn't even think about it.
Right.
And a lot of like my grandson, I have to get him out of break, actually using his fingers because they're teaching him a different way. In other words, sometimes memorization is better, okay,
Right.
because it's more
Sure.
efficient. So and a lot of times I had to with kids in middle school, right? And I remember one time I was actually tutoring a kid, right? And I had him trying to do an algebra problem. So we got through the whole steps and we came down to just basic math. We had to subtract. He started counting his fingers. I said, "You don't put your goddamn fingers down. Stop counting your goddamn fingers." that right there is holding your whole progress in math up. Okay. I mean, sometimes it's okay, but most of the time it should be automatic. Okay. Some of that stuff should be automatic because you can't basically, if you don't have a ground in fundamentals, you can't do anything else. So I started making them play an online. Basically, I got him a math game, right? So you have to do so many math facts within like a minute or 2 minutes. Right? And I said, you're gonna do this for 30 minutes every day.
Mhm.
And after about a few weeks, right? Me tutoring him and doing that, after a few weeks, he didn't need me anymore because I had basically shored up his deficiency. Okay,
Yeah.
because now it's automatic. As they go over your math facts, for your flashcards for like 10 or 15 minutes every day, and then 30 minutes on this particular game. And basically after that, he didn't need me anymore because I actually found a deficiency. And it just, when I see somebody counting their fingers, because I never, even as a kid, I never did it. When I was started in school, it's just memorization. I never counted on my fingers. It kind of ticks me off to see a smart kid like my grandson. What do you count on your fingers for?
Yeah.
It's taking you, it's you know, a simple math problem. Like if you work in a bank, you know, you can't count on your fingers. It has to be automatic. It has to be memorized.
You probably get fired for that shit.
Say what? Oh yeah, you
probably get fired.
Yeah,
Get that error for that.
You count money. You counting on your fingers. Oh no, no.
Mhm.
You got on camera too.
Yeah, get away from that teller. Get away from that drawer.
So
Step back from the drawer.
Go to the next teller, please.
So basically, you know, I lay the foundation first, and then if you want to do number line, okay. I mean, you can get kinesthetic, but thing is, I got in trouble because I taught my kids a shortcut about the number line. Okay, how do you combine two opposite numbers? I said you subtract the biggest. It says you subtract the biggest number from the smallest number, and you put this whatever sign the biggest number carries. That's what you put.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah,
that's
numbers
exactly
the
what it's
ones
doing.
that can do for.
You can understand the number line all you want, but basically, you know, as far as doing negative numbers or negative numbers or positive numbers or whatever it is, or mixed numbers, right, like that, it doesn't matter. Okay, if the like signs, you add the two numbers together. If they're opposite signs, that's what you do. You memorize that. You know, I taught that to my my nephew because he was having trouble with the number line, and they would have they're trying to teach positive, negative numbers like that. And I let it did it. Say, okay, man, you want to do this easy way? He said, yeah. I said, like I said, if you have two, if you're trying to combine two like signs, you add. Okay. If they're opposite, you put the big number on top, you subtract the little number from it, and the sign that you put is whatever the big number has. Easy. Keep going. Because eventually, after number line going through algebra, you're gonna learn that anyway. And that's what we do when we got even up all the way up into calculus. Okay, that's what you do. They don't even think about it.
I think the biggest problem with adults in math, and this is what I run across a lot, is trying to figure out how to solve real world problems with the math, especially in the when you're dealing with physicality. They just stop and like, I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah. You got to learn for, and
basically it's basically as far as we're talking about world problems.
I mean, yeah, basically word problems, but it's like, okay, like my brother, he's a builder. And if he's working on a building, I don't know, something that's like 3 stories tall, he would not, and his rod has to be like so. I mean, his ladder's got to be so many feet away from the base of the building in order for it to be stable. So how much ladder do you need to be at the top? It's those types of things.
Basically with applications. Okay, if you have a certain set of applications, the only thing that's actually going to come through that's if you have all your baseline math, facts, and equations down, right? If you have your formulas down and your baseline math down, basically the only thing you're actually going to do is experience. You have to do enough of those problems over and over and over again. It's the only thing you can do because it's a special each word problem or each scenario, which you call applications, is a problem unto itself. It has a unique unique solution, right? So each one of these problems have a class, right? So you combine the class, okay, the class of problems, and you actually start hitting that class of problem, repetitive, changing the numbers, changing the scenario, but basically the same problem over and over and over again. After a couple of weeks, it'd be automatic, and then you work on to the next one instead of mixing them up. If it's just one solution, if you do enough of them, then you start to think in that manner because you have enough experience with word problems to actually do it. Word problems is nothing but experience, okay? English and experience, understanding the class of problems. And a lot of times I taught my daughter, my youngest daughter, about word problems. I said, first of all, especially in a math book, doing a word problem, basically find out what its name is, what type of problem is it a rate problem, whatever it is, and go on YouTube, say algebra rate problem, and 1,000 of them come up, and look at them all. and basically you digest enough of them, it becomes automatic.
Yeah, I agree with that method. It's just it's the cross disciplines. Let's say I'm animating something.
Okay.
And it's big and something simple, a bird just spiraling down to something smaller.
Mm-hmm.
And I presented this problem about 15 years ago.
Okay.
And I solved it. It was simple.
Mm-hmm.
Dude said like, I'm going to keyframe here. I'm going to keyframe here. I'm going to keyframe here. I was like, why are you worried about keyframing? No, don't keyframe. This right here ain't nothing but a principal interest problem. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put the equation in, and it did exactly what I needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have to keyframe a single thing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I'm trying to get animators to see. It's just like, it's taking you to, I mean, somebody like me, I can animate something, especially character animation, in a very short amount of time.
Okay. That's where it comes into class, right? Okay. A class of problem normally has a solution, right? And a formulas to go with it. Okay.
Right.
So you take, say it could be a bird spiraling, or a highway spiraling, or air spiraling, or a feather, or something like that. Basically, they're all the same class of problem, right?
Right.
So basically, you have a unique formulas that actually go with that class of problem, right?
Yes, I use the same expression every time.
Every time. So basically, once you solved it, then it becomes a class of problem. So basically, once they solve one or two or three, then basically they can solve any other problem in that class. A rate problem is a rate problem. Okay.
Right.
If you solved a spiral problem with a unique solution, then it can apply to any one of them. It becomes a class, right?
Yeah, I just don't. Okay, maybe it's just me. I just don't understand the lack of cross discipline.
It's because, okay, number one, a lot of times, which I had to learn that when I took calculus, right? Okay, that the formulas actually matter more than the problem. And basically, if you can't recognize, if you don't have the formulas memorized, you can't recognize the pattern and where the formula fits. Okay, it has to be in your head. It can't be something you look up. Okay, it's got to be in your head, because you need that formula in your head to recognize that I need this particular formula to solve this problem. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a lot of basically, I think it was like a few years ago, I opened a book, and in front of the book, guess what it said?
What's that?
It said memorize the formulas, and some of the concepts, and the problems don't matter as much.
Well, that's true, especially for trig. You memorize the formulas, you're good.
Yeah, well,
that's easy.
That's with any math, because all math is what is actually pattern recognition.
Yeah.
Can you recognize what formulas goes with this particular problem? Because it's a pattern. Okay, even the way it's worded is a pattern. A picture is a pattern. Okay, what formula goes with this particular pattern? And that's where you teach it. So you divide it up into, if you were teaching it, right? You would divide it up into classes of scenarios, right? Spirals, squares, wheels, whatever it is, right? And you would make each particular one a class, and you have them memorize formulas in that particular class. And after a week or so, a few days, they can do it on their own, because they've memorized the formulas, and they recognize that these formulas goes with this particular circumstance.
So there may have been a problem in my approach there.
Well, the thing is that being novel is one thing, and being efficient is another. Okay. Thing is, recognizing it is one, because you recognize it because the formula's in your head. Oh, I know this pattern.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. You recognize a pattern that goes with this formula. All right. Like most people don't have that formula in their head to begin with, right? So they can't apply it because they don't know that formula goes with this particular pattern. They can't recognize it. They can't recognize the pattern. Okay. Just like if you change language, okay. In English, you can recognize it. I have to give you Chinese, you can't understand it because you can't recognize the pattern of the words or the characters. Okay, different pattern. But the thing is, so you're not equipped to read Chinese because you don't have those patterns memorized in your head. Same thing with math. Math is just nothing but a language.
Yeah. So I never thought of it.
I mean, that's the way I would teach it.
Right.
You know, instead of try to make it efficient instead of scattershot, right? Because if it's scattershot, it doesn't mean anything. You know, if it's spirals, give them 100. Okay, give them 100. Said okay. First of all, memorize. If you have to write it 100 times, memorize that formula or whatever formulas you have. Write them down so you can quote them in your sleep. Okay, so it's locked into the brain. Okay, and then memorize the pattern. If it's 100, okay, this is a spiral, this is a spiral, this is a spiral, this is a spiral. Okay, so they memorize the shapes so that they can come in, and then put those two together, and then just the rest is just variables, right?
Yep, it's just
so if you so if it's a wheel, if it's a spiral, if it's a square or whatever it is, in art, basically what it is made up of shapes and stuff
Yeah,
like
we usually mostly curves in animation.
curves and animation. But the thing is, curves are what? Shapes.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes they're curves, sometimes they're circles, sometimes they're squares, and there's formulas to go along with that. So how do you break it down into formulas? Into basic patterns or basic tools, and then memorize what goes along with that, and then that will make you better. It actually shorten your learning curve. Scattershot, you have to figure out every time you look at it. I remember about spirals. I can't remember what formula goes with it. Okay, and then that slows you down. And with calculus, with calculus, basically you might use a dozen formulas in a calculus problem or more, right?
Which is why I don't mess with calculus too much.
Okay, because when I did it, the pages could be like 3 or 4 pages long, right? So you work out the initial problem and you look at it because there's a pattern that's formed. You find out the form that goes with that pattern to solve the next step, and the next step, and the next step, and the next step. But if those formulas aren't in your head, you have to constantly go back and look them up. You're in trouble. It's going to take you hours to do one problem because you don't have the formulas in your head, so you can't recognize where they go. So I always emphasize memorizing the formula. So when I actually learned that and taught algebra, I said first thing I did is said, where's your index card? So what do you mean you're gonna memorize these formulas and then come back? And they come back. Now write the formulas on top of the page because this is the class of problems that you're using. You have 2 formulas to go with this thing. Write them down. Write them from memory. And then after that, they always go right through it. It's like, oh, this is not hard. Because most teachers teach you the opposite way, solve the problem instead of memorizing the formula and recognizing the pattern. If that makes sense. Math is nothing but pattern recognition, right? That's all it is. As far as solving the equations, pattern recognition.
It's like music.
It's just like music or like even what art does. Art it's pattern recognition, right?
Yeah.
But art, say that's an eye, okay? Art is that how do I draw an eye? I have certain shapes and certain process where we draw an eye. And if so if it's a long nose, skinny cheek, or something like that, you adjust it. But the thing is, the basic pattern that you draw a face or a nose or lips. You put them all together.
Yeah, that's how we differentiate between the races by changing the proportions.
Yeah,
make it obvious. Yeah.
It's just a pattern, and basically, it's recognizing a pattern is just experience. That can't be. There's no shortcut to that. I mean, you can speed it up by basically having them memorize a pattern so it's not all spread out willy-nilly. But the thing is that you're trying to compress the learning curve by putting them all together and making them learning just, even though it's boring, with me, my grandson would just work 2 days on just a nose. How do you draw a nose? Or how do you draw an eye? We ain't nothing but eyes today, but he's only 7. He's not going to sit for that. Okay. How you just drawing the curve of an eye, draw it 100 times, right? Trace it 100 times and draw it 100 times. So you get down to just making that little trace, the outline of an eye.
And you got to put the numbers in there too for placement.
Well, the thing is just for him to hand to learn to shake and get
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And so be trying to train the muscle memory. So like so when he goes to a paper, the hand basically you transferring that muscle memory immediately onto paper. And
You
then
probably had to cut them out with the scissors too.
Cut them out.
Yeah, all the different shapes you're talking about.
Okay.
When you're dealing with someone his age, you got to really get them to actually feel it and move it around, keep them busy.
Okay, that's a good idea.
I hadn't thought about that.
You use construction paper too to differentiate the colors.
Okay.
And because that just keeps everything. It keeps them from having to drift off.
Okay.
Keeps him focused. Whereas if he gets older, he doesn't need all that.
Okay.
Yo, all right. Excuse me. Art Nustal.
It is I.
So, what'd you think of Funky Town?
Oh man, it was pretty cool, man. And so that was that. You played all that? Or was it all on the keyboard?
Yeah, I did all of that on the keyboard. I was 24 and I had wrote that entire thing.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was more towards video games.
That because I had just gotten out the army. Well, actually, I was 25. I had just gotten out of the army, and my wife and I had moved to Montana. So I had auditioned for the 77th Jazz section out of Oklahoma and made the audition playing guitar. So I was going to retire as a jazz guitarist in the army, but my jackass first sergeant was trying to make me re-up before he would sign me over to go to that unit. And we got in an argument because it was like, look, my time is up. I want to go over there because I don't know if anybody else here served in the army. Well,
not even Uncle Jam's army.
Okay, but think about re-upping. You have to get your contracts done before you leave that unit, or else they can hold you over. And that's what he was trying to get. That's what he was trying to do. He was a little asshole. So I got out, and he didn't think I was going to do it. He didn't think I was bold enough. I was like, "Fuck you, man." So I left. And the brothers in the day room were arguing with the white sergeants in the day room because they were talking about needs of the army, and they was like, "No, he's about to re-up." And I was sitting back like, "Yo, y'all ain't gonna come to blows over this shit. I'm getting out." But yeah, I know theory, and I was looking at becoming a composer back then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, BGS. He has a channel. He's talking about his channel.
Okay.
And he has some demonstrations on how he formulates faces using axes and planes.
Okay.
And he has some music that he designed himself.
Okay.
And so that's what he had me check out. So he has his own channel.
All right. I'll put it on my community tab. I have my grandson actually look at it.
Yeah, the stuff after the first two songs that ain't mine. It's Adrian Salazar and Interstate 76. I just like that bass line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the first two songs, yeah, those were mine.
Shoot, I should be back in that studio. My studio is like a storage room, so I'm gonna take all that stuff out and start playing my music again.
Man,
you got time now, huh?
I sure do.
What's it like teaching online rather than being in the classroom?
Very boring.
Really? Okay.
You know, because I'm only getting like a few people. Only a few of these students are participating. Ain't nobody else really participating.
What are the parents like? Because they be bringing my wife to tears sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Online, they bring her to tears?
Because she can't argue back because of policy. They jump in her shit. And the main thing is, what am I supposed to do with these kids? You're her teacher. And she's like, well, you're the parent. Teach them.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? Because I think this person, Harry Webster, says, when are you going to, teach basic art? And I did a 30-minute live on how to do faces.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And people don't be looking.
The black sector is very big on entertainment.
Yep, well, I noticed that. Not learning, just entertaining.
Yeah, because that was designed for children. You know, they got kids at the house and all that.
Okay.
They probably let them finish their PlayStation and just said, "Hey, you don't need to do no drawing."
No, yeah. Well, my grandson loves it, so yeah, that's the only time he's really quiet, sitting still and quiet. You know, when he's drawing. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna sketch on one of your panels. All right.
Yeah, man, that's what it's for, man. We wanted people to just come in and talk and draw, you know, and even let us know what the project is, and then talk crap.
Yeah, and get into the fights and debates.
Yeah, you breaking the pencil like.
Yeah. BMT, you know, he couldn't help it, man. He couldn't help it.
Yeah.
Look, I just got no patience for that disrespect to elder shit. But call me old fashioned, but it's like, no, dude, we don't operate like that.
And I said, you know, I was telling, I said, I have, you know, I am actually an intellectual snob, and I have a low tolerance for people that don't know what I know. So I try to exercise patience.
Well, you one patient one, because I'd have been like, fuck you, and just left.
I was ready to go. I said, you know what, dude? I've explained it to you like 10 times. Okay. And you don't want to accept it, which is fine. You asked me, you know, so I explained it to you. And
yeah, I was listening to the whole thing. It's just, I know he gets that way sometimes.
But how did it start this time?
Huh?
I said, how did it start this time?
We talked about something, and he was saying that how it started. He was talking about something going on in Iran. We actually talking about the coronavirus. He said this would be an opportunity for us to bring all our industry manufacturing back into the United States. I said, I don't know if that can be done, dude. I think that's going to be awfully hard. And he disagreed. And he said they could just do it because whatever, man. I said, man, it took 40 years for them to send it out. They can't just bring it back like overnight. It's going to take a lot of time. They may never be able to bring it back. And I started to explain I could have talked about Quigley and civilizational rotation, but that's, you know, I'm not even go there. Okay, because it's going to start a bigger argument. So I actually talked to him about, it's really simple. I said, dude, I said, the wage disparity is too high, man. It's called money. They're not going to bring it back, even if you offer them to bring it back. They can't bring it back, you know, because the wages between American wages and Chinese wages is just too big of a gap, you know. And I said, number one, to build the industry back up, it would take too long. It's going to take years, and by that time, you're going to lose, you know. You're gonna lose ground anyways. So the thing is, and then if you bring it back, what price are the people gonna pay for goods? So in other words, they've been paying, you know, $45, $50 for a pair of shoes. Now it's gonna be $150, or $1,500 for an iPhone or a smartphone or something like that. It's gonna take years, and by that time. So that's what I was trying to tell him. But the thing is, he always wanted to find. He said, I said you can't. But I said you can force companies to actually bring back industry. I said no. You said no. That's independent. And no, you can't. I said yeah. Just raise the tariffs on whatever goods it is. Okay, because they want to make a profit, especially in a big economy like United States. And he said, well, give me an example. I said the domestic truck industry, basically most of the domestic trucks are made here because there's a 25 to 30% tariffs for imported trucks. So it's cheaper for them to make it here and sell it to make a profit than have it done in China or Mexico or wherever.
And what he didn't realize also, because I was listening to that conversation, and on the truck thing, the way that like Nissan gets around that is they got plants here in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, I just had to really, just after the last few weeks, I have to start minimizing that debating stuff because it always accelerates to something bad. So, they got to say that for other channels. A little friendly exchange with Shirley, that was cool.
Yeah.
But other than that, as far as, I'm going to debate until we're going to start calling each other names, I'm just like, nah. That's why, like I said, that's why I had to really, and he's part of my crew. I always bring him up as well. But, I'm trying to minimize that stuff because we ain't getting nowhere.
Just make sure you keep bringing back that crackhead Beasley.
Beasley, I gotta get his email.
Oh, I got his email.
Yeah,
I got Beasley's email.
Yeah,
he
love
cracked
that
me
guy.
up.
Send it to you.
He
Love
really
that
cracked me up.
Yeah.
I'm like, people can't. That's what trips me out is they can't tell he's being funny. Dude is being. Like probably what 90% of the time he's
Beasley be trolling, man.
I know, man. He had me cracking up one night.
Yeah.
I remember when he drove Miller crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I tuned in one morning. He was like, I can't even remember. Like, no, sir, no, you don't know that. Some crazy shit, man. He was crazy.
Man, that dude. He's like a comic book character.
Yep.
He very seldom get mad, but what makes him mad is Edward.
Oh, yeah. Edward Anderson.
Edward Anderson pisses him off. Yes.
Because he talks too much?
No, I don't do. But whatever Edward says to him pisses Beasley off. Really, I ain't never seen Beasley get that mad.
Edward has a lot of patience, though. I gotta respect him for that.
Well, Edward has to have a lot of patience because he talks so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. He said, I gotta have patience because I know I piss people off by talking so much. So he has a lot of patience.
I'm wondering, when people talk a lot, does it mean that in real life nobody listens to you?
I think some
That's
people
my
just
thing.
talk a lot. I think some people just talk a lot.
Yeah.
They just have so much to say. They just don't know
Because
how to express it.
you have an outlet somewhere, and you just let it all out when everywhere else.
Well, you could tell somebody that wants to be heard and somebody that just naturally talks a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
And Edward and Ruby that naturally are naturally talkers, and sometimes they do need an outlet. But the thing is, they're just naturally talkers.
Yeah, Angry Man's a talker.
Yeah.
But
really?
He doesn't ramble.
Yeah.
He don't ramble.
Yeah. Yeah, but me, I'm not a talker. I have to force myself to talk a lot. That's why these
Some people will ramble until they come up with something.
Oh yeah,
it's concrete.
Yeah,
that shit is like,
I'm sitting there, man. I'm telling you, when they be going at it, like I see, I'm just go in the kitchen, make a sandwich.
Yeah,
when I come back, you should be done by then.
Yeah, like I'm not a talker. So when I used to do my long streams, I'd be exhausted, man. I'd be exhausted for days.
They be going at it. Then as soon as I come back, they're still going at it. Oh, I forgot to get a drink.
Oh,
so I go back and get a drink.
Oh, you remember that? What was it? Last week when the BMT he couldn't hear nobody, and he started up. He just did not stop.
He just did not stop going.
Going and going and going.
He just started talking.
He was talking.
He couldn't hear anybody.
Okay.
Yep.
So he thought everybody was quiet, huh?
Thought everybody was quiet.
Okay.
He'll go, man, but he's been around just YouTube in general for a while, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I heard as well.
He knows his way around the Blue Yeti.
Yeah.
That tripped me out. I'm like, because we talked about this. I know Artisan was on too, and I forgot who we was talking to. I think it was Smitty. Because the thing that I don't get angry about it, but it's sort of like when BMT was talking about two men are talking on something. The thing that I was thinking was like, there's 6 people on this panel.
Yeah.
None of us want our time wasted.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then and the other part was it's like, why does it take you guys so long to get to the point?
I haven't gotten to that either. They have to tell a story and then get to the point.
But it's such a fair thing to do.
See, BTS, that's why I just blurt out what I think now.
No.
I don't even bother trying to explain nothing to nobody.
Because you're
I'll
Aries.
give a
We
fuck
know.
about
Nah,
it.
see, I
Yeah,
like smooth.
you
Smooth
got
and
the
slower.
Aries.
Yeah.
I
He
just
comes
come out and say it because if I'm in the panel with 6 people, sometimes I may not be able to get everything out. So instead of just going through the introduction, main part, and then closing, I just go straight to closing.
Yeah, that's right. People don't actually debate me or argue with me. Basically, they talk through me. Okay, they want let me finish. So you give them like 2 or 3 minutes to finish, and I start say 3 words, and they start talking.
Yep.
Well, exactly.
They don't want it. They don't want to hear it. Yeah, that's
They
cool.
don't- I swear to God.
But I heard that online that in a panel that's the way to beat BGS.
Oh,
What?
In other words, don't let him ask you any questions because he's trying to set you up.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, you're gonna
yeah.
fall into it. You're gonna lose the argument
Yeah.
if you let him ask you questions.
Yeah, BGS.
don't look into his eyes.
That's the
I can't
BGS
let you
tell.
question me for nothing, BGS.
He gonna hypnotize you.
But
You're gonna be like
basically,
something, and something.
no.
So if you something, then something. Okay,
He put the whammy. He put the whammy on you.
No, basically, it exposed a lot of people really don't have a depth of knowledge on a subject that they're talking about.
Yep.
And all I'm doing is asking them questions about what they know.
Yeah,
So I
foot-and-mouth disease.
yeah. So basically, they said the best way is just keep talking. Don't let them ask you any questions.
It's gonna
Well,
come
Angry
out.
Man's good at that too, though, because I listened to him on a stream where he was getting into it with some chick, and I listened to him back her into so many walls that she just stumbled and just didn't know what to say. Then she got mad and started calling them names. And the thing about it is that he told everybody what she was going to do 5 minutes before she did it, and I'm sitting there like, yo.
Oh yeah, we've been doing it a long time.
Oh, yeah. Angry Man is a master at that.
Master.
He will always trick you into a corner and then tell you that you walked right into it as well.
Yeah. Basically, you trip over that lane. Basically, I learned that from. I actually learned it. To say that from. I think it was the Lincoln Lawyer, because when he trapped somebody in court, right? He set he set the landmine, and as soon as they step on it, he said click.
Oh yeah.
When I would use to trap people, I say, "Oh, go ahead, man, lift your foot. You're done."
Yeah.
But you know
what? Bouncing Betty. Yep.
Yeah, the bounce. Yeah, go ahead and lift your foot. You heard the click already. Go ahead.
Don't forget the master at that was F. Lee Bailey.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You knew it was coming too. He got what's that dude's name? The cop. Furman, yeah. He got him good.
But the thing about it is, like when I heard BGS do it, the first person I think of is what's his name? God, I'm getting fucked up now.
Oh yeah.
Bill Duke.
Oh yeah.
As soon as I heard it, I was like, they answered like, fucked up now, and it just bam. I'm like, let me get me some popcorn. Listen to this shit.
You just stepped in it, did you?
You know, stepped in it, and I'm like, yo. So,
and when I say, what does that mean? Okay.
Yeah,
simple stuff.
What does that mean?
So what, did BMT disrespect you, BGS, or something?
I think he wanted to be right so badly that everything I said he was just dismissing like it was wrong.
Yep.
And he had to prove every little scintilla. And when I gave him, I gave him a scenario that he asked for, and the questions that he asked for, answer that he asked for, he said, "You didn't answer my question." I said, "Dude, I just answered your question like 10 times. You just didn't want to accept it."
And that's I like BMT, but that's such a female trait.
No, well, don't tell him that. That's a trigger word.
Yeah.
I'll ignore that.
Yep.
The favorite line. That's your opinion.
Oh yeah, that's or your narrative or your opinion. That's
trick shit.
That's what blew Artisan off.
That's like the new hot word. Oh, that's your narrative.
Your narrative. Your narrative. I said, dude, it's not an opinion or a narrative. This is a fact. Go look it up.
Because this generation doesn't believe in an absolute truth. They believe that, well,
It's my truth.
Even if what you're saying they think is right, they don't want to concede that it's right, so that then they just put it on. Well, that's just your narrative. That's just what you believe. No, motherfucker, that's how it is. No, there has to be some other way out. No.
Even when he looked it up and found out about the pickup truck, found out I was telling the truth, he was trying to find an angle where I was wrong.
Exactly.
He said,
that's the shit. That's the shit we learn from our parents.
Yeah, the mothers usually do that a lot.
Yeah,
the mothers.
My dad
seven.
didn't do that.
There you go.
My dad never did that.
Cherry picking queens. That's what they are. Cherry picking queens.
Damn.
Really, when I should talk to you, I want you to be right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can actually go to other things. Basically, we're at level 1, right? I'm trying to go up the levels to have a discussion. But if we stay baseline at level 1, I can't talk to you. Basically, I said, dude, basically it's over. And you make me mad. I say, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man.
Because then the nitpicking starts. It's just homing in on all of this insignificant shit. And it's like, this conversation is never going to end.
The banks ain't in trouble, man. The banks are sound. I said, no, they're not, man. They said, did you read the literature about the repo market? No, man, banks are sound. I said, do you know anything about a fractional reserve rate?
Oh, Pring.
Oh
Okay.
God.
It's way out of
You won't believe it until your money disappears from your account.
I can't even talk to you about the repo rate in the Fed and the repo rate and what took over from the LIBOR, right? And the offering rate to actually keep people liquid, banks liquid and solid, because they're actually illiquid right now. The balance sheets are over. You don't know what a fractional reserve rate is. I can't explain it to you.
Wasn't that the conversation where you said you didn't want to come up while Preem was up?
No, that was after that, and then Shirley insisted that I come up.
And that turned into a shit show too.
Well, basically, he actually calmed down.
Right.
She no. She actually wanted this fight, and she had to come in and talk to Preem.
Yeah, on his behalf, though, I've noticed he's been trying because, I've seen him in the past, and yeah, he's been trying at times, but I think sometimes he's just so tempted.
And BGS is a trigger word for a lot of people.
Yeah, he's tempted. He comes out, goes at it, like, damn, come on, man, I was riding on you. I couldn't help it, Art.
I know. He might be a cool dude, I don't know him, but it's just like he gets on and it's just he rubs you the wrong way. But then sometimes he'll calm down. And it's like, okay, this dude not too bad.
I remember he was saying that people are moving away from Los Angeles and California because of taxes. I said, come on, man, I live here. No, they're not.
Even I know that.
Yeah, I know they're not. No, man, because California, liberal states, a high tax state, man. That's not the reason that they're moving, dude. I'm trying to tell you. I live here. It's because of property values. That's the only reason they can't afford to live here.
Shirley ain't left California. Ain't nobody leaving California. Her conservative.
Why you say that?
Get her back. You're gonna get her back
because she's a conservative, and she complains about California all the time.
Yeah, Sharon ain't leaving this weather, man. She ain't
California.
You can't go nowhere. Art can tell you that.
Yeah, my dad complains about California. He's a conservative or Republican. I forget which one he
did. He leave?
Claims. No, he's still here, and he got the Mississippi accent still. I haven't heard him.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday.
Yeah, 70 Smooth talked to him. He sounds very Southern,
Yeah.
Well, your dad was on yesterday?
I wanted to hear what he had to say too, but then my phone died.
Yeah, I try to tell Preem, this is the richest state in the union, man. There's got to be a reason for that. Money ain't going nowhere in this state. But there's too much money in this state. That's how come the property values are so high.
How come you never left BGS?
I was raised here, and I can't do. If I leave California, it won't be for another state. It'll be out of this country.
Yep.
Oh,
this next move I'm making is out of the country. That's it.
Yeah, definitely.
That's where you moved to.
I mean, I thought about Las Vegas. Vegas, Strip is fine, but outside of Vegas is a cow town.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, with Salvatore.
Mm-hmm. And the
Salvatore.
only thing I would have moved to Vegas for was for my ex, because she moved there, and I said, okay, I'll transfer there, blah blah blah. But the chick, she wanted me to move there, but she wouldn't tell me she wouldn't tell me that she had gotten married again.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but I'm definitely we're getting one house built out there in Brazil, or actually in Rio. But I still want to get that apartment in Copacabana. Once you get an apartment there,
you rent it out.
Man, yes, that's some good money.
Mm-hmm.
Are the what you call it, the naturalization thing still the same? What, 10 years proven? I think you have to be proficient in Portuguese, be there for 10 years, either working or own property. I read it about like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
I'm just getting a CPF card, and I'm doing everything through my wife and her.
Is it? Well, that's right. He's married. That's probably curve a little bit.
Yeah, so it
See,
goes right.
So is it citizenship or residency?
It's just residency, not citizenship. So I have to use a local address to get the CPF, and then they have to get my passport information. So that would be my pathway. Once I get in there, I start with my CPF, and I have to bring all my stuff from here and have it translated. Like my birth certificate and all of the stuff that they do here. And that's how you make that full transition over there.
Yeah, the Brazilian passport would get you places where the American passport requires you to. Yeah, I mean, it's some few other countries in Europe, but the Brazilian passport is pretty popular.
Yeah, well,
globally.
It is.
Yeah,
yes.
But the blue passport still rules, though.
Yeah, it still rules. Ain't no doubt about
that's
that.
what I was gonna say.
But it's like places where you don't need a visa to go to. Stuff like that. It allows for freer travel. So dual citizenship is the way to go for me anyway, because I ain't giving up my damn U.S. citizenship. Fuck that.
If you got the blue one though, man, you could go anywhere.
Or you got to be a resident to get a passport, right?
Oh, I'm not
I
sure
don't think
about that.
so. I'm not sure.
To be, because in the United States, you can get a passport when you become a legal resident.
I'm not sure how that definition works.
Wait, say that again, BGS. Say that again.
I said you get a passport when you become a legal resident. You have to become a.
You mean here in the U.S.?
Yeah.
That's one of your options. Yeah.
I don't know.
You get a passport once you become a resident.
Oh, legal resident.
Legal resident.
Yeah.
You got citizens, legal resident, and what was the other one? It's like 3 categories you get to select.
If you're a permanent resident, you get a passport.
Okay, permanent resident.
So why I ain't got a passport then?
Did you apply?
Are you permanent resident?
Yeah.
Are you? Go
since
Herb and get that before the virus thing is over.
Did you give it ITN or social security number?
I give social security.
If you're a permanent resident, apply for your passport.
Yeah,
just get your birth certificate, utility bill, social security number.
You know what's fun? You know what's funny, BGS?
You should have a green
card.
Art. So a green card should suffice.
Yeah, I do have a green card. The thing was that I wanted to make sure that because there's a certain time when you're married, you can apply for citizenship within 3 years of that marriage, right?
All right.
But if you've been a permanent resident for about 5 years, then you don't need your American wife to apply for citizenship. You see, within that 3 years, if you apply, your wife has to be present and all of that stuff. Okay. But once it's 5 years, you don't really need it, whether y'all are married or not.
Okay.
And that's what I wanted to do, just in case she would be on some fuck shit. And but boy, what do you know?
Yeah, well,
she reads the law too.
Yeah.
That was another way.
It's just that around the time where I could do it, I was like, it's kind of after the divorce and all of that stuff, and nigga was broke as a joke. You know what I'm saying? Nigga still broke, but no more as a joke. See,
Yeah,
I moved up a little bit at least.
Because I know a lot of Hispanics that didn't apply for citizens. They just kept their permanent residency. So they actually got a blue passport. I know lots of them coming back from Guatemala. Man, they had a blue passport.
Yeah, but I feel way more comfortable in Brazil than anywhere else because I can blend in.
Right.
I mean, I can really. I mean, the culture. I can definitely adapt to that.
Yeah.
Or if you can adapt to Brazilian culture, you know how you would be if you were in Africa, bro.
In Ghana, in West Africa, you blend in. They couldn't tell you the difference.
Look, man. People would think. Well, I don't know. It seems like you're a little darker, Art. So yeah, you would just be anybody else.
Anybody else?
Yeah, milk chocolate.
Yeah.
You know, you always have to. It's always the locals that'll be like, nah, his skin look different.
No, they think I'm a Brazilian out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they call me Carioca.
Carioca.
Yeah, that's
I just like the way they draw their Portuguese out there. Rio.
Yeah, they think I'm you know, until I start speaking, of course.
Yeah.
Blanco.
Well, you know, I like what you're doing, Art. That's what I always like to encourage Black Americans to do too. You know,
that is
like,
funny. When you go to Latin America, and you Black, they can't tell who you are until you speak.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You wait for you look at you till you talk. Oh, Americano.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they do it in Africa too.
Yeah.
They'll wait until you open your mouth.
And then they pause because they don't know if you know Portuguese or English. So if you start speaking in Portuguese, they're like, "Damn, I can't even say shit on this face."
Remember, I had to go to a concierge at the Mexico City airport, and I walk up to her. She starts speaking Spanish. I said, "You can't tell I'm American." Oh, you speak English, okay? I'm used to being a nigga everywhere, right? Now, when I saw the Ghanaians actually sitting at the airport talking shit, I said, "I'm home." Okay, I'm home. We're not paying any attention, just laughing and joking and talking shit. I said, "I'm home. I belong here."
Oh yeah.
But I saw a guy there that looked just like me. I took a picture. My wife took a picture of me and him together in Brazil.
Yeah.
I said, that dude looks just like he could be my brother or my cousin or something.
We come from the same stock.
He was
European, and African, yeah.
Yeah, I took a picture. I was like, dang. So I showed my mom. She didn't think so. But you know, I'm an artist, so I saw the features, the head, because I got a big head. So I was like, you know, we look just alike.
When I tell you, I think I done seen every 90s rapper in an African before. I swear to God.
Yeah, you have. When I went to West Africa, man, it's like seeing your relatives. It's just a different.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. My aunt.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Africa yet.
Yeah, that's one of my goals.
Yeah.
Especially northern Louisiana with the chocolate chicks with big legs and stuff like that.
Woo. Yeah, see, my first wife was from Shreveport.
Oh yeah, you get home. You get home.
Good God. Now those American women there, oh my God.
Mine is my grandma's from Louisiana. I mean New Orleans.
Okay.
And then later on she moved to Vicksburg.
Okay.
So everybody, you know, the rest of the family's from Vicksburg, Mississippi. And that's the same place where remember yesterday or the other day, I think it was yesterday, Matter CJ Walker was
same route, huh?
Yeah, same place, Mississippi. Yeah. Vicksburg. So I was reading, I said, Vicksburg?
Yeah, along the coast.
You know who else is from there too? Is B. Arthur.
B. Arthur.
No, B. Richards. I'm sorry, B. Richards.
Okay.
The lady with the sister with the big nose. Yeah, she's from Vicksburg, Mississippi.
You gotta remember the basically the coast, the Caribbean coast is a little different than say more further inland. So it's like almost like a energy unto itself.
Yeah.
BGS.
Huh?
Didn't you? I think you were the one that once said something about that in Italy, if the old white men in politics die out, then there would be a chance for like a lot of the mixed people in Italy to,
Yeah.
like for blacks to have political power, especially like I think y'all mentioned something about the mafia out there and stuff.
Well, the thing is that the old population is dying off because they're not replacing themselves, right?
Yeah.
So actually to actually support their population, they have to import people. Italy kind of resisting it, but the thing is the population is actually going to shrink. Same thing's going on in Spain because they're resisting immigration. So basically, it's towns that don't have any people.
Yeah, that's why Shirley was talking about, like those houses. Because me and my wife was talking about it like 5 years ago about buying one of those houses over there for $1 because they got entire vacant towns with nobody in it. Houses just standing there. I mean, beautiful landscape right there on the coast.
Yeah, but the thing is, your services and stuff like that because it's almost a ghost town.
Yep.
It's more remote and the older and the kids, since there's no kind of work pressure moving to the bigger cities. Greece is the same way. There's an island that nobody's basically on except for a few people.
Turn all those countries into trap houses.
Yeah.
We start shipping our shit.
I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all probably don't know.
Trap House Grease.
Yeah, right.
Is that a reality show? Is that a reality show?
I'm about to tell y'all something that y'all might not know. But like Italy, and this is what I know growing up, right? Italy is the country that is where you find like, like when I say I grew up knowing the African strag first. Italy is the central of Nigerian strags and magos. I swear, it's not even a joke. Like
no,
everything
I'm
that y'all
I'm
describe.
listening to you.
You say what?
I'm laughing because I'm just imagining this shit. It's like, oh my god.
I swear, no, Artisan.
Why Italy?
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know. But since I was little, Italy was like the place where the strags go to for prostitution.
Oh, okay.
That's the hub. That's the prostitution hub.
Okay.
You understand me?
Right
the
there.
men that go there, the men that would go there from like Nigeria to Italy, most of them, they won't work and they be living living in their house. She will cook for them. They will live there. They won't do nothing while she would go to work at night.
Homosexual, huh?
Like real live homosexual.
Well, that Italian men loved on some black women.
Say what?
I said Italian men love them some black women.
Exactly. Yeah, they do. They adopt a lot of African kids as well. You see a lot of them walking around with African children and stuff.
Yeah, they
adopt.
They have a low
A
birth.
lot of Moorish art around there.
Yeah. So Italy and France actually bring in a lot of immigrants.
Yeah, that's true.
France, most definitely.
The whole French national soccer team is full of black people.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yep.
Full of black people.
Well,
back in the days when I was growing up, it was full of white folks.
They saw the light. No pun intended.
Well, they won't win it. Get their ass whooped.
Yeah, they want to win.
That's a simple metric. Even in American sports,
Italy,
if you want to win,
is that place.
Yeah.
So a lot of those mixed children are like trick babies and all of that shit,
Trick babies.
Yeah. But
that's
yeah,
a word
man.
that needs to get used some more on YouTube. Trick baby.
Trick babies.
when they be putting that Italian on you though, it's like, oh shit. It's like, damn. Even that cussing you out. Keep going.
It's like they sing it. Or they have a melody when they talk.
Yeah.
Them and believe it or not, Russian too. I'm not care. I'm not too cool about the looks there, but the way Russian women talk, it's
I don't
pretty
know, man.
very,
Russian
very
is too
soothing.
harsh.
It's too robust.
Well, Russian
Yeah,
women
it's
though,
too robust.
Too
Exactly.
robust.
Yeah.
I was listening. And I was like, wow, where is this from?
Nah.
I'd rather go with that than German.
Well,
nope.
nah,
German.
you wouldn't. If you spoke the
German.
language, Art, you wouldn't. You would. I know German sounds just as harsh when you don't speak it, but
It sounded like a
but
record
trust
going
me,
backwards.
But
Russian
German
is
women
even
are
robust
nice.
and harsh for a German. Put it that way.
And the culture of German women is just nice. They're just nice women.
Yeah, see the way you're saying that, Dad said, I know there's a story behind this.
There is.
Now you see the thing is,
only thing you need to do is take a deep breath.
German women are more.
Kiss and tell. I don't kiss and tell.
Good job.
German women are
tell and
used
kiss.
to like the Americans and stuff, and they like to make themselves available, especially for the military guys.
Yeah.
They like their chocolate. Put it that way.
They love their
They
chocolate.
like their chocolate from America. They
Yeah,
like
they are
Hershey.
German. I was asking them about German chocolate cake. They started laughing. Too.
Yeah, like oh, please.
They said that he said he's better off eating German chocolate cake here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think because they use cabbage for their topping.
Cabbage?
Yes, sauerkraut.
Yeah.
Oh, sour.
Who told you that?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Hell
hey.
no. Nobody use no damn cabbage.
German
Nah.
chocolate has to be-
All right, you know what? You know why I know that? Because any chocolate cake that you find in Europe is modeled after the Austrian chocolate cake called the Sachertorte.
Yeah, I already got the ingredients from somebody from near Bavaria.
Okay.
He was breaking that down. My dad kind of like backed him up because my dad was stationed out there before Vietnam.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
That's why he's so obsessed with making German chocolate cakes because So when he came out here, he felt so good just to use coconut. Because they, out like it, and I, believe it or not, I tried it with the sauerkraut.
What did it taste like?
Yeah,
it wasn't too bad. You had to take the pickle part out. You had to wash it out till it's dry. But you gotta hurry up and eat it. You can't let it
Are
sit.
y'all talking about chocolate cake?
German chocolate. You never had German chocolate?
He's talking about literal German chocolate cake. I was being metaphorical just for the internet purposes.
And that's probably why I never had it. You need to try the Austrian chocolate cake. Forget all that German shit.
Yeah, I guess you know.
Look, I got this thing about Europe and chocolate, okay?
Let's hear it.
Fuck French chocolate, fuck Swiss chocolate, all that shit comes to Cote d'Ivoire. So
Yeah,
they can
Swiss
kiss my
chocolate
black ass.
is top of the line. That's top of the line chocolate. Switzerland.
Yeah,
They make
and
top of the
where do
line.
those beans come from?
Yeah,
Cote
Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana. Yeah.
So I don't want to hear Swiss jack shit because they're those colonial contracts that didn't get abolished when they got their independence meant that they could not process the beans, and all of that wealth goes to Europe.
Yeah, which is why Ivory Coast they try to cancel all the French contracts when the Chinese moved in.
Yep.
And well, the rest is history about what happened after that.
Yep.
Yeah. So, which is why there was the first, not Middle East War, but the Libyan War.
Damn.
This. Yeah. So
it is what it is.
This is some history I read like some years ago, but it just stuck with me, and I'm like, "Fuck you, motherfuckers!"
It's good to be the king.
Yeah, which is why the demographics is killing Europe right now, because now they have to let the colonies go, which is why you have the West African currency now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the French prime minister, he just said it. He said we cannot live without with the African, what you call it? It's not African imports. Their control of Africa's resources.
Yeah.
And basically, the Chinese said, "We'll give you a better deal." And so French said, "Oh no, you won't." It's mine.
Nigga, no.
No, yeah.
Not my backyard.
Not my backyard.
We're gonna give you some of this.
Literally.
Yeah, but as I said, if Wuhan was going to be planted anywhere, it'd be planted in Africa.
Yep.
Slow down that growth. Everybody's afraid of population growth in Africa, especially Europeans.
Fear of a black planet once again.
Yeah, basically, yeah, it's coming. Yeah. It's coming to fruition. Yeah,
but it is coming to fruition. Yeah.
I've always
had condom world order.
You could be mixed and all that, but that soil is gonna still keep you black.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, man. This is the time where, with this that's why I always felt like with this SYSBM stuff, man. When brothers gonna be out there, you know, get with other women from other countries and use that to get resources from those countries, you know.
But he said I see a dual benefit to that also.
Land, yeah.
Brothers, like when the brothers come back with cooperative women, that's gonna be, they're gonna make better children. And
facts.
And so with that angle, you know, I'm sort of hopeful because you could always realign your race. I mean, that's nothing hard to do. But even that's not even that important anymore when it comes down to it.
He was saying it's impossible to bring some chick from another country. All they're gonna do is turn out like the chicks over here.
No, they won't.
But that's all they keep saying.
Was it basically you have 80% divorce rates in the black community? How much worse can it get?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah,
I'm doing fine with it.
Basically, when you bring a wife in from overseas, when the last I saw, the divorce rate was about 10%.
And plus, you know, I mean, the people are not being honest when they make some statements. It's usually the people that be trying to turn these foreign chicks into American women.
Yeah.
It's usually that.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to make them, you know, dye their hair blonde and wear a lot of makeup and try to be sister girl.
Bullshit.
And I'm like, this chick from Colombia, why you trying to turn this chick into a, you know,
the same thing you're trying to escape from.
Yeah.
Well, all I know is Kayla Costa got married. So
who?
Kayla da Silva Costa.
Oh, okay.
She was the triple jumper for Brazil.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I saw her.
Yes. Man, I thought I was gonna fall in love when I saw that ass.
Yeah, the track booty. That track booty. Yeah.
That track
booty.
Built just the way I like them. Yeah.
You don't even care if she win or lose. Just keep running.
Keep running.
With a little bikini shorts on.
A little bikini. Yep.
And
she was.
And I always had to pull them down after she jumped.
Yeah, she jumped and she turned around and they put the camera in slow motion and that ass be shaking. I'm like, yo.
You play that Jello theme song.
JELLO.
Watch it quiver, see it shiver.
Yes.
Make a pudding pop out of it.
I would say it sounds fucked up, but there's guys here. But I'd say one of the things I have enjoyed about this whole Corona crisis is getting out some places and seeing some of these damn fine women that came out the goddamn woodwork in spandex because ain't nobody going to work, so they just walking around in their little tight shit. I'm sorry. I'm a heathen. My eye candy is out. I'm enjoying.
Hey, where you at, Artisan?
I'm in California, but I'm up in the Bay Area.
Man, no, the Cal.
The land.
I saw one today. I couldn't believe it. Where the fuck she been hiding? I've been around here. I ain't seen her. She better have a wedding ring on. That's the only thing gonna save her ass.
As soon as you walk in, the wedding ring come. I'm like, damn.
Nah, she was reaching on the shelf or some shit. I said, "Let me see that hand. Let me see that fucking hand."
Oh yeah, the hand.
like,
like,
a
wait
cop,
for
like,
it. Wait
is
for
that a real
it.
ring? Or is that a bullshit ring? That's a bullshit ring. He ain't spinning that on you.
Let's see, if it was me back in the day, that wedding ring wouldn't have meant shit.
Yeah, me 10 years ago, it might not have meant too much.
Yeah.
Try to be somewhat decent.
If a married woman comes to me, that's one thing. But I never chase them.
Yeah, I don't chase them. She's giving us some signals.
I mean, because all you do is talk to them, and you can just.
I don't. That's as far as it goes. If she ain't all in, I don't even bother.
Yeah, I couldn't do that chase stuff. I wasn't into that.
Not a married man. Not a married woman, no.
No, you don't chase married women. You just.
I'm not into no game. I just talk.
She'll be back.
There you go.
You gotta have game.
I'm
you gotta know what to say.
No, you see, like when
BGS, no, I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna walk down the hill. They'll be there.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Basically, that's
true. That's true.
Basically, game is not that difficult. People make it out into something that is really not. Okay, game's not that difficult.
Yeah,
it's like it was.
Introduce yourself. That's all it really is.
I did that example in front of these guys at a training, some type of training event that we were having on the job. And this girl, she was sitting, young girl, sitting there talking all this shit. Yeah, you don't know how to treat a black woman. You got to know how to do this. You don't even, So she asked this the young cat sitting next to me. He's like, so how would you approach me? And I just butted in. I said, hey, my name's so-and-so. What's your name? And she answered. And then I just started talking to her. And she was like, how old are you? And I was in my late 30s then.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, see, that's because you old and you've been around the block.
Dang.
That's because I'm about to get your ass. That's what that was.
Conversation. Just basic conversation, because you heard every response that they have, because there's not that many that women have.
Yeah.
And you know the response to everything that they say.
Yeah, it's all bullshit anyway. It's like,
yep.
I ain't got to run no game.
Yeah, I want to do this shit anyway.
Well, for young and experienced guys, they need game because they need a set thing to say. And basically, I used to say, I used to give them a real simple line, man, that's been working for like the last 40 years, right? Mm-hmm. And said, walk up to her and says, my name is blah blah blah, right? I'm collecting smiles today. Would you like to donate?
I remember you said that. I laughed my ass off. I can see that shit working too.
Yeah.
It was like fucking BGS, bro.
Yeah. And then I said, then you hand them your card.
Yeah, see, I was high school. I had business cards. Yeah, I did with my homeboys. We had cards. We were giving out business cards.
Hey, check this out though. On the back of my business cards, it was a line, and on the bottom it said, "Where have we met?"
You'll like this one, Art. My business card said Tone Von Bone, OPP specialist. It had a howling dog on it.
Make him smile.
Yep.
Y'all must feel some West Coast shit because I ain't no business card.
It's a business card. Basically, you don't have to give her your number because you give her your card. It cuts out down on that, and then either she's gonna call or she's not. You save a lot of time. Said, okay, call me.
Give
me later on. Give me a call in on that.
Yeah.
So basically, by that time, you gave them out like 10 other cards, and you just waiting back and collecting to see who's gonna call.
It's
who's gonna donate.
It's ass stocks.
What do you mean? Where you get that line from? Would you like to know?
It's my card.
And I got that line from a person that was ARC before ARC.
Oh wow!
I was like,
did that person get married as well?
He had been married. He's actually from the Bay. He was actually from San Francisco, right? When he moved down here, I met him in the community college, right? And he's like 10 years older than me. But I saw him run that line on like 100 women, man. They're all fine.
I don't want to go down to the Bay one day.
Have fun.
Just get on the plane.
I ain't getting no
Especially
apartment
now,
right now.
No, no, no.
Last time I was in California
Take
was
them-
in what?
Take some deep breaths.
And man, I've
So,
been up.
Deep breaths.
When I'm about
How is
20,
travel within the states right now? Anyway, is it allowed?
very
Or?
yeah, oh
minimal.
yeah,
yeah, it's allowed.
it's allowed. Yeah, they haven't closed borders off yet. They
But
were talking about it, but no, they haven't closed it off yet.
but it's real talk though, the people coming out of New York into Maryland, the state troopers are on them like white on rice.
Okay.
They are killing it. It's just like they stopping everybody.
Oh, really? What do they do?
Yeah.
Check the temperature, or what do they do?
I don't know what they're doing, but I work in Aberdeen.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen the state troopers stop 2 buses in the last week,
Mm-hmm.
and they just stop a lot of cars. Not just for speeding. This is just routine shit.
Okay.
So it's like I'm driving down the highway, dude comes past me, with New Jersey tags, and then the state trooper comes past me, puts on his lights, and it's like, man, what the fuck is that all about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where you going?
Yeah, motherfucker, you trying to escape that damn cesspit up there? You ain't
Yeah, what are you transporting?
No, they're letting them know that you just can't drive down here and camp out.
Yep.
Yeah, because
And
we're on lockdown right now.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what Ram said. Y'all on lockdown.
Yep. So I need my employee badge when I'm coming home at night, and I need my They gave us this paperwork. It's that the Department of Homeland Security sent to our company.
Okay.
And we have to carry it around with us. Gotta have our papers now. That shit.
Yeah.
Papers.
I think before New York kind of blew up, I think it wasn't that big a deal. But now, since New York's having that issue, also now the governors are getting scared. Before they were worried, but now they're scared because
You said Cuomo got it now, right?
Does Cuomo have it?
Well, the newscaster.
Okay.
Oh, that I know Hogan won't.
The CNN newscaster.
You talking about Kudlow?
No, Cuomo.
Oh,
Cuomo.
Yeah, isn't he related to the Cuomos?
I think he is.
Coho.
Yeah. California's not it's like a soft. It's like a soft curfew.
Yeah.
They're not really stressing you about it. Most people aren't out anyway. Yeah.
I heard
They extended
in
it up in my
Austria-
area.
But did they? Wait.
Yeah.
I think the Bay is they've locked it down a little tighter in the Bay.
Yeah, my county for the county right next to me, they locked that shit down till May. They extended it just today.
Okay.
Got the little text alert like May 3rd. I'm like, oh well, that fucked up another month. Yeah.
They said in Austria it's like a freaking lockdown. Like I spoke to some friends back home and they said if you're elderly, you're considered risk group. That's what they call them.
Mm-hmm.
You can go out from 9 to 12. It should be just you or you and whoever lives in that household with you.
From 9 in the morning. From 9 in the morning.
9 in the morning to 12 in the afternoon.
Wow.
You're allowed to go out.
Wow.
And then from 12 to like 6, everybody else can go out.
Okay.
But it's the same thing. You can go out jogging. It should be just you and one other person from your household.
Okay.
If it's more than 2 people and stuff, the police gonna ask you where you going, what the fuck you doing. Hell, they even give you stress if it's 2 of you, So, yeah, man, they ain't playing that shit. Like they have everything on curfew. If you want to go shopping, it's within those hours. If you're older, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. By 6 p.m., everybody be back in their house, or you got to pay a fine of like 3,500 euros.
Yeah, that's what when stuff like this happens. I always look at the news and look at their faces. I don't even know what they were. Are they worried? And they're not worried. They're scared right now.
Yep.
Do you think that they would try to bring
See if they follow the teleprompter properly.
So what?
See if they follow the teleprompter properly, where they might lose their place and get nervous.
The thing is, they're not actors. Okay, so
right, that's true.
They can't control. They can control their words, but not their facial expressions.
Right. So you read it.
Especially if they're scared, you start reading their faces.
I just wanted to jump up and say we're gonna die.
I was trying to tell Shirley. I think we dodged the bullet because the strain that Europe got is not the same as the one we got. Doesn't seem to be, because that's when I saw France go off. I think that's what scared people. France actually jumped way up there as far as deaths are concerned.
Yeah, they're dirty people anyway.
That's what Shirley said.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Paris.
Dirty.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Yeah. Claim Paris.
Fucking
It's
dirty.
the Parisians. No, they
Fucking dirty, man.
So is Spain the same way?
I've never been to Spain.
Yeah.
Spain. Oh, BGS. Oh, I got a story for you.
Okay.
And there was an American dude as well, man. I think he was a exchange student, and this was in high school. And you know, like at night you have the street cleaners and all that stuff. And I know we were out, and you know, this dude was cleaning the streets and stuff with this machine or whatever. And then some of the water must have splashed on dude, you know, like on his face, which was nasty. But you know, it was nothing. We was out drinking, you know. But the next morning, this dude, like, half of his face looked like Hitch. Remember that movie Hitch?
Oh, he had an allergic reaction.
Yeah.
He had an allergic reaction.
Yeah, because it's a lot of dirt in, you know, because some of the roads in Spain are like those old European roads where it's like this block of stone, and there's like all these gaps in between. Yeah. So all that dirt from in between, you know, I'm sure that's what he had an allergic reaction to. But
It's been all kind of chemicals. All kind of chemicals.
Yeah, all kind of dirt, all kind of
10
So yeah, man.
of shit got in his face.
Yeah. That's San Francisco. If you're there early in the morning, like around 4 or 5, that's what you can see them doing, spraying the streets down. And it's not that they spraying the streets down just with water. It's usually chemicals mixed in that shit, but it's usually to spray off all the feces and piss and urine and all everything on the sidewalk into the gutters. That's some nasty shit.
I gotta wonder about that because I mean, every time the Pride Parade comes through Baltimore, it always smells like shit.
Dad said you ain't shit.
The boo-boo plague.
You ain't shit, Dad said.
The boo-boo plague.
I know he's not joking, but he still ain't
I'm not
shit.
joking.
I know, we know. He's not even joking.
Over there on Charles Street, it's like, fuck. What is everybody doing to some butt fucking shit?
Yeah.
It's true. It's just like you walk. Oh. Y'all know I would like.
Yeah, you know, gay people fart as a way of flirting. So
it is what it is. Either they are or they aren't.
It's pride. So all kinds of debauchery is going on.
Yes. Yeah, we have it. Obviously, we have it up here.
Yes, because I imagine all.
Oh my goodness!
when the pride comes, it's like say when the boo boo stench comes.
And they assholes too. I mean, they are fucking assholes.
Well,
we
gentlemen,
run the city now.
I'm gonna go ahead and get me some.
Yeah, it's that time.
All right.
Oh, yeah, it's
already, trash day already passed. Yeah, so we're here on April Fools, y'all.
Oh, it is.
Oh yeah, real talk.
Oh, that's right. April Fools. So where's the April Fool's joke?
Yeah.
We're going back to the comedy tomorrow.
Yeah, it did said somebody said you ain't shit for that, man.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I ain't shit.
Get out of here.
Never claimed to be, sir.
Every time the pride comes, it smells like shit.
You crack corn, but I don't care.
But my black ass asleep and then make them think I'm coming today. April Fools. I ain't going nowhere.
April Fools, Negro.
Yeah, fuck with some people.
Yeah, y'all stay up and stay safe.
All right, you guys.
All right.
Peace, everybody.
Y'all take it easy.
Thank y'all for coming out and making.
No problem.
This is number 45.
Right.
President.
God damn.
Nice.
So
keep on trucking.
Yeah, I'm working it out. I'm almost at 900.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Well, we'll have a
subscribe.
Subscriber-thon.
Subscriber-thon with Lou Rawls.
Yeah.
You'll never find.
We did that for art. We did it for art.
Channel quite like mine. Someone to draw you.
Like
I do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Here all week.
I'm out.
That's a good one. That's a good one, man.
Lou Raw.
Yo, dope.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna.
All right, take
my
it easy,
supplements
Art.
and get me some sleep. All right, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys.
No problem.
Take
All
it
right.
easy. Peace.
So I see y'all in another space.
Yeah.
Peace.
Lunchtime.
Lunchtime,
I'll see what I
exactly.
can do. I'll see what I can do, y'all.
April Fools.
April Fools. I might do that. But all right. Peace, y'all.
All right, man. Peace.